The clone passed the tribulation, becoming a time path rank 6 Gu Immortal. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was still the rank 7 Gu Immortal with the sovereign immortal body that cultivated all paths. Having a clone was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. Many things, especially the management of his immortal aperture, could be left to the clone to handle. Fang Yuan trusted himself absolutely. He was far more useful than any Shadow Sect member. Especially when they were the same person to begin with, their thoughts and wills were completely the same. There would not be any conflicts when they communicate, there would not even be small mistakes. Looking at how strong Shadow Sect was, it was not hard to imagine the usefulness of split souls. Shadow Sect had many members, but they were united and did not fear sacrificing themselves. That was because they were the same person to begin with. Fang Yuan paid a huge price to make his clone a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Firstly, the deduction used up a lot of his time and effort. The parallel refinement of Spring-Autumn Cicada also used a bunch of immortal materials, and after creating the clone successfully, it also needed to cultivate. Even though that was not too important, it was something he had to invest in. And because he used split soul, Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell from 10 million man-soul to 9 million man-soul. It had shrunk greatly. Fang Yuan had to accumulate his soul foundation again, but thankfully, with the 2 soul path sacred lands, he could progress quickly. Fang Yuan's development was not obstructed. As for Fang Yuan's clone, because it had Fang Yuan's split soul, it was half an otherworldly demon. The body originated from this world, it was still restricted by fate. Fang Yuan could not do anything about that. Unless he could mimic Shadow Sect and create another sovereign immortal fetus Gu for his clone. But Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to refine one sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It was basically impossible to make a second one. For the following days, Fang Yuan's main body rested while his clone got rid of the lingering strength path Dao marks inside the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation. Fang Yuan had originally ascended his second aperture to become a strength path Gu Immortal. After that, he turned into an immortal zombie and the immortal aperture disintegrated. All of the strength path Dao marks were left on his body. Fang Yuan decided to use the self-cleansing formation to get rid of the clone's unnecessary strength path Dao marks. The clone's body was not special. Dao marks of different paths conflicted. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan decided to let his clone cultivate time path. Earlier, Fang Yuan considered dual cultivating strength path and time path, because he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Now that he had the sovereign immortal body and aperture, his focus was on cultivating that. The clone was only supplementary. Thus, the plan to refine second aperture Gu for the clone was cancelled. Another aperture meant that it would turn into an immortal aperture when he ascends to immortal. Since Fang Yuan chose time path, this immortal aperture would cultivate time path. But what use was that? Another high-grade or super-grade blessed land was useless to Fang Yuan now. Rather than developing this blessed land, he should divert all of his effort into the sovereign immortal aperture. And Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was only at 4% development now. There were too few resources in it. He needed to put in a lot of work on it. Maybe the biggest use of second immortal aperture is the availability of another vital Gu. Fang Yuan thought. The biggest advantage of a vital Gu was that even if refinement fails, it would not be destroyed. The life of the vital Gu was connected to the Gu Immortal themselves. Of course, if the Gu Immortal dies during the Gu refinement, the vital Gu would also be destroyed. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have a need for vital Gu. Among his immortal Gu, the most important, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was already a vital Gu. Other than handling his mundane tasks, the clone could ensure that Spring-Autumn Cicada would never be destroyed when trying to refine it in the future. You are awake? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair opened his eyes slowly. He still felt weak. After seeing Fang Yuan, the first thing he asked was, "Sect leader, did the Gu refinement succeed?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded. "Great." Sixth Hair smiled and said, "That means our second round of Gu refinement has been completed." During the first round, Fang Yuan refined Cleanse Soul, Self-Love, and Snack. During the second round, he refined Spring-Autumn Cicada and Heavenly Secret. Fang Yuan paid a huge price to refine Gu. But all in all, his luck was very good. There were some Gu Immortals who could not succeed after 100 tries after all. Of course, the luck path true inheritance and luck path immortal goo that Fong Yuan had were of a huge assistance to him. On the other hand, Langya sect played a crucial role. If not for Langya land spirit and Sixth Hair's help, how could Fong Yuan's goo refinement attempts have been so smooth? What are the red snake tattoos on your body? Fong Yuan had a dark gaze. It's nothing. Sixth Hair's gaze flickered. When you were unconscious, I had already inspected it. This refinement path killer move seems to expend your lifespan to increase your refinement path abilities. If I am not wrong, when the red snake tattoos reach your head, you will die. Fong Yuan said directly. Sixth Hair was silent for a while before saying, Sect leader is right. My life is not important. I only hope that you can attack Heavenly Court and save my main body. Heavenly Court? Fong Yuan sighed as he looked at the sky. Sixth Hair quickly added, Sect leader, no need to be discouraged. The enemy is strong indeed, but you have already regained Spring-Autumn Cicada. You will inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance soon. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's True Inheritance likely contains the method to defeat Heavenly Court. After all, he was the immortal venerable seed chosen by Heavenly Court. Fong Yuan nodded. He knew the things that Sixth Hair knew. It was hard for him to stop Heavenly Court from repairing Fate Goo alone in just 10 years. But with Red Lotus True Inheritance, there was a sliver of hope. Since Spring-Autumn Cicada was now Fong Yuan's completely, the next step of his plan should be to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. But Fong Yuan shook his head. I am in no rush to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. I can continue to increase my strength now. Heavenly Court will not allow me to take Red Lotus True Inheritance so easily. They must have arrangements inside the River of Time. Even though Heavenly Court could not find Fong Yuan, they knew that he would enter the River of Time and find Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fong Yuan did not need to think to know that Heavenly Court had already laid an ambush in the River of Time. It was necessary to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, but before that, not only did he need Spring-Autumn Cicada, he also needed enough battle strength to break through Heavenly Court's ambush. In this aspect, Fong Yuan had more work to do. Tell me everything about this refinement path killer move that you created. I will deduce for you and resolve the problem of this killer move for you. Sixth Hair, don't sacrifice yourself unnecessarily. I will need your help in the future to control Langya sect. Sixth Hair's heart jumped. He had the same thought too. Even though he was helpless against the backlash, it did not mean Fong Yuan could not resolve it. Especially with the light of wisdom, the parallel refinement of Spring-Autumn Cicada and the tribulation of his clone was naturally done in the wilderness. After keeping the clone in his sovereign immortal aperture, Fong Yuan went back to Langya Blessed Land with Sixth Hair using the teleportation goo formation. After entering Langya Blessed Land, they would be under Langya Land Spirit's supervision. Sixth Hair and Fong Yuan could not talk. They parted as supreme elders of the sect. Fong Yuan did not return to his cloud city to rest. He came to Wisdom Goo. He opened his immortal aperture door and his clone flew out. The clone was a living being. Wisdom Goo did not respond. But soon, after the clone used strength reversing life and death to become an immortal zombie again, Wisdom Goo flew around him in uncertainty. What? Fong Yuan's heart jumped. Wisdom Goo was only flying around. It did not emit the light of wisdom. Fong Yuan's clone spoke. Oh Wisdom Goo, I was the one who made the agreement with you. Did you forget what we agreed upon? Wisdom Goo was floating in front of Fong Yuan's clone. It was assessing him while hesitating. After a while, it went back to the tree leaf and landed, emitting the light of wisdom. Fong Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. It was quite a shock. Wisdom Goo almost did not acknowledge Fong Yuan's identity. I became a time path Goo immortal, my cultivation level rose and my strength path Dao marks were removed, and also due to the split soul, Wisdom Goo became very hesitant. No matter the reason, I need to be careful in the future, even if my clone's cultivation level remains stagnant. I need to maintain this. I cannot lose the light of wisdom. Fong Yuan was a little gloomy. The Wisdom Goo in The Legends of Renzu was extremely intelligent. It even scammed Renzu several times. Why was it so stupid here? It did not show the intelligence of Wisdom Goo at all. Was this because the Legends of Renzu was a story, or was there any other reason? Sixth Hair's problem was more difficult than Fong Yuan had thought. The refinement path killer move he created was called Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower. It not only contained the essence of refinement path, it also involved the karma of rule path. Sixth Hair created this move using an incomplete Gu refinement method from Lang Yasek's treasury as the inspiration. Fong Yuan deduced it and realized, Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower was not so easy to fix. If he was careless, Sixth Hair might lose his life. Thus, Fong Yuan changed his tactic and slowed down. If my refinement path attainment level is higher, I will need much less time to deduce Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower. Fong Yuan would not concentrate on this problem like he did with Heaven's Will Dissipation Refinement Path Immortal Formation, because Sixth Hair's problem needed a lot of time to resolve. And Sixth Hair was not in any rush. As long as he did not use this move anymore, he would not lose his life. Fong Yuan continued his soul path cultivation while deducing. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were truly the sacred lands of soul cultivation. The soul foundation of Fong Yuan's main body started to rise rapidly again. But the clone did not cultivate this. The reason was conflicting Dao marks. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, be it Guts Gu or Luopa Winds. They were in essence adding soul path Dao marks to Fong Yuan's soul. The clone's soul had already received the maximum portion from Fong Yuan. If the soul foundation increased, it would disrupt his time path cultivation. Thus, Fong Yuan did not even give the clone ghost official garment. As for how to defend against Heaven's will, Fong Yuan had his time path method, even though the effect was inferior to ghost official garment. But the time path method complemented the clone's cultivation. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Even though Fong Yuan's main body had non-conflicting Dao marks and could cultivate all paths, in such a special situation, he still needed to pay attention to killer moves of different paths. For example, Ghost Official Garment was greatly weakened due to ghostly concealment. Other than deducing Sixth Hair's problem and the killer move to protect the Time Path clone from Heaven's will, Fong Yuan had to modify his Luck Path killer moves. Wisdom Path, Sword Path, and Soul Path killer moves had already been modified to his limit, now was Luck Path. Fong Yuan had many useful Luck Path true inheritances. Among these assorted inheritances, the most prominent ones were Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable Self-Luck, and all living beings' Luck true inheritances. Fong Yuan had the complete content of the former and an incomplete version of the latter. He had many Luck Path Immortal Gu, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, and Time Luck were all rank 6. They were not very suitable to Fong Yuan now since he was already rank 7. Fong Yuan was not going to rank up his Luck Path Immortal Gu for now. His focus was to refine one Gu. It was Spring Autumn Cicada. Rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada could only allow rank 6 Gu Immortals to rebirth. Fong Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. He needed rank 7 Spring Autumn Cicada. Either that or rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada used as a core of a rank 7 Immortal Killer move. He was still at the initial stage of Spring Autumn Cicada's refinement. Sixth Hair was in charge of the entire Immortal Gu recipe. He was collecting the necessary Gu materials. Fong Yuan did not forget to practice his killer moves. He had modified his Soul Path killer moves long ago. He was very skilled with them now. Fong Yuan would practice the Sword Path and Wisdom Path killer moves from time to time, revising their usage. Fong Yuan knew that he had to work hard during peaceful times. By the time he fights, these killer moves would be instinctive to him. If his killer move fails during battle and he loses his momentum, that would be a disaster. Among the killer moves he practiced, Wisdom Path killer move exposing Heavenly Secret was the most important. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core to deduce the contents of the following tribulation. Of course, there was a limit to it. Fong Yuan could not deduce the content of his next grand tribulation yet. He needed to wait for some time. Other than exposing Heavenly Secret, Fong Yuan also needed to practice Heaven's Will Dissipation. This killer move was Fong Yuan's greatest success during this period of time. He was not going to give it up. Exposing Heavenly Secret allowed Fong Yuan to learn about the thinking of Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will Dissipation was a countermeasure that needed to be modified further. Because it took a long time to prepare, it could only be used in the background now. It could not be utilized in an actual battle. His red date immortal essence was barely enough for use. His immortal essence stone storage had run dry already. The members of Shadow Sect were all developing well. Making use of Taichio, they were accumulating resources, replenishing the amount they lost while escaping from southern border. They even improved in some aspects. Fang Yuan only took away the souls of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that they captured. The remaining corpses were immortal materials that could be sold for a high price. Fang Yuan did not go after their gains. On one hand, he was not attracted to this small amount. On another hand, he wanted to maintain the rules of Shadow Sect. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could borrow resources from them for emergencies. Fang Yuan was not shy to do that. But if he tried that now, he would ruin their momentum and growth. The cost was too high compared to the benefits in this situation. Even though he obtained Shadow Sect's inheritance and gained a deeper understanding of Heavenly Court, there were many things that Fang Yuan did not know. Against such a huge organization, the tactic of Shadow Sect that they used in the 500 years of his previous life were worth mimicking. Thus, other than his own cultivation, Fang Yuan started plotting. He had some relationship with the 5 regions in some way or another now, even though he was wanted by the righteous path forces of Northern Plains including Longevity Heaven. He had become part of the Variant Human Alliance due to the engagement. His relationship with the Variant Humans was very close now. The problem now was that Fang Yuan lacked funds. Consecutive Gu refinement, cultivation, and practice of killer moves made his funds run dry. Even though he scrimped and saved, and his red date immortal essence also replenish on its own, Fang Yuan's advancement was too fast. He was operating at a deficit now. His funds could not catch up to his expenditure. For this problem, Fang Yuan's solution was the dragonfish business. But not long ago, Yuchan also started to sell copper dragonfish. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. But Fang Yuan soon accepted the fact. Dragonfish was different from Guts Gu. New products could be deduced and created by his competitors too. This was like how Fang Yuan modified the lightshine fungi. He could modify people's products, they could do the same to him. It was not like the Guts Gu business, other than him, nobody else could produce it. That was truly the monopoly that Gu Immortals dreamed of. Thus, it was not strange that others could sell copper dragonfish. Fang Yuan was only surprised that Yuchan did it so quickly. Days passed by. Immortal killer move. Years passed like days. The tributary of the River of Time in Sovereign Immortal Aperture expanded rapidly. The river water started to flow faster. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture originally had very high rate of time to begin with. After using this killer move, the time flow became even faster. This way, calamities and tribulations would occur more rapidly. But Fang Yuan had no fear. He was already unmoved by calamities and tribulations at this point. As for grand tribulations, he had Heavenly Secret Gu and exposing Heavenly Secret. What was there to fear? The increase in his rate of time also led to the increased production of other resources, especially dragonfish. In Dragon Scale Sea area, a large number of dragonfish were swimming around. Most were ordinary red dragonfish, 30% were copper dragonfish, and the rest were black in color. This is my iron dragonfish. Fang Yuan smiled. With this huge formation, his dragonfish did not need to be researched on, the modification was automated. This time, after I sell the iron dragonfish, I wonder how Yuchan will react? Iron dragonfish. Yuchan breathed in deeply. She wanted to calm her mind down, but she soon gave up despondently. Her gaze flickered. Her expression was in a daze. Fang Yuan placed the iron dragonfish into the market and caused a small commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The dragonfish market was very big to begin with. There were Gu Immortals who tried to modify dragonfish, but they all ended in failure. This was because food path had never been well circulated in history. But this time, Fang Yuan actually modified the dragonfish twice. The Gu Immortals were all astute figures, they understood the meaning behind this modification. Fang Yuan was very likely to have very high food path attainment, or had inherited a food path true inheritance. The others could understand this, Yuchan was the same. This was why she had suffered a huge blow. Her mind was in turmoil. A small iron dragonfish was nothing, but the meaning behind it was like a huge mountain pressing down on her. She could barely breathe. No matter what, I cannot give up like this. However, The previous copper dragonfish modification already expended all of my foundation. In the short time, I cannot succeed in modifying iron dragonfish. What should I do? Yuchan knew her limits. She was sure that she could not deal with Fang Yuan alone. Soon, a figure appeared in her mind. Don't tell me. I need to get help from her. Yuchan was hesitant. There was a dark air deep in her eyes. Several days later, in White Crane Sea area. This place had a clear breeze and a calm sea that resembled a mirror. There was blue skies and white clouds. There was a clear horizon between the sea and sky. Countless white cranes were flying around or standing elegantly on the small islands and resting. It was a scene of serenity and peace. At the center of this sea area, the owner of this place was laughing loudly, evidently happy. Ha ha ha, Yuchan. Oh Yuchan, you finally thought it through. Qinbai was extremely happy. She laughed as she looked at Fairy Yuchan. Her gaze was invasive and extremely provocative. Yuchan snorted coldly, turning her gaze away from Qinbai, feeling rather unhappy. Qinbai was the owner of White Crane Sea area. She was extremely beautiful and tall. She had an elegant neck and long legs. She was one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, like Yuchan. However, different from the other beautiful fairies, Qinbai did not like men. She only liked female immortals. She had a rank 6 immortal goo house in White Crane Sea area. It was called Bai Palace 1. There were countless women living in it. This was her harem which stayed with her at all times, engaging in unspeakable activities. Qinbai walked forward and held Yuchan's hands. She had an extremely indulgent expression as she said, "So smooth, so smooth. Oh Yuchan, you know that I want you for the longest time. I desire to have you. From today onwards, you will be the empress of my Bai Palace." Humph! Yuchan wanted to pull her hand away, but Qinbai grabbed them tightly. Yuchan had a cold expression. She snorted, "Let go!" Qinbai obediently let go. The two had an agreement already. She knew that Yuchan was hers and could not escape anymore. There was no need to force her now. She had lots of time and energy to slowly savor Yuchan. After Yuchan pulled her hands away, she took 2 steps back. "Qinbai, don't forget what you promised me." Qinbai chuckled. "Of course, neither of us can solve the problem of the iron dragonfish alone in the short run. But as long as we work together, if we put our hearts into it, we will definitely be able to resolve this. That guy who tried to challenge you will not be smug for long." Yuchan nodded slightly. Qinbai was not spouting nonsense. Yuchan had known her for many years. She knew a lot about her foundation. Immediately, Yuchan stayed inside Bai Palace and the two worked together for days and nights, using all of their energy to resolve the iron dragonfish issue. Yuchan needed to try her best. Her main source of revenue was the dragonfish business. She could not give up on it, otherwise her cultivation would be greatly affected. When goo immortals cultivate, they need to gain strength continuously. If anything goes wrong, they would be in danger against calamities and tribulations. Even if they did not die from calamities and tribulations, as long as they suffered heavy injuries, it would be a vicious cycle and the goo immortal would get weaker. They would eventually die from future calamities and tribulations. More than 10 days later, an iron dragonfish appeared in Bai Palace. Looking at this iron dragonfish, Yuchan wanted to shed tears of joy. Because this dragonfish was not bought in treasure yellow heaven. It was forcefully bred by Qinbai and her cooperating together. This iron dragonfish meant that Yuchan also had the method to breed her own iron dragonfish now. "I have not lost in this battle of dragonfish yet." Yuchan cheered herself on. I was not wrong about you, Yuchan. Do you know that you are the dreamiest when you are serious?" Beside her, Qinbai was looking at Yuchan with enchanted eyes. Yuchan's joy faded from her face as it turned cold. "We cannot be careless. The other party is very mysterious. He created the iron dragonfish and copper dragonfish. He had very deep food path foundation. We have merely just created this new species and gotten on the same level as him." "I understand what you mean. You are afraid that the other party will bring out even more superior dragonfish." Qinbai had a solemn expression. The worry that they had came true a few days later. Silver dragonfish. Fang Yuan's third attack. The silver dragonfish had even more food path Dao marks than iron dragonfish. This time, the commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven was larger and wider than before. Many Gu immortals noticed this and started to investigate Fang Yuan at full force. Of course, they would not be able to find anything. The appearance of the silver dragonfish was an immense blow to Qin Baihe and Yuchan. These two Eastern Sea beauties were stunned. After researching it, the silver dragonfish's superiority made them feel deeply pressured. They had gone all out for the iron dragonfish earlier. With the difficulty of the silver dragonfish, they needed several years of hard work on it or there would be no hope. Furthermore, Yuchan and Qin Baihe could not place all their energy on the silver dragonfish. They needed to interact with people and rest. They also needed to cultivate, manage their immortal aperture, and practice killer moves. The silver dragonfish was bound to appear in Fang Yuan's case. But for Yuchan and Qin Baihe, they needed to put in lots of research. Silver dragonfish had a much higher difficulty to deduce compared to iron dragonfish. It's over. I am no longer his match. I can only give up the dragonfish business. And I need to let go completely without any reservations. Even with Yuchan's determined personality, she was completely in despair now. The difference in their strength made Yuchan unable to see any hope of victory. Qin Baihe was also helpless. She also bit her lips until it bled. She was very unhappy that she was unable to help her beloved, given her prideful personality. But just as the two female immortals were in despair, an unexpected force came in to interfere. This colossal organization was none other than Heavenly Court. It turned out that Heavenly Court had never given up searching for and trying to kill Fang Yuan. Even though they could not find Fang Yuan now, Heavenly Court's fairy Ziwei was not useless. The moment Fang Yuan sold the copper dragonfish, her attention was drawn to it. When Fang Yuan sold the iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish in Treasure Yellow Heaven, fairy Ziwei focused her attention on it. Even though she was not absolutely certain that the seller of the new dragonfish species was Fang Yuan, she would rather be safe than sorry. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had obtained the most original food path inheritance back then. Fang Yuan is the new leader of Shadow Sect. After getting its inheritance, he naturally has that food path inheritance too. Dragonfish is the most signature product of food path. The dragonfish species has never changed over many years. The Gu immortal that modified it time and again is likely to be Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei knew. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lots of avenues and did not need the dragonfish prophet with his personality. He also did not favor business management. He used killing to resolve all his problems. But Fang Yuan was different. The more she learned about Fang Yuan, the more attention Fairy Ziwei placed on him. This otherworldly demon had brains and brawn. He could lower his status if needed. If given enough time to develop and resources to use, he would be an immense threat. Thus, Fairy Ziwei did not hesitate. She interfered and helped Yuchan and Qin Baihe. On one hand, Fairy Ziwei did not want to expose herself openly. On the other hand, helping these two would allow her to interfere in Eastern Sea, in the future 5 regions chaotic war. This would be a hidden card. She was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A wisdom path Gu Immortal was most clear on how to maximize their benefits. Heavenly Court was extremely affluent after all, its foundation was unfathomably deep. Even for food path, they had lots of foundation in it. Even though they lacked the inheritance of the source of food path, they had a lot of other inheritances. After getting Heavenly Court's help, Yuchan and Qin Baihe had a boost of morale. They did not sleep for dozens of days. They actually created the silver dragonfish. This way, Yuchan also had the silver dragonfish. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had thought that the silver dragonfish would decide the competition of the dragonfish business. But his hopes were dashed. The dragonfish business went into a deadlock again. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini Eastern Sea, Dragon Scale Sea area, a Gu immortal was floating in the air with fluttering sleeves, looking down at the sea below him. He had a common face but extraordinary aura. He had abyss-like eyes that gave off deep wisdom and experience. It was Fang Yuan's rank 6 Gu immortal time path clone. Right now, the seawater was in turbulence and waves were rumbling. But there was no wind at all. My sovereign immortal aperture has no atmospheric changes. There are neither winds nor clouds here. The reason this dragon scale sea area has waves is because my main body set up that immortal formation. The time path clone thought. Right now, dragon scale sea area was the #1 sea area in the sovereign immortal aperture. It was Fong Yuan's current focus for development. He had invested a huge sum of funds. The time path clone looked over, seeing that within the tides and waves, countless dragonfish were swimming about. They were densely packed and the number was terrifying. Fong Yuan had put in a lot of investments, along with the sovereign immortal aperture's high rate of time, and his food path methods. The dragonfish bred rapidly, the numbers soared. Not just the ordinary dragonfish, there were even many copper dragonfish, some iron dragonfish, and a few silver dragonfish. Fong Yuan's clone looked beyond these dragonfish, towards the depths of the dragonfish group. Soon, his expression turned to joy. He found his target. This was a dragonfish shining like gold. It had densely packed golden scales. Its eyes were not as dull as the other dragonfish. There was sharpness in them. Compared to the other dragonfish, it was the smallest. It was not even the size of a person's palm. It was tiny. But Fong Yuan's clone could sense that this golden-scaled dragonfish had only food path Dao marks in it and no other path's Dao marks. Even though it was small, it gave off a true ancient desolate beast aura. The other dragonfish could only reach desolate beast at most, but the golden dragonfish could become ancient desolate beast. This was not to be underestimated. It meant that after becoming golden, the dragonfish had gone beyond the limits of its species and reached a brand new level. At this point, the golden dragonfish is the limit of development. Fong Yuan's clone sighed. The ancient golden dragonfish swam in the sea. Be it the ordinary dragonfish, desolate beast dragonfish, copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, or silver dragonfish, they were all moving around it. The ancient golden dragonfish was the king of the dragonfish. Once it appeared, all of the lower dragonfish species would all defend and follow it. Even I, the owner of these dragonfish, have lower control of the dragonfish group compared to the ancient golden dragonfish. Fong Yuan's clone nonchalantly watched with a flickering gaze. Could be said that if Fong Yuan and the ancient golden dragonfish fought for control over these dragonfish, Fong Yuan would lose to it. This ancient desolate beast only needed to exist to gain the loyalty of all the dragonfish without question. But that is not a problem. The ancient golden dragonfish controls the dragonfish while I control the ancient golden dragonfish itself. Unfortunately, dragonfish have no fighting strength. Even the ancient golden dragonfish is bottom tier in battle strength compared to other ancient desolate beasts. Therefore, these dragonfish can only be used as goods. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed. Yuchan had a tough time during this period. Even though she succeeded in breeding the silver dragonfish, she had used the help of Qin Bai He, Heavenly Court, and Fong Yuan's silver dragonfish. Thus, even though she could produce silver dragonfish in terms of production, she could not compare to Fong Yuan, the originator. Fong Yuan was currently dominating her in terms of dragonfish business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The silver dragonfish was simply too useful, and since Fong Yuan did not raise prices by too much, the other dragonfish competitors were outmatched. And Fong Yuan sold silver dragonfish at a far larger scale than Yuchan. The difference in their strength was evident. Fong Yuan had the clear advantage. However, Yuchan did not give up. She was still persevering and putting up a fight. White Crane Sea Area. Qin Bai He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I finally got through this difficult part. Our method has improved again. This way, our silver dragonfish production will increase greatly. Yuchan had a haggard look, but joy was in her eyes. She had worked with Qin Bai He for half a month without resting, along with the use of Heavenly Court's findings. But, even with such a result, our production still cannot match that person. Yuchan sighed. Little Chan Air, don't worry. As long as we work together, we can resolve this. That silver dragonfish is not Gutsgu after all. By then, our production will be on par with him. Qin Bai He was quite optimistic. But even then, we will only be equal with him. It is too difficult to continue innovating. We do not have the strength. That means we can only be at a stalemate with him at best. And this is under the assumption that he does not produce any newer species of dragonfish. Yuchan shook her head. Qin Bai He opened her mouth and wanted to comfort Yuchan, but no words came out. The truth was, at this point in the battle, the result was already quite clear. Yuchan was not Fang Yuan's match. She could only act passively and try to catch up to him to balance the situation. They did not have any way of winning, unless there was strong help given to them by external influences. Like Heavenly Court, it had a large number of food path inheritances. But why would Fairy Ziwei help Qin Baihe and Yuchan unconditionally? Both sides were from different regions. Qin Baihe and Yuchan were very alert when working with Heavenly Court. But Fairy Ziwei's intention was to lure these two into becoming pawns of Heavenly Court that infiltrated Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. The 5 regions' chaotic war was about to start. Heavenly Court had to start planning before the Great Era. I am afraid this person selling dragonfish is Fang Yuan. Using him, I can pressure Yuchan and Qin Baihe to become the pawns of my Heavenly Court. But within Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. The thing that stifled her was that Fang Yuan was not doing anything. After putting up the silver dragonfish, he stopped doing anything. He only sold the dragonfish normally. This situation made Fairy Ziwei feel a sense of unease. She knew that Fang Yuan was not a person to take matters lying down. If that really is Fang Yuan, he definitely has a trump card. He is a ruthless person. He does not leave others a way out. The current situation of this dragonfish business is not something he'll accept. While Fairy Ziwei was thinking of this, Eastern Sea's Yuchan suddenly had a change of expression. What is it, Chan Air? Qin Baihe asked in concern. Oh no. My dragonfish sea is being attacked by a Gu immortal. The Gu formation has been destroyed. I must return. Yuchan screamed in anxiety. Even though her immortal aperture had a lot of dragonfish, the bulk of them were in the Dragonfish Sea area. The Dragonfish Sea area was the foundation of her finances. Most of her assets were there. How could she let anyone destroy it? Qin Baihe realized the severity of the issue. She grabbed Yuchan's hand. There is no time. I will go with you. Don't worry. I want to see who has the guts to act so arrogantly in front of us. The immortal Gu house flew out like a rainbow, carrying the 2 fairies' rage, as it went from White Crane Sea area to Dragonfish Sea area. The 2 sea areas were not too far away. This was why Yuchan could stay at Qin Baihe's place without too much worry. Thus, when they reached Dragonfish Sea area, the attacker had not left yet. Yuchan's immortal Gu formation had already been half destroyed. That Gu immortal was still taking the dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Such guts! Even with Yuchan's great disposition, she became furious upon seeing her dragonfish, which were raised with such difficulty, taken away in front of her. Who are you? You dare to attack my woman's place. Today will be your death date. Qin Baihe shouted as she transmitted to Yuchan. Chan Air, be careful. This person is quite weird. His method to take the dragonfish is very skillful. Even though Qin Baihe was angry, she had not lost her reason. She assessed the place and had a clear understanding of the current situation. Yuchan looked over following Qin Baihe's guidance and her heart jumped. The mysterious Gu immortal did not use any immortal methods. He was only controlling an ancient desolate beast. But the dragonfish that Yuchan raised obediently followed him into his immortal aperture. Yuchan took a closer look and felt even more shocked. What is going on? This tiny golden-scaled ancient desolate beast is a dragonfish? Golden dragonfish? Don't tell me this person is my opponent in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Wait, according to Heavenly Court, this person is likely to be Fang Yuan. Yuchan had just thought of this when the person taking the dragonfish closed his immortal aperture's entrance and turned around to face the 2 furious fairies. You are finally here. My effort to wait here was not wasted. You managed to come. Hee. I am Fang Yuan. Remember this name. To be able to know the name of your murderer before death. This is my act of kindness towards you. Fang Yuan said this as the entire world changed. An immortal battlefield appeared and trapped Yuchan and Qin Baihe. Qin Baihe and Yuchan were immensely shocked. They looked at each other with pale faces. Fang Yuan was a vicious fiend with rank 8 battle strength. Why was he here? Wasn't he hiding somewhere in seclusion because of Heavenly Court's pursuit? Why did he dare to come out? And why was he so arrogant and vicious? He dared to attack another Gu Immortal's territory in broad daylight. Looking at the panicking Qin Bai He and Yuchan, Fang Yuan had a cold gaze. It seems that the Gu Immortal world has been peaceful for too long, and this Eastern Sea has been too prosperous and peaceful due to their abundant resources. They were completely caught off guard by my attack. If this was during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the world would be in turmoil. Every Gu Immortal would be extremely alert, but before this, there was lasting peace. Gu Immortals cultivated on their own. Focusing on their immortal apertures, very few would go out and fight to the death. Firstly, the immortal aperture would have calamities and tribulations once in a while. Secondly, Gu Immortals had all sorts of complex relationships. Attacking one would attract more enemies. Thirdly, information was not perfect. Gu Immortals could hide deeply and often. One unknown immortal killer move could turn the situation around. The risks were high and rewards were little. Gu Immortals normally did not want to engage in life and death battles. But this was different for Fang Yuan's case. I have rank 8 battle strength. Why would I care about your friends and network? What is there to fear even if I kill you? Battle strength was Fang Yuan's assurance, as well as his wisdom path attainment. After committing a crime, at worst he could run away. The world was huge, even Heavenly Court and Heaven's Will could not do anything to Fang Yuan now, not to mention the rest. And the third aspect, information. Shadow Sect had a lot of information across all 5 regions. Qin Bai He and Yuchan did not know about Fang Yuan's background, but he knew a lot about them. As long as I kill Yuchan, the dragonfish business will be mine alone. The profits will be immense. Even if Heavenly Court wanted to obstruct Fang Yuan, they could not succeed easily. Because these resources needed to grow in specific environments, results would only show after some time. Fang Yuan was like a tortoise doing his best to develop and absorb his gains, raising his strength. He was like a venomous snake digesting all the food he ingested. He was feeling a bit of hunger now. He acted shockingly, directly going to Eastern Sea and sneak attacking suddenly. He caught Yuchan and Qin Bai He off guard with this move. The 2 fairies here were very juicy loot. Especially Yuchan. She cultivated water path and had a water path immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was Grandmaster. He could annex her immortal aperture. It was very useful. Yuchan and Qin Bai He looked at Fang Yuan. They could sense his deep killing intent, mixed in with greed and ruthlessness. The situation was terrible now. The 2 women panicked. Their hearts were beating. They knew that they were in danger. Qin Bai He forced herself to calm down, telling her companion, Chan Air, even though we are rank 7, our strength will not increase much if we work together. Our compatibility in battle is quite low. This enemy is too powerful. We cannot fight him directly. We need to escape. Qin Bai He wanted to retreat before even fighting him. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan's reputation was renowned in the 5 regions now. Yuchan and Qin Bai He were famous people in Eastern Sea, but how could they compare to Fang Yuan? Yuchan agreed with Qin Bai He's words deeply. She frowned and transmitted, I think the same, but we are trapped inside the immortal battlefield killer move. How can we escape? This immortal battlefield was completely flawless, like a dark red egg trapping the 3 immortals. There were countless purple stars in the eggshell, shining dazzlingly. The scene was beautiful, but Yuchan did not have the mood to appreciate it. She wanted nothing more than to smash the egg and create a hole so that she could escape. Qin Bai He quickly replied, I have a method to penetrate the immortal battlefield, to communicate with the outside world and draw in reinforcements. That's great. Yuchan was joyful. Normally speaking, once a person was trapped in an immortal battlefield, they would be isolated from the outside world. They could not connect to treasure yellow heaven. But this relationship was like a spear and a shield. One side was stronger than another. If the spear was stronger, it would penetrate the defense, but if the shield was stronger, the spear would be helpless. Qin Bai He was one of the 6 fairies of Eastern Sea. Similar to Yuchan, if she sought for help outside, she would get lots of responses. In fact, the 2 of them were even slightly linked to Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals. Even though asking for help would make them owe favors and leave debts behind, their lives were at stake, they did not care. All right, go ahead. I will defend you. Yuchan had a determined expression. She stood in front of Qin Bai He. Qin Baihe breathed in deeply. Her lustrous black hair spread out as countless flower petals descended. It was a beautiful scene. Within the fragrant flower petals that rained down, Qin Baihe with pale white skin was like a fairy of flowers. It was a moving scene. Over at Yuchan, her aura was rising, it was becoming stronger. The Immortal Killer move was activated, droplets of rain filled the sky, before turning into a misty fog that shielded both her and Qin Baihe. Fang Yuan stood in the air, watching them with a nonchalant attitude. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he smiled. Qin Baihe, you want to communicate with the outside world. This killer move fragrant flowery words will not work. Don't waste your effort. Saying so, he willed as countless purple stars descended and filled the world. The purple stars crashed down as Yuchan's rain shield and Qin Baihe's flowers suffered terrible damage. Fang Yuan controlled the Immortal Battlefield Killer move. After creating a Wisdom Path environment, he had a huge territorial advantage. He suppressed both Water Path and Wood Path. My Immortal Battlefield was created by deduction using 3 rank 8 Battlefield Killer moves and 18 Killer moves as reference. I named it Purple Star Broken Life. It only has one ability. That is to conceal traces and isolate you from the outside world. The space in here is huge, but it only occupies one tiny spot in the outside world. Even if anyone came here, they would not notice the battlefield. Fang Yuan spoke casually, but these two fairies felt their hearts turning cold. Qin Baihe was shocked and uncertain. She was shocked because Fang Yuan actually exposed her plan. She was uncertain because she did not know if he was speaking the truth. So amazing! This Fang Yuan is so scheming. He is definitely not someone who is brawn without brains. Qin Baihe thought about it for a while. She was covered in sweat. She could see how tough Fang Yuan was to deal with. Regardless of the truth behind his words, she had already wavered. This was more effective than most Wisdom Path Killer moves. Yuchan was someone with a firm attitude. She shouted as she pushed with her palms. Instantly, raindrops moved as countless crystal-clear water threads gathered into a huge fish monster. Immortal Killer move. Whale form rain. Fang Yuan snorted as his gaze shifted. Countless purple stars crashed down and completely suppressed the fish monster and 2 fairies. This Immortal Battlefield Killer move had many of Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. It had great power. However, Yuchan and Qin Baihe desperately held on like tough rocks facing impending waves. That huge fish monster was in poor shape after the purple star's attack, but Yuchan sustained her killer move and replenished it with rainwater. Immortal Killer move. Soul Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan willed as he summoned 5 ancient soul beasts, attacking the 2 fairies. He did not use Year Beast Summoning because Soul Beast Summoning was superior. The ancient soul beasts were under Fang Yuan's control. They were obedient, but the suppression of the battlefield made them feel uncomfortable. Inside this Wisdom Path Battlefield Killer move, the effect would be better if Fang Yuan used Wisdom Path Immortal Goo or Killer moves. Other paths would still face suppression and conflict. It was not like the sovereign immortal body. After this, I should modify a Soul Path Battlefield Killer move and use it with Soul Beast Summoning. The effect would be great. Fang Yuan thought. The Wisdom Path Battlefield Killer move was more useful for concealment and preventing deductions. This was the advantage of the path itself, so Fang Yuan deduced a Wisdom Path Battlefield Killer move first. The ancient soul beasts were ferocious, assaulting the 2 female immortals and fighting against them. They were controlled by Fang Yuan. They ignored the fish monster and directly attacked Qin Baihe and Yuchan, causing them to be in great danger. During the intense battle, Yuchan's heart sank. Fang Yuan has not attacked yet, but we are already desperately trying to stay alive. If he attacks, we are dead meat. Fang Yuan was still far away, watching the 2 females in tough combat. After a long time of resting and practicing, his methods were now abundant. He had no clear weaknesses. Even without using any signature methods, he forced these 2 rank 7 Goo immortals into a corner. Under Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks, after a dozen breaths, Yuchan felt fatigued. She could not carry on much longer. Sigh. Qin Baihe sighed deeply as she stopped the Immortal Killer move fragrant flowery words that had been active. Fang Yuan did not lie to her. Fragrant flowery words was useless here. Qin Baihe had tested it. She joined the battle with a heavy heart. She was a woodpath Gu Immortal. She used her killer moves consecutively, only to see that flowers were falling everywhere. Some of her moves had corrosive gases. Some of her moves had endless flower petal blades. Qin Bai's long dress was fluttering with her black hair. She seemed to be dancing in the battle. Her body was elegant and extremely attractive. On the other hand, Yuchan shouted heroically but seductively at the same time. The two women were famous fairies in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world indeed. They had incredible elegance and were very attractive. If any ordinary Gu Immortal met these two precious gems, they would already be melted by their appearance. Why would they find problems with them? Not to mention killing them. It was a pity that the two girls met Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Immortal Killer Move. Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Roar. The sword dragon roared and suddenly appeared, charging at the two girls without stopping. Oh no! Yuchan shouted loudly. Qin Bai's heart was about to jump out. She gritted her teeth. Evil fiend! Take this move! Saying so, flower petals gathered around her and formed into a tornado, sweeping towards the ancient sword dragon. Yuchan also reacted as she shouted, I will lend you a hand. Saying so, she used her water path killer move and shot out a tidal current. The current fused into the petal tornado and instantly, the tornado grew by several times its power and multiplied. What a great fusion of water and wood! Qin Bai praised as her confidence level rose. The flower petal tornado crashed into the ancient sword dragon as after a moment, the ancient sword dragon was completely destroyed by the tornado. Such an incredible result did not make these two fairies happy. They showed an expression of shock instead. Oh no! This ancient sword dragon is fake. Qin Bai had just thought of this when a huge silver dragon appeared behind her soundlessly. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Qin Bai turned around with difficulty. With the corner of her eyes, she could see that the ancient sword dragon had opened its mouth, biting into her tiny body. Those sharp dragon fangs shining with cold light were like spears. Qin Bai felt a chill upon seeing them. Fang Yuan, you are a reputed person with rank 8 battle strength. You actually sneak attacked. At the other side, Yuchan shouted with deep anger in her. Fang Yuan had such an advantage but he still sneak attacked. He was truly too shameless. He did not have the disposition of an expert. He was too shameless. Seeing that Qin Bai was about to end up in his mouth, at the moment of crisis, Yuchan attacked with unprecedented ferocity. A huge rain started to drizzle. The raindrops shot towards Fang Yuan like countless arrows. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He bit hard without concern. Thump! Because he used too much force. When his teeth collided, there was a dull and loud sound. No! Yuchan screamed in shock. Almost at the same time, her strong attacks were all reflected back to her by reverse flow protection seal. Yuchan defended herself in a panic. At this moment, she truly felt how weak she was. How can I beat him? His defensive method uses reverse flow river. All of my attacks are reflected back at me. He is too shameless. Yuchan felt like she was in an icy abyss. However, when Fang Yuan opened his mouth, there were no bones or flesh. Only some petals were in between his teeth. And on the other end, the flying petals gathered and formed a human body. The body quickly moved away. It was a naked Qin Bai, without any clothes. At this moment, she had used her life-saving killer move and rendered Fang Yuan's attack useless. Qin Bai managed to escape with her life. Bai He! Yuchan shouted happily. Qin Bai had an ashen expression. Her lips were trembling. She had escaped from death. The situation was so dangerous earlier. She was only a second away from actually dying. The flower petals flew towards her and gathered on her body, instantly turning into a beautiful dress. Yuchan quickly flew over and regrouped with her. The two girls had alerted gazes as they looked at Fang Yuan. From the depth of their eyes, there was deep fear and shock. The ancient sword dragon's attack missed, but it did not attack again. Its dragon pupils were observing the surroundings. I understand now, so that's it. Suddenly, the ancient sword dragon's mouth opened as its voice reverberated in the two girls' ears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless purple stars shot down again. All of the petals in the battlefield were decimated. Qin Baihe's body shook intensely. Fang Yuan's act left her with no way out. She could not use that life-saving method again. Ancient sword dragon roared again as it pounced. The two fairies were pale and were biting their lips, fighting for their lives. This was truly a battle of survival. The two fairies did not dare to hold back anymore. They used their trump cards. Boom, boom, boom. The intense attacks resulted in dazzling lights. It was like a fireworks display. The ancient sword dragon crossed the fireworks and moved smoothly. Reverse flow protection seal reflected all attacks away from it. It was truly unstoppable. The two girls were injured, and their injuries were deepening rapidly. However, Fang Yuan could not take their lives in the meantime. These two fairies were rank 7 Gu Immortals. They had many methods to protect themselves. Being famous people with deep foundations, they were not so simple. Fang Yuan, don't attack, we surrender. We acknowledge your strength. I swear that we will step out of the dragonfish business from now on. Please let us off. After a while of fighting, the two girls were bathed in blood and panting. They begged for mercy. There was no hope of victory for them in this battle at all. From start to end, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two girls were resisting desperately, but they could not last much longer. We can pay resources and large amounts of wealth, as long as you let us off. That's right, if we fight to the death, we will detonate our immortal goo, you will get nothing. We should not have been enemies with you. These dragonfish are all yours. We have learned a lesson already. If we see you again, we will take a detour. We swear that after this battle, we will not be enemies with you or initiate any acts of revenge. The two girls said one after another. Their opinions were the same. Truly intelligent and perceptive of the situation. The ancient sword dragon stopped attacking and floated elegantly in the air. His cold dragon eyes looked at the two women as Fang Yuan said, "Then offer one immortal goo each to me. That will express your sincerity." The two girls' hearts tightened. They looked at each other, feeling that Fang Yuan was truly hard to deal with. Once they lost their immortal goo, their battle strength would fall rapidly. But if they did not hand over their immortal goo, they would be in mortal danger. After a bit of hesitation, Yuchan said, "We will agree to this condition, but to prevent any accidents, let's set an agreement to not harm each other. We will use information path methods from both sides." "Let's do it." Fang Yuan nodded. However, during their negotiation, they met with obstruction. Qin Baihe and Yuchan emphasized that once Fang Yuan violates the agreement, he would be faced with death. He would not accept that. Fang Yuan had his own schemes. He had the self-cleansing immortal formation. He planned to use this immortal formation to get rid of the alliance agreements that were not favorable to him. But Fang Yuan could not control this method himself. It would take some time to get rid of these Dao marks. If it was an instant death rule, self-cleansing immortal formation could not help him. Fang Yuan did not want to let these two Gu immortals off. If he did, it would be very hard to capture them again like this. Furthermore, Heavenly Court might remove the alliance agreement for them. That would aggravate the situation. In this dragonfish business, Fang Yuan would still have a strong contender in that case. The two did not reach an agreement. The two girls understood Fang Yuan's intentions completely. "Fang Yuan, it seems you really want us to die. Even if we die, we will not let you gain anything." Filled with rage, these two girls chose to fight to the death. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his killing intent surging. After some fighting, he found a chance and his attack landed. Half of Qin Baihe's body was torn apart. The entire left side of her body was slashed apart. Her organs and bones could be seen inside. "Baihe, I will help you." Yuchan was extremely worried. She came to help but did not know that Fang Yuan's true target was her. Yuchan was caught unguarded and was bit by the ancient sword dragon. Plop. Thick blood oozed out of the crevices between his sharp teeth. Crack, crack. Fang Yuan chewed and swallowed. This beautiful Yuchan had turned into a pile of mushy flesh and blood. She had died. Ah, Chan Air. Qin Baihe saw that her beloved was killed. She screamed in grief. Her eyes were red as tears flowed out. "Fang Yuan, you murderer. I will not let you off." Qin Bai He did not dodge anymore. She charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. He used the Immortal Killer move Purple Thought Perception Starlight to break Qin Bai He's defense. Next, he opened his mouth and breathed out his sword-light dragon breath. After the dragon breath passed, Qin Bai He's body was completely decimated. Only her head was left, staring angrily at Fang Yuan. Her beautiful face was still intact, but it was twisted and covered in blood. Fang Yuan flew over slowly and slashed with his dragon claws. Splat! Like watermelon landing on the ground. The dragon claw tore Qin Bai He's head into pieces as brain matter and blood splattered on the ground. With the flash of a bright light, ancient sword dragon returned to human form. Yuchan and Qin Bai He were dead. From now on, Eastern Sea only had 4 out of 6 fairies left. Fang Yuan slaughtered them mercilessly without a change in expression. He targeted them and used his immortal method. Soon, 2 immortal apertures were taken out and sealed temporarily. Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect. He gained Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Aperture Retrieval Method. He also had many other methods that were useful against immortal apertures. Before coming to Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had already deduced a method to temporarily seal immortal apertures and carry them with him. Thus, Fang Yuan was not busy dealing with the immortal apertures yet. He retracted his immortal battlefield killer move Purple Star Broken Life before calling out Ing Wuxia, by Ning Bing and the rest. In order to guard against unexpected mishaps, all of Shadow Sect's members were brought with him to Eastern Sea inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Ancient Battle Formation, Omnidirectional Travel. This killer move originally had flaws and was not very useful, but Fang Yuan had modified it greatly. Thus, once he used it, Fang Yuan and the other 3 immortals immediately left Dragonfish Sea area and arrived at White Crane Sea area. White Crane Sea area had a clear breeze and a calm sea. There was blue skies and white clouds. There was a clear horizon between the sea and sky. Countless white cranes were flying around or standing elegantly on the small islands and resting. Fang Yuan did not stop here. He plunged into the deep sea. The rest of the Shadow Sect Gu immortals followed Fang Yuan's instructions and started to capture the white cranes in the area. Fang Yuan went to the bottom of the sea. His eyes were sharp as he noticed an immortal Gu house straight away. It turned out that he had given up a portion of Dragonfish Sea area to rush to White Crane Sea area just for Qin Bai He's rank 6 immortal Gu house Bai He Palace. When Qin Bai He left, she did not bring this immortal Gu house with her. For one, peace was too ingrained in her, she was too careless, and on the other hand, she left behind the immortal Gu house to defend White Crane Sea area from accidents. Fang Yuan directly approached Bai He Palace. The door opened. It actually allowed Fang Yuan to enter, because he had turned into Qin Bai He's appearance. Familiar Faces effect was too amazing, and only Qin Bai He's will was left in this immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan successfully entered Bai He Palace and withdrew Qin Bai He's will. The will did not suspect anything until it entered Fang Yuan's mind. But Fang Yuan was prepared for it. With his mind as the battlefield, he quickly captured this will. And using the will, he slowly took over this Bai He Palace. Even with his Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and methods, he had to spend a day and night to successfully gain ownership of Bai He Palace. And now, Fang Yuan finally had his own immortal Gu house. But this Bai He Palace is not complete. It lacks a lot of things and has low power. It only uses 2 rank 6 immortal Gu as the cores. This was specially designed to house Qin Bai He's concubines. Bai He Palace was not reliable. It was quite fragile and was far weaker than He Tribe's immortal Gu house Dark Prison. After controlling it, Fang Yuan took a good look at the structure and memorized its profundities before taking it apart, obtaining a large number of Gu worms and 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. One was Wood Path and the other was Food Path, named Eat Fragrance. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. The Gu worms on Yuchan and Qin Bai He, be it immortal Gu or mortal Gu, were not left to Fang Yuan. Thus, the Gu worms that constructed Bai He Palace were all of Fang Yuan's gains in terms of Gu worms. Eat Fragrance Immortal Gu was like a wooden box, small and exquisite. With the size of an adult's index finger, it had a useless ability, that was to help the Gu Immortal eat fragrance chi and fill their stomachs. But in this world, there are no useless Gu worms, only useless Gu masters. Fong Yuan had a food path inheritance. With a shift of these thoughts, he found many ways to make use of Eat Fragrance Immortal Goo. Even though this immortal goo was useless when used alone, it could be paired with other goo worms and display a useful effect that was worth expecting. Currently, Fong Yuan only had one food path immortal goo, named Snack. With the addition of Eat Fragrance, his insufficiency in food path immortal goo was reduced to an extent. This was a joyful surprise to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan disassembled Bai He Palace and killed all of the concubines inside it. Only their souls were left behind. After returning to White Crane Sea area, the Shadow Sect Immortals were still busy fighting against time, capturing and taking the resources inside the sea area. The cranes had formed into groups. There was a huge number of them. There were countless ordinary white cranes, 21 desolate beast cranes, and 4 ancient desolate beast cranes. After spending some effort, Fong Yuan and the rest captured all of the white cranes and even took all of the resources in the sea. There were 2 types of resources in the sea. One was Great History Iron. It was a rank 7 immortal material of Metal Path and Wisdom Path. There was also an Egg Crystal Rock. It was the life essence of Eggmen after death. There were a lot of Egg Crystal Rocks, showing that long ago in White Crane Sea area, there was a huge group of Eggmen living here. Fong Yuan stored away all of these as he used omnidirectional travel to return to Dragonfish Sea area. There were still many dragonfish left here. The scale was far larger than the ones Fong Yuan owned. Fong Yuan kept all of them in his immortal aperture. This fortune made his dragonfish quantity increase by dozens of times. Yuchan was the #1 seller in the dragonfish business indeed. Her foundation was so deep even Fong Yuan felt shocked. After emptying Dragonfish Sea area, Fong Yuan looked at the sky, but nobody was coming. Heavenly Court is making no movement. To think that I still stalled for time purposely to lure out Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Fong Yuan let out a breath of air. His expression was icy. He had prepared amply. Even against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he had no fear. Heavenly Court could guess Fong Yuan's identity and help Yuchan to resist Fong Yuan. Similarly, he could deduce that Heavenly Court was behind her. Fong Yuan came here. It was an assault on Yuchan and Qin Bai He, but he was also probing Heavenly Court. And after probing, Heavenly Court still took no actions. This was a little surprising. Heavenly Court actually sent nobody? Did Fairy Z-Wei fail to predict this? Did she not react in time? Or maybe, Heavenly Court does not have the manpower after all. Fong Yuan's gaze flickered. As an experienced schemer, he guessed the problem Heavenly Court was facing now. Heavenly Court did lack manpower now. Fong Yuan had felt this back when he was escaping in Western Desert. But now he had confirmed his guess. Since Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals did not come, Fong Yuan was not going to wait in vain. Using omnidirectional travel to leave Dragonfish Sea area, he landed Yuchan's and Qin by his immortal apertures in an unnamed sea area in Eastern Sea. A rank 7 water path immortal aperture and a rank 7 wood path immortal aperture. While the immortal aperture was turning into a blessed land, Fong Yuan went inside. Inside Yuchan blessed land, the acknowledgement requirement was to kill Fong Yuan. He was very crafty. He changed his appearance and disguised himself before going in. Immortal killer move. Blood light spirit suppression. Yuchan's land spirit was suppressed by Fong Yuan. The water path immortal aperture was soon annexed by Fong Yuan. And in Bai He blessed land, the land spirit's condition had to do with Bai He Palace. But Fong Yuan ignored it. He used blood light spirit suppression to subdue the land spirit. However, he could not annex a wood path blessed land. He could only let it stay here now. Since the blessed land could not be found easily when its entrance was closed, this place was still quite safe. Like what Fong Yuan had expected, the 2 blessed lands had no Gu worms. Even the resources inside were all destroyed already. Yuchan and Qin Bai He did not want to leave anything to this murderer. Thankfully, not everyone could trigger the winds of assimilation. After doing all these, Fong Yuan did not want to stay in Eastern Sea anymore. He left. The crimes he committed this time, killing both Yuchan, Qin Bai He and ransacking their sea areas, would soon be exposed and create a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. It was not an exaggeration. Be it Qin Bai He or Yuchan, they were people with huge influences. And because the Gu Immortal world had been peaceful for too long, it would cause some panic with the death of 2 rank 7 experts. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals would be worried for their safety. There would also be a lot of Gu Immortal coming with various reasons like taking revenge for Yuchan and Qin Bai He, upholding justice, greed over their assets, or to establish their fame. A lot of Gu Immortals were going to track down Feng Yuan. Why would he not leave? Even though Feng Yuan was fearless with rank 8 battle strength, he did not want to engage himself in these troublesome affairs. Several days later, a Gu Immortal was flying above White Crane Sea area. This Gu Immortal wore a green shirt and had a young appearance. His nose was sharp and his face was wide. His eyes were shining like stars. Rank 7 aura emanated from his body. His name was Qing Yu Zhichang. He had a huge origin, being a Gu Immortal from the Eastern Sea Superforce Qing Yu clan. He was the bloodline descendant of the first Supreme Elder, Qing Yuan. This is, seeing the barren state of White Crane Sea area, Qing Yu Zhicheng's expression sank. He had affection towards Qin Bai He. Even though he knew she was into women, he could accept it. Even though he could accept Qin Bai He, she did not accept him. It was truly a one-sided affection. Qing Yu Zhicheng was rejected from the start, but he had never given up. He had persevered for the last decade. Even though Qin Bai He disliked him, she did not want to be on bad terms with Qing Yu clan. Thus, she always replied to Qing Yu Zhicheng's letters, albeit half-heartedly. Qing Yu Zhicheng would write her a love letter once in a while, but Qin Bai He would only reply with one word, read, or okay. Qing Yu Zhicheng was satisfied with receiving read, but if he got okay, he would be smiling for the next few days. Humans were not emotionless. Even Gu Immortals had lust and feelings of love towards others. But recently, he had not been getting any responses to his letters. Qing Yu Zhicheng tried to contact her, but they all failed. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He could not wait any longer. He directly came to White Crane Sea area. Once he saw the barren state of White Crane Sea area, Qing Yu Zhicheng's brows became tightly locked. In the past, White Crane Sea area had a serene environment with flying white cranes. It was filled with vitality. But now it was robbed bare. There was literally nothing left. Fairy Bai He, where are you? Qing Yu Zhicheng's bad feeling was getting worse. He immediately dived into the sea. He had been here many times, even though Qin Bai He did not welcome him. He often found many appropriate reasons to find her. This time, after entering the sea, the image that he saw was far different from the image in his mind. He saw a huge trench with countless crevices and broken rocks. Qing Yu Zhicheng's heart sank to rock bottom. Oh no! Looking at the situation here, this place was robbed. After checking for a while, Qing Yu Zhicheng was filled with rage. They have such guts. They dare to rob Fairy Bai He's sea area. The great history iron and egg crystal rocks were all plundered. This person is so arrogant. Fairy Bai He, you must be safe. Qing Yu Zhicheng thought of the person he loved as he felt shocked and scared. He looked around but did not find that rank 6 Immortal Gu House Bai He Palace. Qing Yu Zhicheng was unresigned. He used his investigative method to look at the surroundings again. He found nothing. Qin Bai He seemed to have vanished into thin air. Bai He Palace was missing too. And even more strangely, Qing Yu Zhicheng could not find any traces of battle in this place at all. Feng Yuan did not kill Qin Bai He or Yuchan here. That was in Dragonfish Sea area. But even if Qing Yu Zhicheng went to Dragonfish Sea area, he would not find any traces. Feng Yuan's methods to erase traces were simply too outstanding. And the battle was even conducted in the battlefield killer move Purple Star Broken Life. Qing Yu Zhicheng could not find anything. He felt suspicious. Fairy Bai He is an expert among rank 7 Gu Immortals. It is unlikely that anyone can kill her stealthily. Unless it is a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But rank 8s usually govern a domain and restrict each other. Any movement from them would cause a huge commotion. How could they come to kill Fairy Bai He without reason? Hee. Thinking of this, Qing Yu Zhicheng's worries lifted. But soon, his expression turned stiff. Don't tell me Fairy Bai He got sick of me and decided to change locations and moved all her resources with her? Qing Yu Zhicheng thought about it. The possibility was slim. White Crane Sea area produced a lot of resources. How could Qin Bai He give up on it? Even if she found a better area, there was no reason to leave this place alone. Unless she encountered an unbeatable enemy? Against such a strong foe, she had no choice but to give up and retreat. Qing Yu Zhicheng had another thought, but soon he shook his head. If she met with a strong enemy, why would Fairy by he not seek help? With her network, with just one word, she would receive a lot of help from various Gu immortals. So what happened exactly? Why did Fairy by he vanish so mysteriously? Qing Yu Zhicheng frowned deeply. He did not think that Qin Bai He was dead. Firstly, he did not want to think in that direction. Secondly, that possibility was too bizarre. Qin Bai He was a famous person in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Her strength was not weak. She was rank 7. Who could easily kill such a person? Like what Qing Yu Zhicheng had said, unless it was a rank 8 Gu immortal. But this possibility was even slimmer. The 5 regions have been in peace for too long. Qing Yu Zhicheng subconsciously felt that such a cruel murder would not occur, and it would definitely not happen to his beloved Fairy. But after his investigation, Qing Yu Zhicheng had a conclusion. Regardless of what happened, Fairy by he must be in trouble. I need to find her and help her. At once, the thought of the hero saving the beauty appeared in Qing Yu Zhicheng's mind. If there are no clues here, I will find the nearby Gu immortals and ask them. Yu Chan's name soon appeared in Qing Yu Zhicheng's mind. Yu Chan's Dragonfish Sea area was famous too, and in terms of distance, Yu Chan was closest to Qin Bai He. They were basically neighbors. Qing Yu Zhicheng moved with lightning speed. He immediately left White Crane Sea area and spent some effort to reach Dragonfish Sea area. Dragonfish Sea area was in a worse state than White Crane Sea area. This place used to have countless dragonfish swimming about in millions per group. It was one of the most amazing sights in Eastern Sea, but now it was empty. A breeze was blowing as the seawater became turbulent. Waves were created endlessly. What is happening? Even Dragonfish Sea area was robbed? Qing Yu Zhicheng was tongue-tied. He expressed shock in his eyes. Qin Bai He and Yu Chan's sea areas were in such states. Who was the one who caused this? After all, both Yu Chan and Qin Bai He were powerful rank 7 experts. They were not weak at all. This time, Qing Yu Zhicheng not only felt suspicion, he felt fear. He became extremely alert. He went deep into the sea to investigate. But the sad thing was he found out nothing. How can this be? What happened exactly? Not just Fairy Bai He, even Fairy Yu Chan also encountered this. Wait. The dragonfish business. Treasure Yellow Heaven. Qing Yu Zhicheng's body shook as he connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Yu Chan's dragonfish business was famous in all 5 regions. She definitely had her will in Treasure Yellow Heaven to manage the dragonfish business. Qing Yu Zhicheng's consciousness entered Treasure Yellow Heaven as he quickly contacted Yu Chan's will. Once they conversed, Qing Yu Zhicheng found out that Yu Chan's will had no idea what happened. Yu Chan and her will communicate quite frequently. The interval is at most 3 days each time. This means that in the last 3 days, she and Fairy Bai He have encountered a mysterious attack. Qing Yu Zhicheng's felt sweat dripping off his forehead. The more he investigated, the more he uncovered the truth. It was mysterious and terrifying. Be it Yu Chan or Qin Bai He, they would not take away the resources randomly and run away. All this showed that they had met with an unstoppable threat. An intense worry filled Qing Yu Zhicheng's heart. No. I need to get home and get help from the Gu immortals in my clan. Qing Yu Zhicheng looked at the empty Dragonfish Sea area as he felt a chill down his spine. He quickly returned and did not dare to stay any longer. Qin Bai He's and Yu Chan's murder was exposed. Even though there was no evidence pointing to the 2 fairies' deaths, with Qing Yu clan's great strength, they quickly unveiled a portion of the truth. Meanwhile, the culprit behind this murder case was scot-free, flying casually in Western Desert. After leaving Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan did not go to Northern Plains. Instead, he went past Southern border and arrived in Western Desert. Above the clouds, Fang Yuan's consciousness entered the sovereign immortal aperture as he inspected his gains from Eastern Sea. After killing Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. He gained a large number of dragonfish. The scale far surpassed Dragon Scale Sea area. They were living all over mini Eastern Sea now. He also got a high quantity of Great History iron and egg crystal rocks. There were also 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. Fong Yuan had already started arranging their food. Qin Baihe's woodpath immortal aperture was left in Eastern Sea. He could not annex it or bring it with him. Yu Chan's waterpath immortal aperture was already annexed. He gained a huge sea area and a large number of waterpath Dao marks. But these gains were far inferior to City Well. Indeed, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, City Well, was now in Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. After Fong Yuan went to Eastern Sea, he first went to Turbulent Flow Sea area and moved the City Well that was left there into sovereign immortal aperture. After that, he went to Dragonfish Sea area and killed Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. Secluded domain of heaven and earth. City Well. Fong Yuan had wanted to get City Well long ago, but back then, pulling Mountain Immortal Goo was ineffective against it. He could not relocate it into his immortal aperture. But now, using the light of wisdom, he created an immortal killer move using pulling Mountain Immortal Goo as the core, to target and move City Well. After a long time of hard work, he succeeded. The well was squarish on the outside, but it was circular on the surface inside. City Well. Fong Yuan thought about it. He placed City Well in mini-central continent. After Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. This was Fong Yuan's fourth secluded domain of heaven and earth. Throughout history, there were few Gu immortals who could achieve the feat of collecting four secluded domains of heaven and earth. City Well was written in the Legends of Renzu. It was formerly the living environment of mini-men. Right now, that mini-city in City Well had been destroyed by Fong Yuan. Originally, Minuscule Mountain was inside it, but it had already been removed from City Well and destroyed in northern plains. However, Fong Yuan's City Well was not empty. There were many blessed lands inside it. The owner of these immortal apertures were the ones who were killed by Fong Yuan using City Well. After the immortal aperture becomes a blessed land, it needed to absorb heaven and earth chi. The entrance had to be opened to connect to the outside world. Fong Yuan had taken the chance to enter and explore these blessed lands. Those without land spirits that could be ransacked were already looted. The remaining blessed lands had a lot of cultivation resources left behind. Fong Yuan did not take them yet. Now that I have blood light spirit suppression, I can suppress these land spirits. But without the upper extreme heavenly eagle, I cannot enter. These immortal apertures entrances were closed now. Fong Yuan could not enter for the time being. If I can annex these immortal apertures, and take all of their resources away, my Dao marks will rise sharply, and my immortal aperture development will also increase. This was a huge amount of profits that Fong Yuan could not devour yet, but it was already his, so there was little chance of getting stolen. Fong Yuan was quite pleased. Other than these blessed lands, City Well has huge value. It cannot be underestimated. With City Well, Fong Yuan could raise variant humans and even purebred humans. This was a good thing. The Gu Immortal World classified the development of immortal apertures into 7 levels. The first level was establishing mortal resources to produce mortal Gu materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. The second level was to have immortal material resources to feed immortal Gu. The third level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and plants, completing the ecosystem. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, beasts, and plants to trade and earn profits. The fifth level was to produce immortal Gu naturally in the immortal aperture. The sixth level was to raise variant human and humans, and produce Gu immortals among them. The seventh level was to produce lifespan Gu. These 7 levels were in order. They were the summation of the Gu Immortal World's experiences throughout time. Until now, it was the golden rule of Gu Immortal cultivation. It was not that Gu Immortals could not raise variant humans or humans in their immortal aperture from the start, but if they did, the results would not be optimal and they would be wasting their own foundation instead. These 7 levels were in order. It was created by generations of geniuses in the Gu Immortal World for countless years. If one progressed using this template, their immortal apertures would be very stable and healthy. Fong Yuan was currently at the 3rd and 4th level. He was quite far from the 5th level. But he had City Well now. He could directly jump into the 6th level of development. City Well could allow a Gu Immortal to jump levels and raise variant humans and even humans easily. What was the advantage of raising variant humans or humans? The benefits were too immense. Each variant human race has its own unique resources. For example, snowmen had ice tears and snow lotus essence, rockmen had rock dragons, while feathermen had freedom goo. If these resources were produced on a large scale, they would be sold in the market for huge profits. Other than these unique resources, there was also one common resource. That was human chi. Heaven chi, earth chi, human chi. Balancing these three chi was the crucial point of immortal ascension. During the process of immortal ascension, the higher the human chi, the greater the goo master's foundation, and the better the quality of the immortal aperture formed. After becoming a goo immortal, human chi's usage would fall by a lot. The goo immortal only needed to balance heaven and earth chi, replenishing them once in a while to stabilize their immortal aperture world. But that did not mean that human chi was useless. Conversely, human chi was extremely important to goo immortals. But the method to use human chi had been lost long ago. Chi path was created earlier than strength path. It was strong in the past but had declined by now. At the moment, there were quite a few methods to use human chi as a goo material, especially some chi path goo immortals with some exotic methods, even though these chi path goo immortals were quite rare already. Be it variant humans or normal humans, they could produce human chi. The higher the number and strength of the variant humans and normal humans, the higher quantity of the human chi. Of course, under the same circumstances, the human chi produced by a variant human is lower in quantity than a purebred human. Other than human chi, there would also be a lot of special immortal materials that would be produced by variant humans and humans. For example, fan door wind. This rank 7 immortal material only grew on the doors of mortal houses, instead of in nature like forests or mountains. Whenever this immortal material is produced, the mortal's door would not be able to close, it could only stay open. Such a special immortal material could not be found in the wilderness. And there is a hypothesis in shadow sex inheritance. The more human chi one accumulates, the more likely that goo immortal can comprehend the profundity of human path. Thinking of this, bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Human path. This was the path created by Renzu. Throughout history, some rank 8 great experts or rank 9 venerables would comprehend some of the profundities inside the legends of Renzu in their lives. For example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable studied the legends of Renzu and created all living beings luck and heaven and earth luck. Or for example, the ancestor Chai Fu from Southern Borders Chai clan, he had created the human path killer move from studying the legends of Renzu in his later years, allowing Chai clan to become a super force. Such instances were innumerable. In my situation, if I start raising variant humans and humans, it would only destroy my immortal aperture's environment. I would waste too much time and effort, my foundation would be expended. But with City Well, I will be able to raise them in isolation. It will not interfere with my immortal aperture development. Furthermore, raising variant humans or humans in City Well will be more effective than usual due to the special environment. Forget about humans, their intelligence is too high, and they expend too many resources. Now, I should choose one type of variant humans to raise in here. There were 10 variant human races in the goo world. They were hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, feathermen, mermen, inkmen, eggmen, beastmen, miniman, and mushroommen. Each had their own specialty. Which one should I choose? Fang Yuan had not decided. There was only one City Well, he could only choose one type of them to raise. Because variant humans needed different living environments, raising more than one would only result in losses to him. Forget about beast men. They are extinct. Hairy men? I do need them to refine goo for me. Rock men? I had raised a batch before with guts goo. I can raise them very easily. Snowmen are good too. I am related to them by marriage now. The snowman tribe is supporting me. As for Miniman, they are suited for this City Well to begin with. My immortal aperture development also needs these Miniman to nurture my immortal plants. As for Feathermen, Mermen, Inkmen, Eggmen, and Mushroommen, either one of them would give me huge benefits too. Fang Yuan thought about it. By the time he reached his destination, he did not come up with an answer. This problem was not urgent. because even if Fang Yuan considered it, he did not have the funds to start this huge project now. His immortal essence stone storage was quite low now. But thankfully, he had a lot of red date immortal essence, even though he had just fought against Yuchan and Qin Bai He. This was due to the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow, after being restored and further raised by Fang Yuan's time path method. The rate of time was much higher than 1 to 60 now. Thus, Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence was accumulating rapidly. In this Eastern Sea trip, I collected City Well and killed Yuchan. I have no rivals in the dragonfish business now. I am earning huge profits every day, that is certain. As long as I continue to sell dragonfish, my problem of low funds will be solved soon. The important thing now is thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan thought about it as he descended from the clouds, landing on the desert. On the blazing desert, a Gu immortal was standing and waiting. He smiled as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Tang Fang Ming greets Lord Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan met Tang Fang Ming again. This person was not simple. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had become extremely famous during the Five Regions chaotic war. He was almost like the Ma Hongyun of Western Desert. Of course, now that Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect, he learned about many things. During the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable successfully revived and had sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He lurked in Heavenly Court and secretly controlled the 5 regions, plotting against the world. Ma Hongyun's rise was manipulated by Shadow Sect secretly. Tang Fang Ming and even the rise of Tang Clan were also due to the actions of Shadow Sect. Even though Heavenly Court lacks manpower now and seems unable to cope, once the Dream Realms expand and the 5 regions get into war, all sorts of people will awaken in Heavenly Court. They will shake the world once again. Heavenly Court's foundation was too deep. Even Shadow Sect could not contest it. Fang Yuan was starting to understand why Shadow Sect reacted in that way. He was now following Shadow Sect's old path. Ma Hongyun was killed, but Tang Clan was still around. He had to support it. Fang Yuan had decided on this long ago. Back then, when he and Tang Clan interacted and worked together, he was not just trying to use their tributary of the River of Time. He also wanted to work with them sincerely. Heavenly Court was now aggressively plotting for the future, when the Great Era arrives. Yuchan and Qin Bai He were almost used by Fairy Ziwei as pawns. Therefore Fang Yuan had to eliminate them, be it for the dragonfish business profits, or the situation of the future. To contest with a powerhouse like Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan's schemes needed to be elevated to encompass all 5 regions. He needed to plot against the world. Tang Fang Ming was extremely happy that Fang Yuan had arrived. The last time Fang Yuan left Western Desert, he was escaping. Tang Fang Ming did not expect him to return so quickly. Bring me to thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan spoke directly regarding his goal. Lord Fang Yuan acts quickly. I am in deep admiration. Please follow me. Tang Fang Ming led the way. The two flew for a while before arriving on top of an unassuming desert. Tang Fang Ming stopped and stretched out his finger as a crack opened in the air. Immortal aura permeated from it. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. He had deep foundations. After seeing this immortal formation, his eyes shined as he praised, "What a good immortal Gu formation!" This immortal formation's concealment was incredible. Even if Fang Yuan had his investigative killer move active, he could not detect it. Lord Fang Yuan, follow me. Tang Fang Ming entered the crack first. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he followed. After entering it, Fang Yuan found out that the space created by this immortal formation was like a grassland. His field of vision was very wide. There was lush greenery all around, and the most attracting thing was thieving Heaven's dream realm at the center of the plain. Thieving Heaven's dream realm was huge, like a mountain. It was emitting a blue eerie light, radiating the entire formation path space. The 5 regions chaotic war had not started yet, but this dream realm of thieving heaven was uncovered earlier and found by Tang Clan. They secretly kept it and had been researching it. Even though Tang Clan obtained this precious treasure, they were clueless about Dream Path. Their progress was very slow in it. And this progress was already built on Tang Fang Ming's great talent and ingenuity. Even so, he nearly died in the dream realm. If his sister had not given up the clues to Paradise Earth's true inheritance and got help from White Sea Chatua, Tang Fong Ming would have died. And White Sea Chatua was a split soul of spectral soul. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, he led the Western Desert Shadow Sect members and died in the battlefield. Fong Yuan did not mention the incident with White Sea Chatua to Tang Clan or Tang Fong Ming. The clue of Paradise Earth's true inheritance was also in Fong Yuan's hands currently. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was not Fong Yuan's focus now. He was looking at the huge dream realm of thieving heaven now. This blue and dazzling dream realm was very dangerous, because it contained heaven's will. Heaven's will could invade dream realms. Fong Yuan had suffered from this during the southern border dream realm incident. Long ago, when he explored the dream realm of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he also met with heaven's will. Heaven's will appeared in star constellation Immortal Venerable's form to advise him, and allowed him to outwit spectral soul during the Battle of Etion Mountain. As the saying goes, people learn from mistakes. An old demon like Fong Yuan drilled this lesson into the depths of his heart. Once the dream realm manifests for too long, heaven's will would invade it. That happened in Southern Border's giant dream realm. Thieving heaven's dream realm in Western Desert has been around for even longer. I'm sure heaven's will has already completely taken over. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with an eerie light. If it were before, I would need to avoid it. But now Fong Yuan's lips curled up as he stretched out his arm, aiming at thieving heaven's dream realm. Immortal aura surged as Fong Yuan's body was covered in a gray-white light. His palms were also enveloped by this gray-white light. Fong Yuan took a step forward and let both palms approach the dream realm. Eventually, the gray-white light came into contact with thieving heaven's dream realm while Fong Yuan's palms were merely an inch away. Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, not pure dream reality seeker physique. If he really touched it, his soul would be trapped inside the dream realm. He was very vigilant about that. The gray-white light flowed like water, entering thieving heaven's dream realm without obstruction. The gray-white light continued to permeate as it spread out towards the surroundings from Fong Yuan's palms as the center. This phenomenon lasted for a while. It was as if the mountain-like dream realm was covered by a gray-white light. The light continued to expand, but Tang Fong Ming only watched quietly by the side. He could not tell what it was, but he knew it was an immortal killer move. Lord Fong Yuan is truly formidable. He actually created an immortal killer move against the dream realm. Compared to him, I have only created several dream path mortal goo. There truly is a mountain above a mountain. A man standing above another man. Tang Fong Ming felt deep admiration. He felt how unfathomable Fong Yuan was. Fong Yuan was expressionless, but he was quite nervous internally. He was activating the immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. Even though it was not his first time, this was his first attempt at using it on a dream realm. Heaven's Will Dissipation used heavenly secret immortal goo as the core. It could eliminate heaven's will. He had used it against Spring Autumn Cicada earlier. Now that he was using it on a dream realm, who knew what would happen? Time passed. 10 minutes went by quickly. The gray-white light had expanded quite a lot, not only on the surface, but also into thieving heaven's dream realm. Thieving heaven's dream realm was like a mountain, but 1/10 of it was already covered by gray-white light. Just when Tang Fong Ming thought that the gray-white light was going to expand further, it stopped moving as multicolored eyes started to appear from the gray-white light. These eyes were very special. They changed colors with each blink. The number of multicolored eyes increased rapidly. After a few breaths of time, they went from tens to hundreds and to thousands in a flash. After several tens of breaths, there were millions of multicolored eyes. They filled the gray-white light, not only on the surface, but also inside the light itself. There is an effect. Fong Yuan was excited internally, but remained expressionless. Tang Fong Ming could not sense the fluctuation of his emotions. The multicolored eyes continued to blink as Fong Yuan's red date immortal essence was expended rapidly. The heaven's will in thieving heaven's dream realm was also getting wiped out along with it. The multicolored eyes blinked for several times before vanishing, but new eyes would grow in their place. Heaven's will was rapidly destroyed. After a while, there was no heaven's will left in the gray-white light. At this time, the gray-white light would expand as the multicolored eyes moved in for more destruction. Fang Yuan activated Heaven's will dissipation for 3 days and nights. Eventually, in thieving Heaven's dream realm, there was none of Heaven's will remaining. Fang Yuan continued to activate the killer move and kept a veil of gray-white light around thieving Heaven's dream realm at all times. This way, as long as Heaven's will tried to invade it, it would be destroyed by the multicolored eyes in the white light. And now, thieving Heaven's dream realm was finally safe. Next, I will explore this dream realm. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He was filled with joy in his heart. Ing Wuxia, He Lulan, White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin came out of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Next, I will personally explore the dream realm. Fang Yuan turned around and said to Tang Fang Ming. Tang Fang Ming's heart shook, but he soon understood Fang Yuan's words. He smiled bitterly. Fairies, please come with me. This immortal goo formation that concealed thieving Heaven's dream realm was controlled by Tang Fang Ming. But now, Tang Fang Ming was giving up a portion of the control to Shadow Sex Immortals, so that they could control it along with him. This was part of the content of Fang Yuan's and Tang Clan's alliance agreement. When Fang Yuan explores the dream realm, his soul would leave his body and enter the dream realm. His body would be left unguarded. That was quite a dangerous situation. Thus, Fang Yuan brought out Shadow Sex Goo Immortals. They were in charge of protecting him. This immortal goo formation could not be left under the control of outsiders. Thus, Shadow Sex Goo Immortals had to take part of the control of this formation. This way, be it Shadow Sect or Tang Clan, they could restrict each other. Neither could do anything vicious to Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan always did things with utmost caution. After the formation was half controlled by Shadow Sect, he went out of his body and entered thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fang Ming did not blink. He watched in concentration. This is the truly important method. His breathing became rough. His mind was filled with thoughts of learning. But what crucial technique could he learn from just watching Fang Yuan like this? Where am I? Fang Yuan entered the dream as his vision changed. He found himself in a young male body. He was inside a tattered tent. The tent was very simple. It was merely a tattered tarp. Wind blew and the tent shook. A cold chill could be felt as Fang Yuan's vision shifted towards the hole on the tent. The tent was torn. Damn this guy. Not only did he beat me, he even tore my tent. The young man that Fang Yuan was acting as gritted his teeth as he muttered to himself. Next, this young man lowered his head, inspecting his injuries. Fang Yuan's vision was turned again as he looked at his dirty and tattered clothes. He was really pitiful and poor. His chest was covered in blue-black wounds. The young man touched the injuries on his body. Waves of pain could be felt by Fang Yuan. To think that I, the great Ben Jiesun, would end up in this ridiculous world, growing up as a kid again and being bullied by a bunch of youngsters. This is too much. This world is absurd. Humans actually control goo worms to gain mysterious powers. This is just like a nightmare. Sigh. If this was really a dream, why have I not woken up after more than a decade? Fang Yuan listened to the young man's words. His heart shook. He knew of many secrets. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon like him. He had transmigrated from another world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's name is Ben Jiesunde. That means that in this dream, I am acting as Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable himself. But he is still a mortal youngster now. He has not started his goo cultivation journey. Fang Yuan understood. At this moment, the young man muttered again. But thankfully, the tribe will open the sacred land tonight. Once I enter it, I will be able to awaken my aperture and start cultivating. I will gain goo master powers. Oh, I hope this power can allow me to escape this place and return to my homeland. The young thieving Heaven said this as he felt pain. He gritted his teeth and stood up, moving towards his tent flap as he walked outside. Fang Yuan was like a will attached to this young thieving Heaven. He could only watch but could not manipulate his actions. This was a rare situation even for Fang Yuan. After trying all his methods and failing, Fang Yuan could only watch as an observer as the dream realm went on. Young thieving heaven went out of his tent. Immediately, in Fang Yuan's vision, he saw a green oasis under the moon. It was night time. The round moon was high in the sky, its pure moonlight raining down on the entire oasis. This oasis was very small. There was a pond at the center with many tents surrounding it. These tents were of varying sizes and colors. Most were gray and white. Some were yellow, gold, and purple. These tents with brighter colors were usually larger, signifying the higher status of their owners. Young thieving heaven looked at the area with admiration, before turning around to look at his own tent. His tent was tiny and ugly. It was covered in black soot. There were even holes in it. Cold wind blew in at night. The young thieving heaven frowned as arrogance flashed in his eyes. He snorted, "After tonight, I will not stay in such a horrible place anymore." Saying so, he walked towards the central tent. Along the way, many youngsters came out of their tents. They had stiff expressions. Nobody dared to say a word. Today was the most important day of their lives. It was the most sacred moment, according to Western Desert's customs. All of the youngsters had to be reverent and not speak unnecessarily. Whoever spoke too much or showed too much emotions, either joy or sadness, would cause the ritual to lose its elegance. They would be severely punished and even exiled by the clan. Once they were exiled, any mortal youngster would die without doubt. The severity of the punishment was evident. More and more youngsters gathered towards the center of the oasis. A crowd was forming. Along the way, young thieving heaven naturally met the youngsters who beat him. Fang Yuan turned to look. They were all tall and muscular. Their bodies were much larger than the surrounding youngsters. Their clothes were also evidently more expensive, showing that they had extraordinary background. These youngsters also saw young thieving heaven. Even though they did not dare to speak, their fierce and provocative gazes were clearly seen. Young thieving heaven snorted, feeling no fear. Both sides walked with fierce gazes until they arrived at the pond in the middle of the oasis. There were common reeds growing around the pond. These white reed were flowering, swaying along with the night winds, while moonlight poured down warmly. All of the wild hope goo were living in the reed. There were countless hope goo here based on the number of flickering lights. This made Fang Yuan remember the scene of his awakening ceremony back on Qing Mao Mountain. Even though Western Desert's traditions were different from southern borders, they were both using hope goo to awaken the aperture. The process was quite similar. One by one, the youngsters walked into the reed field as wild hope goo flew around in shock. Their apertures awakened one by one. They were worried, sad, happy, and depressed respectively. For most mortals, the aptitude of the aperture decided their life's achievements. But different from southern borders' heated atmosphere, Western Desert had a solemn and quiet atmosphere during this ceremony. Even if one felt immense joy or sadness, they had to control themselves. Their expressions could distort, they could shed tears, but they could not make a sound. Soon, it was young thieving heaven's turn. He could not wait. He went into the reed the moment permission was granted. But the aptitude that he had was only the worst D-grade. D-grade aptitude goo masters had only 20 to 30% primeval essence in their apertures. Most could become rank 1 but few could reach rank 2. Goo masters with such aptitudes had basically no potential or future. It was basically confirmed that goo masters with D-grade aptitudes would end up being at the bottom of the goo master hierarchy in their lives. How? How can I have D-grade aptitude? Young thieving heaven screamed immediately. Shut up! The goo master in charge of the event immediately captured thieving heaven and sealed his mouth. Young thieving heaven struggled intensely. The goo master snorted coldly and chopped with his palm. Young thieving heaven immediately fainted. Fang Yuan's field of vision also turned dark. He found that he could not do anything. Even Unravel Dream had no effect. The larger the dream realm, the more restrictive power it has. However, Unravel Dream had no effect likely because this dream realm that I am in is very special. Fang Yuan estimated. He tried again and upon seeing no effect, he had to helplessly wait for the next scene. In the vast darkness, Fang Yuan's soul was suffering. This dark space had an immense corrosive effect on his soul. This was something Fang Yuan had never seen when exploring dream realms. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was extraordinary. He was over 10 million man-soul. He could endure the corrosion of the dream realm. Time in the dream realm could not be estimated. He only felt like a long time had passed before a white light appeared in the vast darkness. The white spot extended into a white line. Before the line expanded up and down, light burst out as it filled Fang Yuan's vision. Young thieving heaven gradually awakened. The white light was the blazing sun. Young thieving heaven quickly used his hand to shield his eyes. Why am I here? He soon found himself lying on the desert. Night had already passed. It was noon now. Young thieving heaven's doubts did not last long because soon he found some information in his mind. This information was left behind by the clan's Gu master. The content was that young thieving heaven had defied the clan rules and was exiled as punishment. But because he was young and ignorant, he only needed to stay in this desert for 3 days. As long as he returned to the clan after that, he would be able to join the clan again and live there. Fuck! After understanding what had happened, young thieving heaven cursed as his saliva shot out. I had merely said a few words and you guys exiled me. This is abusing children. You simply disregard lives. You bastards! I curse you! Young thieving heaven raised his middle finger, but he did not know where to point. He did not even know his directions now. He did not know where the clan was at. This discovery made young thieving heaven lose all his vigor. He sat on the ground. What do I do now? Even though I became a Gu master, I have no Gu worms. I have no water or food. By night time, without any warm clothes or tents to shield me from the wind, I will freeze to death. No, I must live. I will survive in this accursed world and find a way home. Young thieving heaven gritted his teeth. 2 flames of ambition were burning in his eyes. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt his body relaxing. The restraints on him vanished suddenly. When he moved his arms and legs, young thieving heaven also moved his arms and legs. Oh, I can control it now. It seems that I need to take the place of young thieving heaven and survive in this desert. Fang Yuan immediately realized. Struggling to survive in a desperate situation, Fang Yuan had experienced that many times, but he was in a difficult spot now. There was simply one reason: he had nothing to work with. Young thieving heaven had nothing on him. He only had 20 to 30% primeval essence without a single mortal Gu. Asking him to survive in the desert was harder than ascending heaven. The clan exiled him like this. They want him to die. No, more accurately, they do not care about a Gu master like him. Normally speaking, every Gu master was precious, but Fang Yuan thought about the scene before. He realized the reason. The clan that young thieving heaven is in is not strong. They have few resources. Thus, even if they have potential Gu masters, they need to nurture the talented ones. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. This discovery was useless for the problem he was facing. Looking around, all he saw was sand. There was no greenery anywhere. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan used it, but after a while he saw nothing happening. This useful trump card that had helped him countless times was completely restricted in thieving heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. I can only test my luck. He chose a direction and started moving. 1.5 days later, Fang Yuan encountered nothing. He died of thirst along the way. After that, Fang Yuan's soul suffered a huge injury. He was forced out of the dream. The exploration of the dream realm failed. His soul was heavily injured and returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan felt dizzy and saw darkness. He quickly used Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Guts Gu! Tang Fang Ming saw this and had a look of envy. He watched as Fang Yuan used many Guts Gu to heal his soul rapidly. Guts Gu was the best supporting Gu for exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan went into thieving heaven's dream realm again as his soul left his body. Arriving in the desert again, Fang Yuan sighed. He chose a different direction and moved forward. After walking for a day, there was still nothing in his vision. Fang Yuan was tired and thirsty. He felt his body reaching its limit. If thieving heaven was in the same situation in history, he had no way of surviving. He needed external help or fortuitous encounters. This means one direction will have a fortuitous encounter. But my luck was bad. I did not encounter it. This round seems to depend on the explorer's luck. It is a pity my luck path methods cannot be used in the dream, unless I can combine dream path and luck path to create an immortal killer move or immortal goo of both paths. That will have effect. Fong Yuan continued to analyze. His second exploration failed again. After resting, he started his third try. This time he chose a different direction. Soon he encountered a pit. This was a quicksand pit. Fong Yuan was stuck and could not escape. Am I going to die again? Fong Yuan was a little stifled. He could only watch as the sand devoured him. But unexpectedly, before the quicksand covered his head, sand started to spew upwards like a geyser, shooting Fong Yuan towards the sky. After Fong Yuan landed, the quicksand pit had turned into a hole. It was blowing out cold air. It was a cool and comfortable breeze. This might work. Fong Yuan quickly got close to the pit and saw that there were winged fish flying out of the hole along with the breeze. These were not fish, they were mortal cool wind goo. Fong Yuan quickly wanted to subdue these mortal goo, but the cool wind goo were very fast. They ignored Fong Yuan. The edges of the hole were blowing air and repelling Fong Yuan, pushing him away. Fong Yuan had low strength and was very hungry. He could not get close to the hole and interact with these cool wind goo. But Fong Yuan was not dejected, he patiently waited. Not long after, his chance appeared. A cool wind goo was injured when colliding into its companions. It fell to the ground and left the cool air, landing at the fringe of the hole. Fong Yuan quickly grabbed this cool wind goo, but in his excitement, he squashed it to death. Fong Yuan was speechless. He could only wait. Soon, his chance appeared again. 2 cool wind goo flew out. But before Fong Yuan captured them, they flew up again and went into the cool air tunnel. Fong Yuan sighed, but he suddenly had an inspiration. What if I use Unravel Dream at this time? He used Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream again. At the next moment he saw an effect. A cool wind goo flew out. Fong Yuan grabbed it, and before he refined it, a second cool wind goo flew down and was quite injured. It tried to move its wings but could not fly. Fong Yuan captured it as well, and after some effort, he refined both cool wind goo. When the cool air vanished, these wild cool wind goo flew with it and left Fong Yuan's vision. But he already had 5 cool wind goo in his aperture. I finally have some methods. Even though the issue of survival was not solved, this was a good start. And most importantly, this quicksand pit was a sign that Fong Yuan chose the right direction. And something that boosted Fong Yuan's morale was that Unravel Dream was not useless here. It had some specific uses in thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fong Yuan continued past the quicksand pit and moved forward. Not long after, he saw a small oasis. There was a well in the oasis, even though there were some wild beasts guarding it, and the leader of the beasts even had a mortal goo. Fong Yuan was energized. He used the 5 cool wind goo to fight this group of beasts. Eventually, using the terrain and his schemes, he killed the beast group, and also subdued the wild goo worm on the leader's body. This was a poison path goo worm resembling a scorpion. The battle was decided. Fong Yuan quickly came to the well, but to his disappointment, it had dried up. But that was not an issue. The beast corpses here were precious provisions. Fong Yuan drank the beast blood and ate some meat to fill his stomach. Next, he collected the stomachs of some beasts and collected all of their blood. He also pulled apart some meat and used the beast intestines to tie them onto his body. By now, the dream realm was already at nighttime. The desert temperature was getting low. Fong Yuan had a plan. He was not rushed or anxious. He held the beast skins and bones that he had and came to the dried well, creating a structure with the bones and placing the skin above them. These beast skins still had some fat layers on them. They were quite heat-retaining. After his arrangements, Fong Yuan entered the empty hole and carefully explored the well. He placed his feet on the sides of the well, preventing his body from falling down. He pulled on the beast skin and completely covered the hole on top. Next, he slowly got down to the bottom of the well. When he got to the bottom of the well, Fong Yuan wanted to survive a night in here, but he had a new discovery. It turned out that there was a small hole at the bottom of the well, and there was quite the thing there. Looking at the edge of the hole, it was man-made. Fong Yuan's heart shook. He quickly entered this hole by controlling young thieving Heaven's body. Following this hole, after 50 to 60 steps, Fong Yuan came to a small underground space that was the size of a room. This place was quite simple, but there was a bowl made from soil and there was a spring. It was tiny, but clear water was accumulated there. There was also a dried corpse on the ground. Don't tell me that this is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true fortuitous encounter in his early days? Fong Yuan was intrigued. Inspecting it carefully, Fong Yuan did not find any traps. He slowly got closer to the dried corpse. When he was 5 or 6 steps away from it, a change occurred. Fong Yuan cursed internally because he had lost control of young thieving Heaven once more. He became a spectator again. The young thieving Heaven muttered, "This person died in the well. Was he trapped by the wild beasts and could not escape?" Next, he came to the corpse. He lowered his head in respect before searching the corpse. No unexpected mishaps occurred. It was an ordinary corpse. There were no harmful traps. While searching it, young thieving Heaven found that this corpse was a Gu master during his life. His rank was not low. He seemed to have a high status. He had no Gu worms left, but within the clothes that he wore, there was a sheepskin map. Young thieving Heaven did not gain anything but the sheepskin map. In this underground hole, light was quite dim. Young thieving Heaven only saw that the map had lines, but they were not clear. He stored the map carefully and searched the area again, but he had no discoveries. But young thieving Heaven was very satisfied, because there was a precious water source here. He was quite careful. He first checked the water quality and slowly drank a little of it after finding no problems with it. This water source was deep underground. The corpse had spent a lot of effort to create it. Young thieving Heaven drank a mouthful of water. He felt a cold, refreshing flow as the taste of blood in his mouth from consuming beast blood faded by a lot. Young thieving Heavens gulped. This mouthful of water drew out his inner desire. He lowered his body and buried his face in the spring. Gulp, gulp. After drinking several mouthfuls, he raised his head as water splattered everywhere. He sat on the ground with a thud. Young thieving Heaven did not speak. His hands were supporting the ground. His eyes were shut. After a while, he sighed deeply. After resting for a while, he stretched out his hand, wiping the water from his face as he stood up, returning to the bottom of the well. Young thieving Heaven shuddered. The bottom of the well was much colder than the underground hole. But young thieving Heaven had his reasons to come here. He looked up at the well. Even though there were several beast skins as cover, the night winds were very strong. One beast's skin had been blown away already. A gaping hole was created. From the hole, young thieving Heaven could see those stars shining high up in the night sky. He sighed as he took some beast skin and wood, quickly creating a fireplace. Next, he tried to start a fire by using friction on the wood, succeeding after several minutes. The flame was not large. The smoke flew out of the well while the heat was retained, allowing young thieving Heaven to stay warm. Young thieving Heaven first cooked some meat, before eating them when they were cooked. After eating cooked food and filling his stomach, he felt very drowsy. But young thieving Heaven controlled his sleepiness and used the dim light to observe the sheepskin map that he had gotten. This sheepskin map must have existed for a very long time. Isn't it pointing out my clan's oasis? Young thieving Heaven was shocked. The small oasis was the focus of this sheepskin map. There were even several Western desert words on it. The words were tiny and due to the effects of time, most of them were blurry already. Only the first few words and some characters were still clear. Young thieving Heaven could barely decipher them. He said uncertainly, "Land of buried immortal. Inauspicious. Curse. Strange." After a long time of observation, he could not excavate more clues. He frowned tightly. "I've been in this world for over a decade. I've heard about stories of immortals from the clan elders. But these are just legends. Are there really immortals in this world? This might not be impossible. Looking at Gu Masters, I can see the peculiarity and mystery behind this world. Anything is possible. Land of buried immortal. Don't tell me that the place where I live has an immortal buried there? But why curse? And inauspicious? This sheepskin map is really strange. This world has information path goo worms to store maps and information. That corpse must have been a strong goo master back then. Why did he use the sheepskin map instead of goo worms? This sheepskin map was sewn into the inner layer of his clothes. If his clothes were not torn, I would not have found it. He hid it so carefully it must be very important, but this is too risky. It is far safer to store it inside an information path goo worm. Young Thieving Heaven muttered, his eyes flickering with deep thoughts. Fong Yuan was watching by the side. He had thought of Young Thieving Heaven's questions long ago. They were all suspicious, especially the sheepskin map. Forget about this now. This sheepskin map also points out the location of the well. If I follow it, I will be able to return to the clan. Even though Young Thieving Heaven had no sense of belonging to the clan, he knew that it was impossible to live alone in the desert. Not only was it dangerous, nobody could tell where threats could come from, and in terms of food, Young Thieving Heaven had a very limited amount of meat now. This small oasis was too weak. His eyes felt very heavy. Young Thieving Heaven's vision soon blurred as he fell into deep sleep. He was simply too tired, not just physically, but also the mental exhaustion of all that had happened. Once he slept, Fong Yuan's vision went black. In the darkness, Fong Yuan felt that the corrosion of the dream realm became several times stronger. His soul was rapidly expended. Thankfully, Fong Yuan had experienced this before. He endured it until the darkness faded. The time in the dream realm was hard to estimate. When the darkness faded, his soul foundation had been shaved by half. When his vision cleared, Fong Yuan was shocked to find out that Young Thieving Heaven was tied up at the bottom of the well. And in front of him was an elderly goo master with a grim expression. This elderly goo master had a wrinkled face. His hair was fully white. He was very old. Right now, his crooked hands were holding onto a sheepskin map. He used his hands to caress this sheepskin map as he showed heated and greedy emotions in his eyes. His expressions made Young Thieving Heaven shudder. He might have met a lunatic. "Who are you? Why did you tie me up?" Young Thieving Heaven asked. He felt very aggrieved. He woke up tied and was now a captive. "You should be glad that I, Sha Shao, have not killed you yet." The old man spoke with a hoarse voice. He carefully placed the sheepskin map into his pocket as he looked at Young Thieving Heaven. "Lad, you are a member of this clan?" Young Thieving Heaven did not answer, because he understood that the elderly goo master understood the secret and value of the sheepskin map. He did not kill him but tied him up instead because he wanted to make use of him. The elderly goo master saw that Young Thieving Heaven was staying silent. His expression became darker as he floated towards Young Thieving Heaven like a phantom. "Lad, don't think that I do not know what you are thinking if you stay silent. Heh! You have probably never heard of my name. I will teach you a lesson first." The elderly goo master laughed sinisterly as he kicked with his leg. His leg landed on Young Thieving Heaven's chest as the intense pain almost made him fall unconscious. Young Thieving Heaven was sent flying like a rock. He crashed onto the wall of the well and fell to the ground. But the pain had just begun. Young Thieving Heaven started to scream. Because the elderly goo master's kick was not so simple, Young Thieving Heaven felt his entire body going numb. At the same time, his muscles and organs felt like they were pricked by countless icy needles. The intense pain made Young Thieving Heaven suffer immensely. Soon, he was covered in snot and tears as he curled up like a cooked prawn. "Lad, do you know how powerful I am now?" The elderly goo master smiled sinisterly. He was very happy. Young Thieving Heaven's screams and cries made him feel a deep sense of satisfaction. The louder Young Thieving Heaven screamed, the brighter the elderly goo master's smile. But soon, Young Thieving Heaven realized this and gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound. "Eh? Brat, you still want to resist?" The elderly goo master was furious and stomped Young Thieving Heaven's chest. Crack! Young Thieving Heaven's ribs immediately fractured into pieces which then pierced into his heart and lungs, immediately causing him to be on the verge of death. But he still did not utter a sound. He had almost crushed his teeth with his intense grinding, and his eyes were opened wide with anger, but he did not scream. He. The elderly Gu Master started laughing from anger, and directly used Gu Master methods against young thieving Heaven. This time, it was not as simple as a sharp pain. Young thieving Heaven felt a kind of numbing pain with all kinds of sensation attacking him in turns. Ah! He could endure it no longer. He let out a piercing scream and started struggling fiercely. He rolled on the floor while crazily scratching his skin. The elderly Gu Master laughed heartily. Suffered enough? Actually daring to defy the great Sha Shao, humph. Even if you have strong pride, you will still have to kneel before me. Beg for mercy. As long as you call me Grandpa Sha, Grandpa will forgive you. Grandson, ahahaha. But young thieving Heaven's heart was filled with nothing but fury. Sha Zhao's words triggered his pride. He inwardly vowed that even if he died from the itch, died from pain, died by rotting or died from numbness, he would not beg for mercy. Sha Shao waited for a while. Young thieving Heaven was still rolling on the ground, tearing his clothes and skin, crying out in deep pain, but he did not beg for mercy. Until young thieving Heaven could not endure anymore. A fierce light flashed past his eyes as he smashed headfirst into the wall of the well. He actually wants to die? Sha Shao was surprised, quickly moving to stop this. Young thieving Heaven's strength was useless. He could only let Sha Shao manipulate him. Sha Shao not only saved him, but also healed him. Soon, his heavy injuries had turned into light injuries. Kid, you have quite the backbone. Even I am feeling some admiration. Sha Shao changed his tone, green light flickering in his eyes. He looked at the powerless young thieving Heaven lying on the ground, and said with a soft and slow voice, "But if you die, what will your family do? I won't feel distressed about it. But what about your parents? What about your siblings? Hee, do you have a girl you love? Does she know your feelings? If you die, what about her?" Young thieving Heaven's expression began to change. He had lived for over 10 years in this world, yet he had a wanderer's mentality without any restraints. However, in his original world, he had a family, healthy parents, and a beloved fiancée. I cannot die. I need to live on. I need to find a way to leave this world and return home. There are people waiting for me there. Sha Shao was an old schemer, the corners of his lips curling up slightly as he saw the change in young thieving Heaven's expression. Young thieving Heaven fearlessly gazed at Sha Shao. You have not killed me because you want to make use of me. Speak. What do you want me to do? Sha Shao laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up to young thieving Heaven. Kid, you have guts. You actually dare to speak to me like that. The moment he finished speaking, Sha Zhao's expression changed. His laughter was gone without a trace, replacing it was twisted fury. He ruthlessly kicked young thieving Heaven's face and sent him flying. He then pointed with his finger. A strange light shot out and struck young thieving Heaven's body. Kai chi chi. A series of soft sounds echoed within this old well. Young thieving Heaven's expression rapidly changed as he felt intense pain all over his body. He tried to stand up, but due to a lack of energy, he could only sit on the ground. His face was bloody. His nose bridge had been smashed by Sha Zhao's kick. Young thieving Heaven started blacking out and almost fainted from the pain. With his remaining consciousness, he squinted at his hand but immediately received a huge shock. He saw his hand was festering and corroding like it had touched powerful acid. Not just the hands, his face, his arms, his neck, his whole body was starting to rot. Soon, young thieving Heaven's eyes also started to corrode, losing his sight. Sha Zhao's sinister voice floated to his ears. You think I need you? It is your fortune to be used by me. You dare show me such an attitude, so what if you die? At worst, I will just find another puppet. Ha ha ha. Now, this is your final chance. I shall give you one final opportunity. If you don't want to die, kowtow to me and call me Grandpa. Obediently follow my orders. Take your time. You have been struck by my killer move anyway. Your whole body will continue to rot. In a dozen or so breaths, your whole body will rot completely and only your skeleton will remain. I will give you a few kicks then and see how hard your backbone really is. Young thieving Heaven was silent. Sha Shao did not speak any more after this, only looking at young thieving Heaven with his sinister gaze. Young thieving heaven was slumped on the ground, motionless like a statue. The muscles on his whole body were beginning to rot. The stench of it had already filled the well. The terrifying injuries, intense pain, and more importantly the entanglements in his heart, caused his face to distort. I, the great Ben Jesun, a noble army general, how could I beg for mercy? But, if I die here, do I let my loved ones in the other world wait in vain? Sigh! Young thieving heaven let out a heavy sigh inwardly. He slowly adjusted his posture and knelt down. Then he lowered his head till his forehead touched the ground. He spoke with a weak and rough voice. You win! Ha ha ha! Sha Shao laughed wildly. His eyes opened wide as he stared at young thieving heaven. Then what should you call me? Grandpa. Young thieving heaven gritted his teeth. His whole body shook and hot tears rolled down from his corroded eyes. He, my good grandson. Sha Shao was satisfied. His voice turned sharp like a crow's cry high above the graveyard. Young thieving heaven reached his limits and completely fell unconscious. Darkness descended upon Fong Yuan once again, and the dream realm fiercely corroded his soul. Fong Yuan passed this period with difficulty. His 10 million man soul had already fallen to million man soul. Exploring this dream realm of thieving heaven had an extremely high demand on soul foundation. Were it not for Fong Yuan cultivating his soul painstakingly before, he would not have the qualifications to explore this dream realm. With the passing of time, the darkness disappeared. Fong Yuan could see once again. The blazing sun was high in the sky. Young thieving heaven was moving across the desert while dragging his extremely weak body. Those terrifying injuries on him were all gone without a trace. But there were several new injuries which looked like lacerations inflicted by fangs and claws of wild beasts. Kid, listen properly. When you return to the clan, probe the situation for your grandpa. Wait, Grandpa will bring a few desert wolves to you. If you're going to put on a show, you should go all the way. Grandpa will not help you. If you can't escape the wolves, you can only blame yourself. Oh, remember not to speak carelessly. Grandpa's killer move is in your body. You have already tasted the feeling of a rotting body. As long as I will it, your internal organs and your brain will immediately rot. Be obedient. Grandpa won't mistreat you, my good grandson. Sha Zhao's figure was nowhere to be seen, but young thieving heaven's ears were resonating with his voice. The moment his words finished, several desert wolves rushed out from a sand dune. These desert wolves had short and thin fur. They were pale brown and not that big but were extremely ferocious. They howled to signal the attack as they rushed towards young thieving heaven. Young thieving heaven did not budge as he looked at the distance between him and the desert wolves shrinking rapidly. Fong Yuan was baffled before suddenly reacting. He cursed inwardly while quickly attempting to control young thieving heaven. Just like he expected, he had once again gained control of this body. Fong Yuan quickly ran while looking into his aperture to see if there were any goo worms that he could use to fight. A sandpit goo, a chimney smoke goo, and a clear water goo. There was only over 10% of green copper primeval essence left. Those cool wind goo and other goo he had gathered after painstaking efforts were all gone. Looks like Sha Shao did not want to expose that small oasis and the well, so he destroyed all the relevant clues on thieving heaven. Damn it, clear water goo is of no use here. Only sandpit goo and chimney smoke goo can be relied upon. Just as Fong Yuan thought of this, he suddenly felt wind at the back of his head. Without even thinking, he leaped to the left. At the next moment, a desert wolf had pounced on Fong Yuan's previous location. It fell unstably to the ground, rolling some distance away. Fong Yuan almost fell to the ground. If he fell down, those rushing desert wolves would definitely pounce at him and give him no chance to get up. At the crucial moment, Fong Yuan propped his arms up on the sand and exerted strength on them to forcibly push his weak body forward. He barely maintained his balance and continued to run. Not even a few steps later, another desert wolf had caught up to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan quickly activated Sandpit Goo. This rank 1 goo expended 5% of his green copper primeval essence, instantly forming a pit in the desert. The second desert wolf had just been about to exert strength on its legs to pounce at Fong Yuan's back. but a sandpit appeared out of nowhere as it stepped into it. Because it had exerted too much strength, this desert wolf lost its balance and fell face flat on the ground. But the third desert wolf quickly rushed over and had already leaped to the air. This desert wolf was extremely cunning. It had wild goo on it which caused its movement to be without any sound. Fang Yuan simply didn't have time to look back. But he saw the shadow on the desert's surface ahead. The third desert wolf's shadow was pouncing at his shadow's head. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. There was no use in activating goo worms at this moment, and he also had no time to dodge. However, his rich battle experience helped him make the most sensible choice at this moment. Evading the worst. Although he could not dodge properly, he had to evade the worst. Fang Yuan intentionally inched his right shoulder to the wolf. Puff! The third desert wolf pounced at Fang Yuan, its sharp claws piercing through Fang Yuan's right shoulder and cutting out few pieces of flesh. But Fang Yuan did not stop at all. He continued to run madly. By this time, the first and second desert wolves had already regained their footing and caught up. At this critical juncture, Fang Yuan put all his primeval essence in chimney smoke goo. This goo worm was originally used to smoke food, but right now it was being used by Fang Yuan to cope with this emergency, and it furthermore produced a brilliant effect. The dense smoke obstructed the three desert wolves' eyes and noses as Fang Yuan took this chance to pull apart some distance from the wolves. But this was only a dying struggle. The three desert wolves soon broke through the smoke and caught up to Fang Yuan. Am I going to fail? This difficulty is too high. Fang Yuan was already at his wit's end. But right at this time, an electric chain brushed past Fang Yuan's cheek and struck the three desert wolves, instantly roasting them. The clansmen! Fang Yuan was joyous as he recognized who had arrived. But young thieving heaven was already at his physical limits, fainting once again. The expected darkness did not appear. Fang Yuan surprisingly discovered his soul was floating in the air, out of the dream realm. More accurately, this scene of thieving heaven's dream realm that had shrouded his soul had already disappeared. So it's like this. I successfully explored the first stage of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was stumped before quickly realizing. Amazing! My theft path attainment has directly soared to Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although his soul foundation had greatly reduced, the harvest was similarly huge. Indeed worthy of being thieving heaven's dream realm. Just passing the first stage raised Fang Yuan's theft path to Grandmaster level. How terrifying would it be if he continued the exploration? Inside the Immortal Goo formation, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, cultivating quietly. He Lulan and the rest along with Tang Fangming were in control of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan was calculating his gains and losses. The gains from exploring thieving heaven's dream realm were huge. Not only did I test heaven's will dissipation and obtained a satisfactory result, my theft path attainment has soared to Grandmaster level. But I had to pay a huge price for this. My 10 million man soul has now fallen to million man soul. The loss is great. I had thought I would use Unravel Dream frequently, but who could have expected Unravel Dream to not provide me much help in this dream realm? From this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan realized one point. He might have Unravel Dream, but this method was not all-powerful. Unravel Dream was used very few times, so my immortal essence expenditure is little, but my Guts Goo expenditure has instead increased enormously. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took out Guts Goo, using them on the spot. So many Guts Goo! Tang Fangming's eyes opened wide, revealing clear envy and desire. He had also explored the dream realm many times, knowing the outstanding advantage of Guts Goo. He was barely able to purchase some Guts Goo as supply was lower than demand, but now he was looking at Fang Yuan using Guts Goo as casually as eating candy. Oh, he is the sole Guts Goo seller after all. Tang Fangming lamented inwardly. At the same time, his gaze landed on Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Thieving Heaven's dream realm was enormous like a mountain and was still letting out eerie blue radiance. But right now, a large piece of the base of this mountain had disappeared. This was the result of Fang Yuan successfully passing through the first stage. Tang Fangming heaved a sigh. He had already explored and researched this dream realm of thieving heaven for hundreds of times, maybe even 1,000 times, but his accumulated achievements were not even a fraction of Fang Yuan's one exploration. Tang Fongming was recognized in Tang Clan as a pioneer of exploring dream realms. He had a lot of accomplishments, creating many dream realm mortal goo. But compared to Fang Yuan's achievements, he paled in comparison. Tang Fongming felt ashamed, but beyond that, he felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. After a moment of stillness, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed past his dark eyes. By using Guts Goo without regarding the expenditure, Fang Yuan's soul foundation once again rose to 10 million man soul. He previously had 9 million man soul, but with the corrosion from this dream realm, his soul quality had risen once again and gave a slight feeling of being even more condensed. Looks like the dream realm's corrosion of the soul has some supplementary effect in soul cultivation. But if it is examined carefully, the effect is not high and is far inferior to Luopa Valley. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation proclaimed by spectral soul demon venerable. They were not resources that ordinary things could replace. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had brought Luopa Valley with him in this trip to Western Desert. Before he made this trip from Eastern Sea to Western Desert, he had considered everything properly. With his astute nature, how could he not make ample preparations? As for Danghun Mountain, there is treasure yellow heaven to transport Guts Goo. It is the same whether I bring it or not. Actually, it was not that Fang Yuan did not want to bring it, but it had a huge demand on heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture. Currently, his sovereign Immortal Aperture had reverse flow river, Luopa Valley, and City Well every 3 days. He had to devour large amounts of external heaven and earth chi to replenish his expenditure. If they were not replenished in time, the sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation would weaken, causing a reduction in resource production, including time and space aspects. In severe cases, it might even cause sovereign Immortal Aperture to crumble. The difficulty in exploring thieving heaven's dream realm is too high. The first stage is already so troubling. The second stage will definitely be even more difficult. With this comprehension, Fang Yuan decided to first increase his soul foundation by another level before he continued exploring the dream realm. As such, over the next period of time, he quietly concentrated on cultivating soul path. Because of the continuous supply of Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose rapidly. Just as Fang Yuan was cultivating soul path in preparation for exploring the second stage, in Eastern Sea, Qing Yu Zhichang was meeting Qing Yu clan's first Supreme Elder to request for help. Zhichang, looks like you are really determined to take the risk for Qin Bai He. The old First Supreme Elder looked at this descendant who he was rather fond of and said with a sigh, "Yes, I have made up my mind. I hope First Supreme Elder can help me." Qing Yu Zhichang said firmly. But First Supreme Elder slowly shook his head. "It is not yet the time for me to be involved in this matter. Moreover, the truth is not out yet. Even if I make a move, I won't be able to give you much help." Qing Yu Zhichang felt strange. How could First Supreme Elder, a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, be unable to give much help in this matter? But First Supreme Elder told him of something which immediately made him understand. "Junior thanks First Supreme Elder for the guidance. I shall now go ask for help." Qing Yu Zhichang was joyous. "Go, go." First Supreme Elder chuckled, waving his hand. Qing Yu Zhichang immediately flew out of the clan's headquarters and moved towards Nangong clan's territory. Qing Yu clan's first Supreme Elder had told him that whether Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were alive or not was unclear at this moment. What situation they encountered was also unclear. So what he should do was to find a wisdom path Gu Immortal to help investigate the truth. Only by knowing what happened to these two female immortals could they find the culprit and take revenge. And the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who was most suitable for this was none other than one of the 3 current Wisdom Path experts, the one hiding in Nangong, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Huan. This person had a close relationship with Yu Chan. If Yu Chan was in trouble, he would definitely help. Qing Yu Zhichang felt First Supreme Elder's analysis was correct. He immediately moved to request help from Huan. But midway, he came across a rank 6 Gu Immortal of Nangong clan. This Gu Immortal brought a message from Huan. Young Master Zhichang, Lord Huan already deduced that you would look for him, so he sent me to welcome you. He is waiting just ahead. Qing Yu Zhichang was overjoyed while also sighing in admiration of Huan's ability. After a while, the two met. Huan spoke. I will be honest with you. Fairy Yuchan came to request my help not long ago, but unfortunately I was unable to be of help. Huan and Qing Yu Zhichang exchanged information, and naturally, their first suspect was Fang Yuan. Because with Yu Chan's death, Fang Yuan, who was in the dragonfish business, would benefit the most. Unfortunately, they did not have Heavenly Court's guidance, and only knew that mysterious Gu Immortal who was selling dragonfish in Treasure Yellow Heaven was the most suspicious and had motive as well. But they did not know this person was Fang Yuan. I have been continuously deducing the past few days. I am afraid Yuchan and Qin by his situation is less than optimistic. Huan said with a heavy expression. This time, I am going to request help from the other two wisdom path experts. We will combine our strength and attempt to deduce the culprit. Qing Yu Zhichang, however, shook his head at Huan's words. No, I believe the two fairies are still alive. They are not dead. Lord Huan, please think carefully. The two fairies are rank 7 experts. Who could easily kill them? Huan understood Qing Yu Zhichang's feelings and mood. Nodding consolingly, your words are also reasonable. He then changed the topic and said, I have a plan. We might as well spread news about the deaths of the two fairies. If they are still alive, they will definitely know we are looking for them and want to help them. If they are being hunted by the culprit, once these rumors spread, the culprit will be confused and will turn his attention towards us. Great plan. Qing Yu Zhichang clapped his hands and praised. Time passed soon, half a month went by. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had increased to 90 million man-soul, only a slight distance away from 100 million man-soul. In this period of time, he did not practice any immortal killer moves, instead spending his energy and time mainly in soul path cultivation. With this, his progress was naturally much higher than before. Although Guts Gu were being constantly expended, causing him to lose huge profits and also wasting his capital, Fang Yuan's financial situation was instead slowly turning better. The reason for this was the dragonfish business. Fang Yuan killed Yuchan and Qin by he, even if Heavenly Court wanted to stop his progress, they were powerless to do so for some time. In Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, Fang Yuan was now the #1 overlord in terms of dragonfish business. No one could rival him. Thus, his dragonfish business was becoming increasingly bustling, especially the silver dragonfish which spurred crazed sales. The individual price was increasing at an alarming rate. The noteworthy thing is that news of Yuchan's and Qin by his deaths has already spread in Eastern Sea. Looks like someone is plotting from the shadows. Forget about it. The important thing now is thieving Heaven's dream realm. With 90 million man-soul, Fang Yuan was very confident. After resting for one more day, he entered the dream realm again to explore the second stage of thieving Heaven's confusing dream realm. After he was done resting and making sufficient preparation, Fang Yuan entered thieving Heaven's dream realm. There was the clamoring of people around the pool where a market gathering was being held. Western Desert actually had a lot of resources, more than Northern Plains. There were large amounts of resources hidden in the desert, including goo worms and wild beasts. They only had scarce amounts of plants, which was their biggest shortcoming. So this market mainly sold food products like milk and wine, goo materials like beast skins, bones, and only 3 stalls were selling goo worms. Young Thieving Heaven was roaming around in the crowd. He observed the transactions in the surrounding while moving closer to the pool at the center of the clan. Stop! Unauthorized people are not allowed entry here. Kid, get lost. When young Thieving Heaven got near to the pool, 2 guards guarding the area immediately responded and stopped him. Young Thieving Heaven could do nothing other than to pretend to have received a shock and leave. He sighed inwardly. That pool is the only water source in the oasis. It is strictly guarded, and even though they opened a market gathering, the guards are quite alert. I simply cannot get in. At the same time, Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded in his mind. Humph! Think of whatever ways you can to get in. Don't forget, there is only a month or so left from our agreed time limit. If by then you have not made any progress, that will be the time of your death. Young Thieving Heaven's pupils shrunk as he replied inwardly, Aren't you powerful? Why don't you directly charge in or sneak in? Why let a weak guy like me gather information? Humph, you want to goad me? How could I fall for your plan? Moreover, you don't understand anything, heh. I also don't have the patience to explain to you. Grandson, quick, do as Grandpa says. Talk less and do more work, then you can live a bit longer. Young Thieving Heaven could only let himself be manipulated. The enemy was strong while he was weak. He did not speak anymore, except that sharp light flickered in his eyes. Previously in the well, to survive and for the hope of returning to his home, he was forced to give in to Xiao. But inwardly he had never accepted this fate. I know when to yield and when not to. There will be a day when I will find a chance to not only escape the shackles of this old demon Xiao, but also reciprocate all my sufferings. But right now, I need to endure. I need to put on a show and wait for my chance. Over the next few days, Young Thieving Heaven thought of every way possible and exhausted all his strength to gather intel and try to get near the oasis pool. But all his attempts failed. The pool was the most important area in the clan. It was guarded extremely tightly. Young Thieving Heaven had only just advanced to rank 1. His means were truly lacking. Just as he was unable to find a way, news spread among his peers. What? Half a month later, the clan is holding a small-scale competition, and the winner can choose a goo worm from the pool as a reward. Young Thieving Heaven also heard of this news. He immediately realized his opportunity was here. Moreover, this was probably the best opportunity for him to complete Xiao's task. I need to participate in this small competition and also obtain victory, Young Thieving Heaven said to Xiao in his mind. Xiao snickered. Silly kid. Don't think I don't know what plot you are scheming inside. You want to use this to raise your strength to overturn my control. Young Thieving Heaven sneered, admitting frankly, So what? Who doesn't thirst for freedom? Good. Xiao was unfazed, instead praising, You are quite straightforward, haha. If you call me Grandpa, I can help you seize this victory. You! Young Thieving Heaven stiffened, his eyes revealing anger. What, you don't want to? Think properly. Without my help, with your strength and aptitude, how can you win this competition? Xiao sneered. Young Thieving Heaven's expression darkened. I was born as a noble, my life was filled with glory, but I have to bend my back and beg for mercy. This is a humiliation to my ancestry. I am ruining the reputation of my Sun clan. But if I don't do this, I truly won't have any hope. I am too weak. Returning home is an uncertainty. If I can't even get through this juncture, there is no need to talk about the future. Damn it! Young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, falling into extreme hesitation. Although he had called Xiao Grandpa before, that was during the moment of life and death. Right now, he and Xiao were separated, and there was also not much external pressure which made Young Thieving Heaven waver. The choice became extremely heavy and painful. Grandpa. Finally, he chose to yield, squeezing out this word through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha. Xiao's crazed laughter filled Young Thieving Heaven's mind. My good grandson, since you called me Grandpa, Grandpa won't let you fail. Grandpa is giving you this method to succeed. Accept it and turn it to your strength. You shall definitely win this competition. Right as Xiao finished speaking, a huge amount of information charged into Young Thieving Heaven's brain. Young Thieving Heaven immediately gave a low gasp. His expression distorted, and he subconsciously held his head. The huge amount of information continued to strike his brain. He felt so much pain that his head felt like it would burst. The information attack only lasted for a short 9 breaths of time, but Young Thieving Heaven felt like a year had passed. He endured it with difficulty. His whole body was covered in sweat. His face was deathly pale like paper, and he was shaking, looking extremely miserable. Xiao's method was violent, but the transferred information were all authentic and of great value. Most of the contents were about fighting techniques. They were exquisite and concise. A portion was about goo recipes and usage method of goo worms, and there was even a killer move. Mortal Killer Move Blurred Gray Eyes. This move was formed by using sandpit goo, chimney smoke goo, and clear water goo. There were 8 steps to it, and once it was activated successfully, it could puff out white smoke. When this smoke landed in someone's eyes, it would cover their eyes in white ash, making them lose their sight. The person who was struck absolutely should not use water to clean their eyes. If water was used, the white ash would produce high heat that would burn the target's eyes and make them go blind. This move is so insidious. It is not my style. Young Thieving Heaven's heart sank. He did not look happy. Before his transmigration, he had been born in a noble family, receiving good education since childhood. He was upright and honest. He abhorred evil. Because of this, when he transmigrated and became a poor orphan, he still abided by rules and maintained his morals, even when he had an adult's wisdom and things were unsatisfactory. Blurred Gray Eyes needs 3 goo worms, and they just happen to be all the goo I have. Looks like Sha Xiao had already planned to increase my strength. Humph. Young Thieving Heaven did not want to practice Blurred Gray Eyes. He put his whole concentration in the fighting techniques. He had been a warrior in his previous life as well. Although he did not specialize in close combat, he had some foundation. His true battle attainment was deep enough. Thus, he was able to smoothly progress with these fighting techniques. After a few days of practicing, Young Thieving Heaven felt his battle strength had soared. This world's fighting techniques are not simple, but a complete set of moves involving goo worms. Different kind of moves for different kind of goo worms. I had no one to instruct me before, so I was too weak to do anything. Now that I have obtained this skill and have practiced it diligently, I have a 60% chance of winning the clan's competition. Even if I don't use Blurred Gray Eyes, I can take care of most competitors. Young Thieving Heaven had an aversion to this unscrupulous move and did not want to use it. He was confident in himself, and soon welcomed the clan's small competition. When he first stepped on the stage, the audience did not think highly of him. There were even some who ridiculed him, and his opponent had an expression of arrogance as he pointed towards Young Thieving Heaven's nose. "So it is you, trash, surrender now and I won't break your leg." Young Thieving Heaven was dazed, standing on the spot without moving. The audience started laughing loudly. He is afraid, he can't even move. Look at him. How did he pass the clan's exile test? Probably luck. I heard that at the crucial moment, he was rescued from the wolves' mouths by the clan's goo master. Under this atmosphere, Young Thieving Heaven's opponent seemed to be even more disdainful. But at the next moment, Young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his fingers. I finally have control again. Fong Yuan was inwardly happy. It turned out that Young Thieving Heaven's dazed expression was because Fong Yuan had just gained control and had not reacted. Now that he came to his senses, he immediately attacked. Mortal Killer Move. Blurred Gray Eyes. Whoosh! A large clump of white ash was puffed out at his opponent's face. The opponent could not defend in time, quickly retreating 3 steps before crying out, "Ah! I can't see anything. What is this thing? Get lost!" Fong Yuan took a few large strides before giving a fierce kick to his opponent's face. His opponent was directly kicked out of the stage. Victory. Despicable. Too despicable. He is actually sneak attacking. This guy is too nasty. He is truly hateful. According to both sides' strength, he was clearly slightly weaker. The surrounding people started denouncing Young Thieving Heaven. You. That opponent climbed up from the ground and stuttered due to anger while pointing towards the air. "You're shameless. If you have guts, then let's compete again." However, his sight was blurry because of the killer move, and he did not know where Fong Yuan was at all, so his finger was pointing at a completely wrong direction, making for a hilarious situation. Fong Yuan sneered. "Winner takes all. What is there to compete about?" Fong Yuan could not speak anymore, because he once again turned into an observer, losing control over this body. Thieving Heaven's dream realm continued once more. Young Thieving Heaven gazed at the surrounding crowd and at the raving opponent below the stage. His face was pale and his whole body was shaking. He slowly raised his hands in shock. Why? Why did I directly use that killer move? Blurred gray eyes. I clearly have strength to compete with him fairly, then throw him off the stage. But why? Why did I choose to sneak attack? Young thieving heaven abhorred actions like sneak attacking. He felt this was a shameful thing. Why did he sneak attack? He liked fighting openly, and would not resort to such insidious schemes. He did not like, or more accurately, he disdained this kind of action. But then why did he do so? Sha Zhao's mad laughter resounded in his mind. Ha ha ha! Too funny. Too entertaining, my good grandson. You indeed resemble your grandpa me. You clearly had not trained blurred gray eyes killer move, but you were still able to use it so smoothly. The sneak attack timing was also quite good, clinching victory at once. Good, very good. Sha Xiao repeatedly praised. Young thieving heaven was stunned. That's right, he had not practiced this killer move, so why did he use it? And why was his usage so skillful? This is ridiculous. Young thieving heaven roared inwardly. Ha ha ha, my good grandson. Let grandpa tell you the reason. You were originally such a person, your nature is like this. Don't restrain yourself. Let out your true nature. Sha Xiao laughed loudly, adding insult to the injury. Young thieving heaven was deeply shocked, but soon his eyes flashed brightly. No, this is not my doing. It is you, right? You controlled my body. Hee, although I can do that, I did not do it. This was your own choice, you should be clear of it. No, it was definitely you. How could I do such a thing? Young thieving heaven clung to his own view. Bullshit. Sha Xiao scolded loudly. But young thieving heaven's expression looked quite firm on the surface, as he walked off the stage while quarreling inwardly. However, in the audience's view, his behavior looked quite arrogant and seemed like he did not regard their criticisms. Thus they started scolding even louder. It was the observer Fang Yuan's turn to feel shaken. He had been the one in control during the fight, but the outcome had directly influenced the following event of the dream realm. Young thieving heaven's shock and the change in the audience's attitude would no doubt influence the way the dream realm would play out and progress. This was a situation Fang Yuan had never encountered before while exploring dream realms. In his past explorations, although his participation rate was higher than in thieving heaven's dream realm, the dream realm as a whole did not change. The dream realm's outcome was set, and the passing standard was also fixed. But this dream realm of thieving heaven gives me a feeling of living through it. This is not ordinary. According to its categorization, this kind of dream realm was a realistic dream realm. It restored thieving heaven demon venerable's life experiences. But following Fang Yuan's continuous participation, this dream realm might deviate and change. As these deviations accumulated, would the final outcome of the dream realm be different from the original? Fang Yuan realized this and could not help but become more wary and cautious. Soon it was his turn to battle again. You don't look like a vile person. But in the previous round, why did you use despicable methods to plot against my younger cousin? This time, young thieving heaven's opponent was a girl who looked to be full of heroic spirit. Young thieving heaven frowned. He did not want to explain but still said, "There is a misunderstanding." Heh! Misunderstanding? Humph. You clearly sneak attacked. You actually don't admit it? So many people witnessed it. This guy actually wants to deny it. The crowd, outside of the stage, shouted in fury. The young girl frowned. I don't care whether it was a misunderstanding or not. I am going to avenge my cousin. So not only am I going to defeat you, I am going to make sure you suffer enough. Come. The young girl charged forward. Wait a moment. Young thieving heaven suddenly held out his hands. I still have something to say. Hear me out before you make a move. What is it? Speak up. I will make you admit your defeat completely. The young girl snorted, stopping her footsteps. But at this moment, young thieving heaven's eyes suddenly shone sinisterly as he raised his hand. Mortal killer move. Blurred gray eyes. The young girl had been on guard, but this white ash actually passed through her defensive methods and directly covered her eyes. Damn it, again. This kid is playing dirty again. Careful. He is coming. Quickly defend yourself. The crowd started shouting with all their strength. But by now, young thieving Heaven had already neared the young girl and raised his right leg, about to kick this girl out. The young girl actually had good battle experiences. Although she could not see, her ears were moving as she listened to the wind to determine his position. I cannot see. If this match is dragged on, it will be unfavorable to me. I must finish this quickly. At this instant, the young girl made a wise choice. She gave a soft cry and instead of retreating, she directly punched at young thieving Heaven. Whoosh! The wind blew from the impact of her fist, moving young thieving Heaven's hair. This attack was fierce. It clearly used a goo worm and was not something that could be produced by just a mortal body. If young thieving Heaven had really kicked at the previous moment, he would not have been able to restrain his momentum right now. He would have been heavily injured by these two punches. But at this moment, young thieving Heaven was not himself, but was controlled by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's thoughts were sinister. He looked like he was about to kick the girl, but it was in fact just a feint. On one hand, he was probing the young girl. After all, even if sight was blurred, there were other investigative methods. The goo world was not lacking in all kinds of fantastic methods. On the other hand, Fong Yuan was using the audience. These people's shouts and reminders were actually misleading the girl. The young girl's sight was blurred, and in the intense battle, she likely did not have time to think much and would subconsciously feel the surrounding people's reminders to be correct. After all, there were a lot of people in the audience while the young girl was alone. Humans had a herd mentality. When many people believed something was correct, the young girl would likely believe it to be true as well. Sure enough, like Fong Yuan expected, the young girl started punching and going on the offense. Fong Yuan scoffed, calmly pulling back his right leg and easily dodging. Then he smoothly caught the young girl's hand and pulled her to the side. The young girl wanted to win immediately and had used too much strength, which was instead used by Fong Yuan to counterattack. Fong Yuan took this chance to strike the young girl's lower abdomen fiercely with his knee. Bam! A soft sound was heard. As the young girl was badly hurt, her shut eyes opened in pain. Her gorgeous fair face flushed red at that instant, and blue veins popped up on her forehead. She felt her large intestine and internal organs were tangled together, the pain almost causing her to stop breathing. But before she could experience this intense pain again, Fong Yuan landed a chop at the back of the young girl's neck. In an instant, the young girl lost her consciousness. Thud! She fell to the ground and did not move. Fong Yuan won. The surrounding crowd was silent for a moment before they erupted. Despicable. Too despicable. He actually won like this. This is so shameless. He is too shameless. A pity that his opponent was so innocent. She clearly had higher strength but actually fell for his trick. The audience was furious and contemptuous towards young thieving Heaven, while feeling pity and regret for the young girl. Their loud shouts could be heard without end for a while. What have I done? Was it me again? Fong Yuan was once again an observer, while young thieving Heaven was once again stunned. Ha ha ha! It is you did it all. Sha Xiao laughed freely. I haven't done anything. You have understood it, right? The whole battle process was your own choice. No, this is not true. How could I be such a scumbag? Young thieving Heaven closed his eyes from the agony. Even his eyelids were slightly twitching. You are indeed a scumbag. But Grandpa appreciates that. You quickly and efficiently resolved the battle. Victory was clean and fast. Your shamelessness and despicable nature is just like me back when I was young. Sha Xiao started laughing loudly once again. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with me? Young thieving Heaven almost cried. All his glory and values accumulated from his previous life received a huge impact. I once heard a saying, some people possess innate battle talent. When they enter battle state, they would often have creative thoughts as well as keen intuition. All kinds of factors could let them dig out their deepest self and make the most natural choice, striving for victory with all their strength. Young thieving Heaven. Like this, young thieving Heaven continued to win in the small competition. Every battle, Fong Yuan would replace young thieving Heaven and take control of the whole battle. Although the opponents were vigilant, what kind of person was Fong Yuan? His battle experiences could be said to be as vast as the sea. These small fry opponents, Even just a shift in their gaze would let Fang Yuan see through their schemes and thoughts. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, these victories were without any difficulty. But to young thieving heaven, it was an extremely painful journey. Could it be that deep down inside, I am really such a person? In my previous life, because I was protected in a mecha, I did not receive enough stimulation? So in this world, now that I am personally fighting, my true nature has emerged. I have such a nature. I have shamed my clan, shamed my teacher's teachings, and shamed my family name. Inside the dream realm, on the stage, Fang Yuan was controlling young thieving heaven, fighting a rather difficult battle. This time, his opponent was a tall and sturdy youngster. The youngster's hands were in a knife hand pose, and with each chop, his hands would let out a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. This youngster was one of the most popular candidates to win the contest. If he were fighting an ordinary boy, they might already be struck by the lightning and piss themselves, losing the match immediately. But he was facing Fang Yuan. Young thieving heaven's methods were simply not enough to dodge the lightning attacks. But Fang Yuan's experienced eyes were paying close attention to every movement of his opponent. When his opponent raised his hand, Fang Yuan could deduce the direction of the attack by observing the change in his shoulder movement, the direction of his sight, and the center of his body weight. As a result, Fang Yuan was able to dodge every lightning attack, making strange dodging movements in others' eyes. "Do you only know how to dodge?" his opponent shouted impatiently. "Hee. Catch me if you can. Come, beat me." Fang Yuan mocked his opponent. Sure enough, the immature opponent got furious, charging towards Fang Yuan. "Fight me if you have guts, you rascal." But Fang Yuan still kept on dodging. Even the audience could not endure this, as they hooted and criticized Fang Yuan's actions as cowardly. Someone even shouted, "The strength difference is so big. Just surrender. You despicable guy." However, Fang Yuan just kept on continuing his way like he had heard nothing. Although he was dodging, he was in fact controlling the tempo of the battle. His opponent did not have rich battle experience. After all, he was too young, and fell into Fang Yuan's rhythm without even being aware of it. The youngster fought for long. His primeval essence was mostly consumed as he gasped for breath from exhaustion. Nice, time to counterattack. Fang Yuan finally got the opportunity he was waiting for, and immediately went on the offensive. What? His opponent reacted too late, and was soon receiving a beating from Fang Yuan. But the youngster still had some primeval essence. He was able to resist with difficulty. Fang Yuan inwardly realized the situation was bad. Young thieving heaven's aptitude was too low, only having D-grade aptitude, so he had small primeval essence reserve. After this long, the amount of primeval essence Fang Yuan had was even lower than his opponent, who had been fiercely attacking since the start. "I must finish this quickly." At this thought, Fang Yuan immediately shouted, "Come, you stupid kid, have a taste of my spit." He then opened his mouth, spitting out his phlegm directly at his opponent's face. His opponent's eyes immediately opened wide. If this landed on his face, it would be too disgusting. The youngster quickly dodged. But this was what Fang Yuan wanted. He wanted to force his opponent to dodge in this direction. Time to go down. Fang Yuan suddenly moved forward like a nimble cat and appeared in front of the opponent before he threw a powerful high kick. That youngster already brought up his arms like a shield to block Fang Yuan's kick. But Fang Yuan was too powerful and directly sent him flying out of the stage. Fang Yuan won. This kid actually won. How can this possibly happen? Disgusting. He actually spat. This is too uncouth. Right, even though he won, I also despise him. He doesn't even have a little demeanor. He is simply not qualified to be a Gu master. The audience engaged in heated discussions. Sneers and criticisms gathered into sounds that entered Fang Yuan's ears wave after wave. Fang Yuan, however, had already lost control of the body, and it was the reappearance of the true young thieving heaven. Young thieving heaven experienced this battle personally. Victory had truly not been easy. After all, young thieving heaven was alone, while his opponent had some background, probably having Gu master parents, or at least one of them being a Gu master. Those who could participate in this small competition were all youngsters who had just become Goo Masters. They had almost non-existent foundation and were only rank 1, so they could easily use external force to raise their battle strength. Thus, those born with golden spoons or silver spoons had more or less received support and guidance from their seniors who raised their battle strength. This was the reason Fang Yuan faced difficulty in the battle. There was also another reason. Fang Yuan's fighting style was already widely known. His opponents were very vigilant and would make meticulous preparations for the battle, making it hard for Fang Yuan to fight properly. How could I have spat? Young Thieving Heaven stood at the center of the stage, almost crying from shame. In the previous life, he had all along paid heavy attention to his bearing. He absolutely would not do an uncivilized thing like spitting everywhere. But in this battle, not only did he do it, but also did it so grandly and brazenly in front of so many people. What was young Thieving Heaven supposed to feel now? How could I be this kind of person? Is this really me in the depths of my heart? Young Thieving Heaven fell into a profound self-doubt and denial. The audience was still ridiculing. This kid must be feeling thrilled, right? This kind of garbage is actually entering the top 8. Social morals are degrading day by day. This kind of person should be thrown out of the competition. But top 8 is the limit. I really don't want to see him continue to win. Young Thieving Heaven. He really wanted to clarify the situation and tell everyone that he was not that kind of person. But he could not say anything, because even he was shaken and doubting himself. His values and the sense of glory ingrained in him in his previous life were being struck time and again. Right now, they were already distorted beyond recognition. This is good too. I also don't want to continue. With this win, I am now in top 8 and can enter the pool. Young Thieving Heaven was tired, mentally tired. He did not want to continue fighting any longer. Fang Yuan had another thought on this. Top 8, top 4, top 2 and the winner. They are clearly structured and will obtain different rewards from the clan. Although this is a dream realm and not reality, if I help young Thieving Heaven obtain a better ranking, I can no doubt obtain a better reward. And these rewards will probably continue on to the next events, making this dream realm's young Thieving Heaven stronger. This dream realm of Thieving Heaven was extraordinary. It was very flexible and did not have a fixed endpoint. Thus, the stronger the young Thieving Heaven got, the bigger his influence in the dream realm, and the more convenient Fang Yuan's exploration of this dream realm will be. Unravel Dream did not have good effect in exploring Thieving Heaven's dream realm, which was akin to handicapping Fang Yuan. So Fang Yuan wanted to increase the chances to raise his success in exploring the dream realm. This second stage is much lengthier than the first stage. I should attempt to fight for first place. This is also a test towards this dream realm. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and made up his mind. But although his idea was good, the opportunity and time to control young Thieving Heaven were limited. Fang Yuan could only patiently wait for the opportunity. The dream realm continued. Young Thieving Heaven had obtained victory, but what he gained were a bad reputation and huge external pressure. Other youngsters were actively preparing for the competition, gathering information on their opponents, but young Thieving Heaven was immersed in self-reflection. In fact, he was afraid to face himself. This self-doubt was torturous. This caused young Thieving Heaven to become thinner day by day, slowly becoming depressed. Sha Zhao's voice was transmitted. Grandson, you should refine goo. Without a new goo worm, it will be difficult for you to deal with your upcoming opponents. Your chances of defeat will be higher. Refining mortal goo and refining immortal goo were two completely different concepts. Especially when refining a rank 1 goo worm, the success rate was rather high. I can't directly supply you with any physical materials. I cannot give you goo worms as well. You need to refine it yourself to deceive the others and not let them discover me. Sha Xiao added. When he finished speaking, he transferred a huge amount of information to young Thieving Heaven's brain. Young Thieving Heaven's expression, however, changed to agitation when he looked at the contents. No, this goo worm is too sinister. It actually needs me to kill an infant and use their soul as a goo material. I won't commit such an heinous act. Sha Xiao gave a goo recipe to young Thieving Heaven. but the latter's expression changed and refused to refine the gu. Sha Zhao's gloomy voice transmitted, "Grandson, you don't want to listen to Grandpa? Do you want to live or not?" Young Thieving Heaven, however, persisted. "Who doesn't want to live? But I have my bottom line. This gu recipe is too vicious. I refuse to follow it." "Sha Shao, didn't you want me to get near that pool? Now that I am in top 8, I have the qualifications to enter it. Don't you think it is a pity if you kill me now?" "Ha ha ha." Sha Shao laughed. "Yeah, it is a pity." The words had just landed when young Thieving Heaven's pupils shrunk rapidly as he felt an intense pain attacking his body. Pain, pain, pain. At that instant he almost collapsed on the ground. But he endured with all his strength and rushed to a dark corner. He then leaned his back to the wall and endured with clenched teeth. Sha Zhao's voice once more transmitted, "You are just a small pawn. You really think you can talk terms with me after entering top 8? You think you have such a high value? Humph. There are countless people who want to be my grandson. It is your honor to be able to call me Grandpa. Do you understand?" Sha Shao paused before continuing. "Let me hear you call me Grandpa." Young Thieving Heaven's face had a distorted expression. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails had dug into his flesh. He was trembling and sweating all over. This was caused by the pain, but also by the sense of humiliation and fury which he count not vent. Grandpa." After a long while, young Thieving Heaven squeezed out this word. "Yes, my good grandson. Your voice is too soft. Grandpa is old and did not hear you clearly." Sha Shao laughed sinisterly. Young Thieving Heaven immediately felt his pain lightening by a lot. Sha Shao had reduced the effect of his method. Young Thieving Heaven's brows tensed as the resolve to die flashed past his eyes. But he then recalled his family and his beloved woman. He took a huge breath and called out, "Hello, Grandpa. Ha ha ha, as long as grandson is obedient, Grandpa will be satisfied." Sha Zhao's laughter was filled with smugness. "Now, Grandpa wants you to refine gu? Can you do it?" "Can not." Young Thieving Heaven's face was deathly pale from the pain, but he still persisted in his bottom line. "Scumbag." Sha Shao was furious, intensifying his method. Young Thieving Heaven cried out and fell to the ground. Even after torturing him for a while, Sha Shao felt a headache when he saw young Thieving Heaven refusing to compromise. "You brat. You have quite the sense of justice. Pity. A pity. I thought you were raw talent when I saw you fight so efficiently. I did not think you don't even understand the logic of every man for himself. So what if you have to kill an infant? If they do not die, then you will die. If you die, then any wealth or desire will fade out of existence. Think carefully." Young Thieving Heaven was slumped to the ground, curled up like a shrimp. His whole body was soaked with sweat, and he had almost lost consciousness. He did not have any energy right now, but the corners of his lips still rose slightly. "Sha Shao, you can forget about it. I am different from you. I won't build my happiness and bliss on others' suffering." Laughable persistence. A lot of things in this world need to be fought for. If you don't fight or kill, how can you continue to live? What are you thinking in that head of yours? Sha Zhao's voice was icy and disdainful. "Just think of why you were banished by the clan? Hee, wasn't it because there were too little resources in the clan, and they felt raising you was a waste, so they used clan rules to openly try to kill you?" Young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone brightly. "I understand this logic now, but what others do is their issue. If I do it, then it would become my issue, and I won't do this. Ignorant. Then let me send you to your death." Sha Zhao's fury had reached its limit, but just as he was about to attack, he suddenly paused. "Ah, my poor son. How could you pass away like this?" Young Thieving Heaven, who was slumped near the wall, suddenly heard a woman's cry from inside the house. Then, there was a clamor inside the house. Someone also started crying, and someone was furiously cursing the doctor for being incompetent. Young Thieving Heaven and Sha Shao listened attentively before understanding the reason. It turned out the owners of this house had a baby, but the baby was congenitally deficient and was barely hanging on to life. The house lord spent a heavy price to invite a rank 3 gu master, But the goo master was also unable to save the baby who finally died today. Hee, kid, your luck seems to be pretty good. This baby is enough to refine goo. He has already died. You can collect his corpse and use it to refine the goo. Sha Xiao laughed, but it was filled with killing intent. If you don't agree, you can go die. At worst, I will just change to another pawn. Young Thieving Heaven was silent for a long while before replying, Okay. Humph, that's good. Sha Xiao did not speak anymore. Young Thieving Heaven rested for a good while before standing up with difficulty. Through this event, Young Thieving Heaven thoroughly realized Sha Xiao's nature was extremely forceful. He meant what he said and did not allow for any disobedience. To return to his home, Young Thieving Heaven decided to swallow this humiliation. According to the clan's common practice, the small competition would halt for a few days. Almost all the remaining competitors would remain in their house in this brief period, training and receiving guidance from their seniors. Over the next few days, Young Thieving Heaven began to gather the goo materials recorded in the goo recipe. Although the gathering process was filled with obstacles, he managed to find them all. After that baby's corpse was buried, Young Thieving Heaven dug it out in the middle of the night. There were 2 more days before the competition resumed. This night, in a remote hut, Young Thieving Heaven started refining goo. This goo recipe was already clear and concise, but Grandpa thought of your tiny primeval essence storage and added in many steps. Grandpa is so considerate, grandson. You need to succeed in this goo refinement. Sha Xiao's voice transmitted. He was going to guide Young Thieving Heaven throughout the whole process. The goo refinement officially began. Under Sha Xiao's guidance, Young Thieving Heaven followed the steps and began to process the goo materials one by one. Because it was his first time refining goo, Young Thieving Heaven's performance was extremely bad at the start. He repeatedly made mistakes even in the most simple procedure like using fire to process the materials. Were it not for Sha Xiao's timely guidance in correcting Young Thieving Heaven, this goo refinement would have already failed. Sha Xiao was hurling all kinds of abuse in anger. But as the goo refinement progressed, Sha Xiao's curses became fewer and fewer. So this is the talent of a demon venerable? Fong Yuan, who had been observing all along from the side, was also shaken. Young Thieving Heaven displayed an extremely powerful goo refinement talent, adapting very quickly from the stumbling around at the beginning to gaining his footing and then becoming stable, and in the later stage of the goo refinement, he even looked to be at ease. There are final 4 steps remaining to refine this goo worm. Sha Xiao actually encouraged Young Thieving Heaven. My good grandson, do well. Refine this goo worm and give your grandpa face in the competition. Young Thieving Heaven took a deep breath and gazed at the baby's corpse in front of him. A resolute light flashed past his eyes. Although this baby did not die by my hands, if I use it to refine goo, how can I bear it in my heart? Anyway, goo refinement can easily fail. If I fail here, Sha Xiao also won't blame it on me. Child, forgive me, even after death, you could not rest in peace. But I had no choice, this is all I can do. I hope your soul can ascend to heaven through this fire. If you can reincarnate, please don't return. This world is too cruel. While murmuring this inwardly, Young Thieving Heaven made a mistake. The fire immediately burned fiercely and engulfed the baby's corpse. The intensity of the fire is too high. Lower it quick. Sha Xiao said in a startled tone. I am trying. Young Thieving Heaven pretended to panic, immediately controlling the fire, but the fire instead burned even hotter. Such audacity! You purposely failed. You were going against me. Sha Xiao's gaze turned furious as he realized Young Thieving Heaven's intention. No, Grandpa, you misunderstood me. I truly cannot control this fire's intensity. Young Thieving Heaven was still continuing with the act. You dare to deceive me. You are truly looking down on me. All right, I won't take your life. Let this fire devour you as well. You think goo refinement is so simple and safe? You are seeking your own doom by intentionally failing the goo refinement. Die, this is the result of your persistence. This is your own doing. Sha Xiao snickered. Before he finished his words, that fire immediately soared and covered Young Thieving Heaven. Why did this happen? Young Thieving Heaven wanted to charge out, but the fire was emitting an enormous attractive force that kept him on the spot. Looking as he was about to be buried in the fire, Fong Yuan discovered he could control Young Thieving Heaven's body once again. Why do I feel like I am cleaning up Young Thieving Heaven's mess? Fong Yuan felt frustrated, but he did not panic. Fong Yuan had already come across the goo recipe Xiaoxiao had given to Young Thieving Heaven. This was a rank 1 goo recipe, while Fong Yuan was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster, so the principles of the goo recipe were clear to him. Although Young Thieving Heaven had already made a mistake, in Fong Yuan's view, it was not irrecoverable. Sandpit goo. Fong Yuan controlled Young Thieving Heaven's body to throw sandpit goo to a certain position in the fire. He did not activate this goo worm, instead throwing it in as a goo material. The delicate goo immediately attracted the fire and was soon burnt into a pile of powder. The fire's attraction force decreased sharply. Fong Yuan took this chance to jump out. He rolled on the ground for a few times to extinguish the remaining fire on him. His injuries were severe. Young Thieving Heaven's face, neck, arms, and other areas were burnt to a miserable degree. But Fong Yuan ignored the injuries and put all his attention on that fire. Young Thieving Heaven was still not out of danger, because the goo refinement process had yet to truly stop. If this fire continued to burn, it would definitely engulf Young Thieving Heaven again. So Fong Yuan activated chimney smoke goo. Smoke came out and covered the basin-sized fire. Layers of smoke shrouded this fire. As the danger decreased gradually, Fong Yuan felt his connection with the fire was rapidly weakening. Like this, the smoke can extinguish the fire and stop this goo refinement. Although there will be some backlash, this body's life will be preserved. In this state, Fong Yuan had done all he could. After all, Young Thieving Heaven was too reckless, actually trying to intentionally fail the goo refinement. This goo refinement had instead lowered his strength because he now lost the precious sandpit goo. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The smoke was suddenly absorbed into the fire. What's going on? Even Fong Yuan had not expected this. But shortly, when he saw that baby's phantom in the fire, he realized, there is an issue with this baby. Their constitution is probably not ordinary. It is quite bizarre. The baby had been added to the fire as a goo material. Fong Yuan had been observing from the side and had not carefully inspected the baby. So he did not know if there was anything strange with it. This anomaly had surpassed Fong Yuan's expectation. The fire soared once again. The baby's phantom jumped about in the fire and pounced towards Young Thieving Heaven. Damn! This is dangerous. Fong Yuan sighed. If Young Thieving Heaven died, his dream realm exploration would also fail subsequently. Looking at the fire about to pounce at Young Thieving Heaven's body, Fong Yuan suddenly had an inspiration. Got it! He first threw the chimney smoke goo. The chimney smoke goo immediately attracted the baby phantom in the fire. It made babbling noise as it charged at the chimney smoke goo and started eating it. Taking this chance, Fong Yuan quickly retreated a few steps, pulling apart some distance from the fire. But soon, the baby had finished eating chimney smoke goo and charged towards Fong Yuan again. Fong Yuan laughed. Come. There is also clear water goo. Clear water goo was thrown out and was also devoured by the baby. The fire suddenly dimmed. The clear water goo turned into a lump of emerald green water that could not be evaporated by the fire. And the red fire turned into orange-yellow, shrouded in light. It was no longer fiery as before, and was deeply concealed instead. The emerald green water and orange-yellow fire circulated around each other in the air. Fong Yuan moved Young Thieving Heaven's body to advance instead of retreating, and went in front of this strange water and fire. Sandpit turned into powder, consolidating the body. Chimney smoke shrouded and restrained the fire. Clear water toppled the world, using blood to integrate yin and yang. Wonderful! Fong Yuan bit his tongue and spat out his blood into the strange water and fire. Eek! After the strange water and fire was touched by the blood, it suddenly turned into a blue baby phantom that screamed and pounced at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not dodge, letting it attack. The blue baby phantom directly entered Young Thieving Heaven's aperture. turning into a rank 2 goo worm. What is this? Young Thieving Heaven came back to his senses and was stumped. What the, again? Fong Yuan was speechless. The moment Young Thieving Heaven was safe, he was thrown to the side and turned into an observer. You actually refined a completely new goo worm under a series of coincidences? Sha Xiao also shouted out in surprise. No, that's wrong. Shortly, he came to a realization. Brat, you seem to have a hidden nature which only takes control when you encounter fatal danger, and then makes you intuitively make the best choice. It was like this in the competition, it seems to be the same in goo refinement as well. You are naive and stubborn, as well as hopelessly stupid. But this hidden nature of yours is quite pragmatic and extremely cunning, having talents that you can't reach. I quite admire this nature. Very impressive. Sha Xiao started laughing. I refined a new goo? Young Thieving Heaven still had not completely reacted to this situation and was dazed. That's right, give it a try. This new goo is a rank 2 goo. It seems to be a new innovation, even I can't make out its effect. Activating an unknown goo worm was a dangerous thing. For instance, Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. But Young Thieving Heaven had just started cultivating and was ignorant, and Sha Xiao, who knew about the risks, did not have any concern for Young Thieving Heaven's safety. So Young Thieving Heaven dumbly activated this goo worm. The moment it was activated, this goo worm turned back into a blue baby phantom that gave a strange scream before exiting Young Thieving Heaven's aperture and charging ahead. There was a stone stool ahead. The blue baby phantom directly entered the stone stool, then exited and returned to Young Thieving Heaven's aperture, turning back into its goo appearance. The stone stool looked undamaged. Young Thieving Heaven walked to the stool and touched it. Bam! A crisp sound echoed as the stone stool turned into crushed stone pieces. Young Thieving Heaven was taken aback and took a step back, looking at the pile of pebbles on the ground in shock. Wonderful! Sha Xiao praised. This goo worm has extremely high power. It is a top-tier rank 2 goo worm. More importantly, it seems to be able to pass through defenses. Take a look. The stone stool crumbled from the inside. Sha Xiao was astute, seeing many of its profundities in an instant. Young Thieving Heaven was still somewhat muddled. Sha Xiao looked at his aperture and praised again. Amazing! Look at your aperture. Only 10% primeval essence has been expended in activating this goo worm. This is unimaginable. This is a rank 2 goo worm with so much power, but it only needs 10% of rank 1 green copper primeval essence. But I only have D-grade aptitude, my primeval essence is just a bit more than 20%. I can only use this goo worm twice. Young Thieving Heaven was worried. You know nothing. With this goo worm, the first position in the competition is yours. No one can defend against your goo worm. Sha Xiao scoffed. I can be first with this goo? Young Thieving Heaven's eyes opened wide. Once this goo worm is activated, it will turn into a blue baby phantom that will attack the enemy. You have seen its speed, it is extremely fast. Rank 3 goo masters might be able to dodge it with difficulty, but against rank 1 and rank 2 goo masters, as long as you close some distance, they will be struck and have no time to dodge. Sha Xiao continued to analyze, mumbling, Looking at this goo worm's power and effect, we might as well call it sneak attack goo. The goo worm was created by Young Thieving Heaven, but Sha Xiao took the liberty to name this goo worm Sneak Attack Goo. Young Thieving Heaven immediately frowned and wanted to object. Yes, call it Sneak Attack Goo, my naming sense is still good. Ha ha ha, Sha Xiao said domineeringly. Young Thieving Heaven could only roll his eyes helplessly. Western Desert, Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Young Thieving Heaven stepped on the stage once more. His appearance startled the surrounding clansmen. What is the meaning of this? Why is this despicable kid covered in bandages? It seems like he suffered a heavy injury. Nothing could be done about it, although Young Thieving Heaven refined Sneak Attack Goo with Fong Yuan's help. His injuries from the goo refinement process had not been healed. So even if Young Thieving Heaven continued to participate in the competition, he was heavily injured. Young Thieving Heaven bitterly laughed inwardly. In fact, he did not want to continue to take part in the competition, but Sha Shao forced him to continue. With no other way, young thieving heaven could only enter the battle. And his opponent this time was a clan elder's grandson. When he saw young thieving heaven's heavily injured appearance, he instead retreated several steps, looking at young thieving heaven with extreme cautiousness. "What scheme are you plotting?" the elder's grandson shouted. "You think by disguising as heavily injured, I will be tricked by you? You are underestimating me too much." "That's right. You need to be careful when dealing with him. Don't be deceived. This method of appearing weak is too childish. But looking at his age, it can be understood. This kid is ignorant. He doesn't have much strength at all, completely relying on tricks to enter the top 8. The surrounding crowd erupted in discussion. Young thieving heaven rolled his eyes, speechless. The Gu master presiding over this match was also speechless. He had investigative Gu and had already ascertained that the heavy injuries on young thieving heaven were real. But Fang Yuan's fraudulent performances before had left such a deep impression on others that even though young thieving heaven was injured currently, they did not dare to believe it. Young thieving heaven's opponent even retreated several steps, appearing extremely cautious. Since it is so, young thieving heaven smiled bitterly. The corners of his lips suddenly rose as his gaze and expression changed a little. Fang Yuan had once again gained control over young thieving heaven's body. "Come, let me test sneak attack Gu in a real fight." Fang Yuan willed and activated this rank 2 Gu worm. A blue baby phantom jumped out of young thieving heaven's aperture. "What the?" The elder's grandson gave a startled cry. He was not able to react in time and the blue baby phantom pounced at his body. Thankfully, I played safe and had immediately activated my defensive Gu worm earlier, not giving any chance to my opponent. The blue baby phantom's speed was extremely fast. The elder's grandson could only squeeze out 2 words while his mind was filled with thoughts. But this thought was the final thought before he fainted. "Guh." At the next moment, the elder's grandson coughed out blood, and his eyes opened wide with an incredulous look. Then he fell down to the ground, immediately losing his consciousness. Fang Yuan won. Silence fell among the crowd. Almost everyone's eyes were opened wide as they saw a blue baby figure drill in and out of the elder's grandson's body, which then jumped up and down before entering back into young thieving heaven's aperture. Despicable! He used a dirty trick again. What did he use? The speed was too fast. I actually could not see it clearly. It seems to be a rank 2 Gu worm. What exactly was that? I only saw a blue baby phantom. My intuition tells me this blue baby phantom is not simple. This time, not only the observing mortals, even those rank 2 Gu masters were visibly moved. Sneak attack Gu's first appearance had shocked everyone. In the following matches, young thieving heaven repeatedly used sneak attack Gu. His battles were clean and quick, they could be summarized in a few steps. Step on the stage, activate sneak attack Gu, opponent faints, and victory comes. Young thieving heaven's dominance was so big that he suppressed all the competitors instantly. The crowd was overwhelmed. There was no unexpected mishap. Young thieving heaven smoothly grasped first place. This result raised many eyebrows. He was actually concealing this trump card. This kid was actually pretending to be weak. He is too crafty and sinister. Yes, he clearly has such strength, but actually resorted to such tricks. But this also shows his true nature. Young thieving heaven was first place in the competition, but the clansmen were dissatisfied. With Fang Yuan causing disaster from the start, young thieving heaven had lost everyone's favor. Ordinary people pointed at young thieving heaven and whispered to each other. But the clan's higher-ups had their attention on sneak attack Gu. This Gu is so powerful. What is its origin? That kid is a commoner, a penniless brat. How could he get such a top-tier Gu worm? I have investigated it. He has been living in the clan since his birth. But earlier this year, he was exiled, and this Gu worm was very likely obtained by him during the exile. You are saying this kid has inherited some senior's inheritance? Yes, that is very likely to be true. This brat doesn't matter. The crucial thing is that this rank 2 Gu worm is really powerful. You have already seen its remarkable offensive power. It can be activated by a rank 1 goo master, which means its primeval essence consumption is small. This is a top-tier goo worm. As long as our clan can arm ourselves with this goo worm on a large scale, our strength will definitely soar. At that time, we can definitely expand our operations and seize larger oases. The clan leader excitedly spoke, a fire of ambition flickering in his eyes. Sneak attack goo was a rank 2 goo. After its might was displayed, it immediately attracted the covetous gaze of the clan's higher-ups. This was already expected by Fang Yuan. With him controlling young thieving heaven, he could naturally avoid using sneak attack goo in the competition, but he took the initiative to use it, and openly at that. He had his own plan for this. I want to see what this dream realm will look like because of my decisions. Sneak attack goo has been exposed and attracted the clan's covetous gaze. The higher-ups will definitely want to mass-produce this goo and arm the clan's goo masters. Sneak attack goo was a rank 2 goo. This rank was just perfect. A rank 1 goo was too low, it had weak strength, and there was no meaning in using them on a large scale. Rank 3 was too high, they were too valuable and were difficult to mass-produce. Also, there were few rank 3 goo masters in the clan. Only rank 2, which was in the middle, was suitable to mass-produce and suitable to equip the clan's goo masters. The clan's higher-ups could not help being moved. So they want the goo recipe more than the goo worm. After all, there is only one sneak attack goo. They can only mass-produce it by obtaining the goo recipe. The clan's higher-ups want to get the goo recipe, so they will most likely try to appease young thieving heaven and try to recruit him. They will not try to obtain it by force or pressure. This was a simple logic. If pressured, it might instead lead to young thieving heaven rebounding and resisting. If he died and did not hand over the recipe, the clan's plans would all be in vain. If he had grievance, he could hand over an incomplete or a tampered goo recipe. The clan would then suffer huge losses. So the best situation was for young thieving heaven to willingly and voluntarily hand over the goo recipe. Just like Fang Yuan expected, as the dream realm continued, the clan's higher-up forces extended offers to young thieving heaven. They were either trying to invite him to visit their homes or offer money and goods to get closer to him. Furthermore, some even wanted to marry their daughter to young thieving heaven. Young thieving heaven instantly became popular like a hot product. My good grandson, you have made it. You won't be able to hold on to this sneak attack goo recipe, but you can use this to exchange for a large amount of benefits. Use it properly and you can even squeeze into the clan's higher-up circle. Sha Zhao's voice echoed. Young thieving heaven, however, was dead set on not handing over the goo recipe. If I hand over the goo recipe, a lot of babies will be implicated. Although young thieving heaven was upright and honest, he had his bottom line. He was an otherworldly demon. He had previous life's experiences and knew that behind the strength of an organization, there was often darkness and dirtiness. Then you can delay it for a while. After a few days, you will be going to the pool to select the reward of the competition winner. Don't forget Grandpa's instructions. Sha Xiao contained his laughter, his voice turning cold and detached. Don't worry, I won't forget. Young thieving heaven promised. After 3 days in the dream, he along with 7 others were led by clan elders across the blockade and to the pool. This was the most important resource area of the clan. There was also a natural spirit spring in the pool which produced primeval stones, and was the basis for survival of the clan. Young thieving heaven's clan had not only planted a lot of goo materials around the pool, they had also excavated underground caverns where they stored large amount of goo worms. Because young thieving heaven was the winner, he was brought to an underground cavern to choose a high-quality goo worm from inside. He had just stepped inside when Sha Zhao's excited voice was heard. It's here. It's here. I sense a dense immortal goo aura. What immortal goo? Young thieving heaven asked. Fang Yuan also had doubts, and was also somewhat shocked that the inheritance here actually involved goo immortals. But right at this time, Fang Yuan's sight suddenly turned dark. His soul was once again being rapidly corroded by the dream realm. After waiting for a seemingly endless time, Fang Yuan's soul had unknowingly left the dream realm. Why am I out? Fang Yuan felt a trace of surprise. This means I have passed the second stage? Fang Yuan immediately came to a realization when he thought of this. Quasi-Great Grandmaster. My theft path attainment has actually soared to just a step before Great Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan's soul entered his physical body. He opened his eyes, which shined brightly with surprise and joy. Quasi-Great Grandmaster Realm. This was a new personal record for Fang Yuan. Among Fang Yuan's various paths, some were at Grandmaster Realm. Even in his first life of 500 years, he had not achieved such an accomplishment in a path. Western Desert, inside Tang Clan's Immortal formation. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. He was inspecting his soul. His 10 million man soul foundation level had now already fallen to million man soul. Moreover, it was just a little over a million. When I passed the first stage, my soul foundation was over 9 million man soul. But after passing the second stage, I actually only have just over 1 million man soul, almost falling down to 100,000 man soul range. Fang Yuan inwardly compared the differences between the two. The second stage was longer than the first stage, and the soul corrosion rate was also much more severe. An ordinary Gu Immortal with even a little less soul foundation would have no way to endure such a corrosion. Not to mention a whole stage, they would not even be able to pass half a stage of the dream realm. This made it clear that the difficulty of this dream realm of thieving heaven was too high. No wonder Tang Clan and Tang Fong Ming's many years of effort was like a newborn baby trying to gnaw on an iron-hard boulder. Tang Fong Ming was still able to create so many dream path mortal Gu. This person indeed has quite remarkable talents and aptitude. Fang Yuan thought of his first life of 500 years. Tang Fong Ming had created a dream path immortal killer move, Steel Dream. Previously, Fang Yuan had thought this was because of Shadowsek's help, but now that he had explored 2 stages of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, he felt Steel Dream was more likely to have been created by Tang Fong Ming himself. The first stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm had increased Fang Yuan's theft path to Grandmaster level, while the second stage had raised it to Quasi-Great Grandmaster. I am just a step away from genuine Great Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan quietly comprehended and sensed that beautiful prospect that was close at hand. If I successfully pass one more stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, I definitely can reach Great Grandmaster attainment. Even Fang Yuan, with his extraordinary calmness, felt traces of fiery anticipation. There was a huge difference between Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster. Grandmaster level could understand about yin-yang and heaven and earth. They could learn about the profoundness of the universe, surpassing the mortal realm and become immortals among immortals, sages among sages. At Grandmaster level, a Gu Immortal could use their path to imitate the specialties of other paths. For instance, in Heifan's True Inheritance 100 Years Harmony, a time path killer move had the effect of information path. As for Great Grandmaster attainment, it meant that the Gu Immortal's understanding of a path was very close to being complete. Their knowledge of the path had already reached the limits of the world. They could be considered to be approaching on digging out all the profundities of their path. The dead blazing heaven demoness was a fire path Great Grandmaster. The present day's rank 8 Gu Immortal Old Ancestor Shui, who was a snow path Great Grandmaster. At this level, blazing heaven demoness had an extreme sensitivity towards fire path Dao marks. Previously, she had added a trace of fire path Dao mark in every fire path immortal material and plotted against Fang Yuan. Old Ancestor Shui, who could casually disassemble all kinds of immortal killer moves. Previously, in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had nimbly disassembled his trump card battlefield killer move to deal with Heavenly Court and other enemies, even gaining the upper hand. And a formation path Great Grandmaster could directly use the natural Dao marks in the world to set up formations. They often needed only some mortal Gu to set up immortal Gu formations in some specific areas. As for above Great Grandmaster attainment, there was Supreme Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster was a level where the profundities of the path were being dug out. If Fang Yuan became a theft path Great Grandmaster, he would understand the profundities of theft path that existed in the world, and there would be almost nothing about theft path that he could not comprehend. That was to say, Great Grandmaster was a level where one deciphered just about everything about a certain path. Supreme Grandmaster was to innovate beyond that, to obtain mysteries of the path that did not even exist in the world, to be one step ahead of heaven and earth. Normally, Grandmaster attainment required hundreds of years of accumulation. In Fang Yuan's first life, he had attained Grandmaster in Blood Path. Great Grandmaster often required 1,000 to several thousands of years. A number of rank 8 Gu Immortals possessed this level of attainment. As for Supreme Grandmaster, that was not just a matter of simply accumulation, but concerned talents and natural aptitude as well. Without having awe-inspiring talent and natural aptitude, even if the Gu Immortal lived for 10,000 years, they would not be able to reach Supreme Grandmaster attainment. Therefore, Supreme Grandmasters were extremely rare since ancient times. The 10 Venerables were all Supreme Grandmasters. There were also some legendary characters like the 3 Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan and Old Immortal Kong Ju. Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster attainment level can be achieved through Dream Realms. But Supreme Grandmaster cannot be obtained with Dream Realms. Fang Yuan realized this. This was obvious. Supreme Grandmasters needed to pioneer in creating something from nothing, while Dream Realms were legacies left by predecessors. So the highest attainment level that could be reached through Dream Realms was Great Grandmaster. Once I attain Great Grandmaster level in Theft Path, even if there are still more stages in Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, I won't be able to increase my Theft Path attainment level through them. This was also the foundation for collaboration between Fang Yuan and Tang Clan. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm was too large. Fang Yuan's stomach had a limit. Once he was full, there would still be a large portion left for Tang Clan. Tang Clan had only been willing to collaborate with Fang Yuan after he made this reason clear. If Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm was small enough for Fang Yuan to devour alone, how could Tang Clan collaborate with Fang Yuan? In the coming days, Fang Yuan prepared for his third exploration of Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. He was mainly cultivating his soul, but in his spare time, Fang Yuan taught the secrets of Dream Path to Tang Fang Ming. Tang Fang Ming benefited a lot. Despite Fang Yuan only imparting some superficial Dream Path knowledge, as far as Tang Fang Ming was concerned, what he lacked was this lighthouse to guide him. The first step was always the most difficult. The creation of any path was the most difficult at the beginning. Once the first step was taken, the following steps could be taken rapidly. For Fang Yuan, guiding Tang Fang Ming, besides fulfilling the agreement to make it convenient for him to continue exploring the Dream Realm, was to make arrangements for the future. He was imitating Spectral Soul's strategy of fostering forces in 4 regions to surround Central Continent and go against Heavenly Court. Time flew by. Over 20 days passed just like this. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had once again reached 10 million man-soul level. The third stage of Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm is sure to be even more difficult. 10 million man-soul level might not be safe enough. After Fang Yuan pondered, he decided to continue cultivating his soul to break through to 100 million man-soul. If his soul foundation was not sufficient and the soul was corroded completely in the Dream Realm, it would be akin to death. Even if there was still a physical body left, he would be just like a vegetable without a soul. Maybe I can deduce a Dream Path killer move to reduce the corrosion of the soul in the Dream Realm. This idea only flashed past Fang Yuan's mind before he quickly denied it. Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was only ordinary, not even at Quasimaster. Creating a Dream Path Immortal killer move? Forget about it. As such, there was only one path in front of Fang Yuan currently, to raise his soul foundation to 100 million man-soul. But this plan soon met an obstacle. He was lacking Guts Gu. Fang Yuan had put Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit personally took charge of using this secluded domain of heaven and earth to produce Guts Gu. But Guts Gu did not appear out of thin air. It required souls. The higher the quality and the quantity of the souls, the more Guts Gu that Danghun Mountain could produce. The problem appeared in this aspect. Fang Yuan required a huge amount of Guts Gu. Langya Land Spirit, however, did not have enough souls to produce them. Previously, Fang Yuan had ordered Shadow Sect members and others to explore Taichio and kill desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, so Guts Gu could be repeatedly produced on a large scale. But now, Shadow Sect's members were with Fang Yuan, and the souls stored in Langya Sect had been completely used up these last few days. Fang Yuan thought over it. Right now, it was better for him to get materials from nearby than return to kill Tai Cho's desolate beasts. Western Desert was similar to Northern Plains in that it was similarly incomparably vast. Western Desert had a place that was rather special and suited Fang Yuan. Yu Chan is dead. My dragonfish business is already dominating the whole of Treasure Yellow Heavens market. For the next few years, there should be no one that can compete with me. Fang Yuan intended to use these profits to manage his immortal aperture and not to purchase souls. It was a loss to use them to purchase souls. Fang Yuan recalled a famous saying, "One's own hands can produce ample food and clothing." Thereupon, Fang Yuan briefly informed Tang Fang Ming of the situation. Then, he left the immortal formation with the Shadow Sect members towards that special desert. Fang Yuan controlled the auspicious cloud to move through the sky. His speed was not fast, but his surroundings were permeating with dense immortal goo aura. The auspicious cloud below him was not ordinary. It originated from a luck path true inheritance in Heifan Grotto Heaven. After Fang Yuan's modifications, its effect had improved sharply. The auspicious cloud did not follow Fang Yuan's will, but moved according to the profundity of luck path. Even Fang Yuan did not know when this auspicious cloud would change direction or where it was moving to, but Fang Yuan was clear that this spontaneous auspicious cloud killer move flew along the path of highest luck. After leaving Tang Clan, Fang Yuan had spent several days to come here. This was Green Ghost Desert, a famous danger region of Western Desert. For the last 100,000 years, there were many Western Desert goo immortals who died here. Green Ghost Desert sky was covered with dense dark clouds all year round. With barely any sunlight, it was dark and gloomy. The ground was covered with large amount of vegetation. Ghost-crying trees were the largest in number. This tree was not tall and had twisted branches that looked like they were demons and monsters brandishing their claws. Every time the gloomy wind blew on the tree, it would shake slightly and emit a shrill scream or a terrifying cry. Moan, moan, moan. The ghost-crying tree wailed mournfully. A soul beast quietly moved out and approached Fang Yuan from behind while slowly raising its two sickle arms. The front half of this soul beast resembled a cockroach with long sharp pincers, while its back half had a long tail like a python. Fang Yuan seemingly failed to sense it. The soul beast's two sickle arms were raised up to its limit. It then rushed out towards Fang Yuan's back and slashed down its sickle arms. Victory or defeat was already determined at that instant. The soul beast's body stiffened in the air and fell down headfirst to the ground. But Fang Yuan acted in time, softly waving his sleeve which sent out a formless force that wrapped around this desolate beast-level soul beast's corpse, and brought it before him. The soul beast's corpse turned into whiffs of dark gray smoke and was constantly dissipating with the wind. Fang Yuan was unable to stop it, and after a while, only a glass-like soul core remained in his hand. The soul core was heavy and was dark blue to the point of appearing black. As Fang Yuan held it, it was like holding a completely filled wine vat. This was a rank 6 immortal material. It was the essence of the soul beast. Just like a mud monster only left behind its mud core after its death, soul beasts also had soul cores. Soul beasts, mud monsters, blood beasts, shadow monsters, and phantom beasts were all path beasts. Their whole bodies contained plentiful and dense amounts of Tao marks of their specific paths. Fang Yuan inspected and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the soul core, before throwing it inside his sovereign immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, there was already a small basin of soul cores. Most were rank 6 soul cores, and a portion was rank 7. But there were no rank 8 soul cores which came from immemorial soul beasts. With Fang Yuan's battle strength, it was easy for him to kill these desolate level soul beasts and ancient soul beasts. After he arrived in Green Ghost Desert, many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts came to find trouble with him. Fang Yuan was charging through their territories, so he would naturally be attacked by them. Most of these beasts were soul beasts. Fang Yuan had ghostly concealment. Auspicious cloud, however, was not concealed. The target of these soul beasts was the auspicious cloud while neglecting Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, they all fell to Fang Yuan's sinister scheme. The emergence of soul beasts was related to 2 demon venerables. One was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He damaged Fate Gu, creating a loophole in the great Tao of the world which allowed many beings to escape from the restrictions of fate. After dying, not all souls were sucked into door of life and death. Many souls stayed behind in the world. The second was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He created Soul Path, causing souls to manifest and transform into soul beasts. But at present, a portion of soul beasts were naturally formed in some places with dense soul path Tao marks. Times were constantly changing. From immemorial antiquity to remote antiquity, olden antiquity to the present age, the world of 5 regions had already changed many times. So these soul cores could completely substitute for souls to be fed to Danghun Mountain and produce large amounts of guts Gu. But the quality of these soul cores could not be compared to Gu immortal souls. At most, they could only match the souls of other beasts and plants. It hasn't even been long since I entered Green Ghost Desert, and I have already obtained so many soul cores. How I wish I could have complete control over this place. Fang Yuan thought to himself. If he could control this place, it was akin to having an endless supply of guts Gu. It could completely push his soul foundation to the peak level, and even be used to help others. Whoosh! Just as Fang Yuan was immersed in thinking, a sharp ear-piercing sound came from behind him towards the left. A giant scorpion was flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils immediately shrunk when he took a glance. This scorpion was completely black and had a peculiar shape. Its whole body resembled a huge round disc. Its long tail was behind the disc, and its 2 huge pincers flickered with eerie light. It was charging straight at Fang Yuan with terrifying momentum. This is an immemorial desolate beast disc scorpion. It is a wisdom path beast, and its favorite food is soul beasts. A line of information instantly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment could conceal him from the senses of soul beasts, but it had no effect on other beasts. Fang Yuan jumped out of the auspicious cloud and escaped. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. He was not helpless against this immemorial desolate beast. However, his goal in this trip was not to fight a drawn-out battle with the disc scorpion, but to gather as many soul cores as possible. Fang Yuan retreated, but the disc scorpion did not let go. However, after a while of being chased, Fang Yuan was able to successfully throw off the disc scorpion by using his ample methods. Danger lurked everywhere in Green Ghost Desert. Even Fang Yuan was not safe here. Over the next few days, Fang Yuan hunted soul beasts while cultivating soul path, increasing his soul foundation. If he ran into any existences like the disc scorpion, Fang Yuan would prioritize escaping as much as possible. Fang Yuan was not the only one hunting. The Shadow Sect members were also doing the same. The soul cores obtained by the Immortals were given to Lang Ye Land Spirit to produce large amounts of guts Gu. In less than half a month, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had reached the range of 10 million man-soul again. My soul foundation is enough. It is time to change battle tactics. Fang Yuan instructed the Shadow Sect Immortals to stop killing soul beasts. Instead, they would start capturing, subduing, or enslaving them. Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. He possessed large amounts of methods to enslave soul beasts. The only thing limiting him was that he lacked Soul Path and Enslavement Path Immortal Gu. Under everyone's efforts, they soon controlled a large group of soul beasts. There were roughly over 60 desolate level soul beasts, and around 20 ancient soul beasts. Soul beasts of all kinds of grotesque shapes formed a majestic army that rampaged around in Green Ghost Desert. When they encountered lone soul beasts or small groups of soul beasts, Fang Yuan would command the enslaved soul beasts to charge at them. Those that could not be controlled were killed for their soul cores, and those soul beasts that were on their last breaths would be enslaved by Fang Yuan and the rest. A dozen or so days passed. The enslaved soul beast army expanded by 3 times the original size. In Green Ghost Desert, the sky was always covered with dark clouds and there was barely any sunlight. A small group of soul beasts were moving in the desert. Different from the rest, there were 3 Gu Immortals in this soul beast group. 2 were captives and 1 was the master of these soul beasts. You 2 lads from Fang clan, have you thought it through? The Gu Immortal in charge was dressed in a gray robe. He had a sharp nose, thin eyes, and had a goatee. He was sitting on the back of a bull-shaped ancient soul beast and was looking at the two Gu immortal captives beside him with a dark and pleased expression. Fong Long and Fong Yun had rank 6 cultivation. They looked clean and tidy, but in fact, their souls were completely bound by dark gray soul chains and could not even budge. Fong Long, who was slightly older, had a square face. He kept quiet and did not reply. The slightly younger Fong Yun had a handsome appearance. He had a rather lively nature as he replied, "Old Ghost by June, it is not that we cannot write a letter to the clan for you, but you have bound our souls. We cannot even activate our communication means. How about loosening the chains a little so I can message the clan?" Old Ghost by June snorted, "You are so sneaky, wanting to deceive this old ghost? You only need an instant to escape with your body cloud killer move. It was not easy for me to capture you. You think I can be so easily fooled?" Fong Yun quickly said, "How could I dare to fool Senior? It is just that what I said is the truth. You see, it is like this, Before he finished speaking, Fong Yun's whole body started shaking as he let out a terrifyingly miserable scream. Old Ghost by June snickered, while Fong Long called out furiously, "Stop! Don't hurt my junior brother." Old Ghost by June was annoyed. "Looks like you guys are accustomed to acting without consequences. You still don't recognize your situation? Humph. Then let me teach you." He then activated his method, tormenting Fong Long as well. Fong Long grunted, his brows tightly furrowed, but he did not utter a sound, except his trembling was growing increasingly intense. Old Ghost by June tortured them for a while, and only stopped when he saw Fong Clan's 2 immortals turning pale as paper, their bodies shaking and covered in sweat. He inwardly frowned. If it were ordinary lone cultivators, I could have killed them without consequences. But these two have quite the background. Fong Clan is a superforce of Western Desert. If I rashly kill them, Fong Clan will definitely be able to find that I am the culprit. Fong Clan's second supreme elder Fong Dichong is a famous wisdom path expert of Western Desert. Also, if Fong Clan comes to search Green Ghost Desert, it will hinder Master's plan. But if I just let them go and Master asks me later, he might blame me for being cowardly. The only thing I can do now is capture these two to demand ransom from Fong Clan, and then set an agreement. With this, I can satisfy both sides. Old Ghost by June thought things through and looked at these two captives again. Fong Long and Fong Yun were gasping and sweating, collapsed on the ground because of the torture. Old Ghost by June sneered, "Even an iron-forged man won't be able to endure my methods. To tell you the truth, I am not afraid of you not giving in. What do you think? Want to try it again?" Fong Long said through clenched teeth, "Old Ghost, just kill us." Fong Yun, however, shouted, Don't, I will contact the clan. Okay?" Old Ghost by June looked at Fong Yun's terror-stricken look and laughed. "You should have said so before, then you wouldn't have to suffer so much pain. Do it quickly." Fong Yun gave a miserable cry. "Senior Old Ghost, I am telling the truth. If you don't loosen your chains a little, Junior truly is unable to message the clan." Old Ghost by June was furious. Still making excuses, he once again activated his methods, tormenting the two Fong Clan Gu immortals. After another while of torture, Fong Long and Fong Yun could not endure it any longer. Their bodies collapsed on the soul beast's back like a pile of mud. "Have you thought it through?" Old Ghost by June sneered. Fong Long did not utter a sound, while Fong Yun said, Yes, but I wonder if Senior Old Ghost has thought it through." "Me? What do I have to think about?" Old Ghost by June asked in surprise. "Senior, we are Fong Clan's Gu immortals. Senior is a lone cultivator. If you provoke Fong Clan, your life will probably become turbulent, right? How about letting us go and getting on good terms with our Fong Clan? Wouldn't that be better?" Fong Yun smiled. Old Ghost by June was immediately filled with anger. "Kid, you think I am afraid of your Fong Clan? Humph. If I were afraid of your Fong Clan, would I have captured you for ransom? Senior is thinking of making a non-aggression pact with our Fong Clan by doing this. Junior admits today's matter is our fault, and we have offended Senior. We have committed much offense, but please forgive us, Senior." Fang Yun spoke weakly. Humph. Now you admit defeat. Why did you find trouble with me repeatedly earlier? It is too late for that now. Old Ghost by Jun's voice was firm, but was inwardly shaken. His intention was already guessed by the Tufang clan Gu immortals, so it was going to be difficult to force them to give in. Fang Yun continued to persuade. Senior can punish me, and I will accept the punishment. Actually, I have a lot of assets in the clan, so long as Senior lets us go, we can immediately set a non-aggression agreement. We will take it as this matter did not happen, and we will even heavily compensate Senior. With this, we also don't need to let the clan know of this scandalous matter, as that would truly decrease our prestige in the clan. Old Ghost by Jun scoffed. You think I was born yesterday? What prestige do you, Fang Yun, have in Fang clan? It is your senior brother Fang Lung who is a talent among rank 6s, and is a possible successor of Fang clan. Fang Yun's heart sank. He had not expected Old Ghost by Jun to have such detailed information on them, but he still continued. Wouldn't resolving this privately be better? If we escalate this, it might not have a good ending. Old Ghost by Jun shook his head. No. What status do you two have? I will discuss with your Fang clan's first Supreme Elder. And besides getting my compensation, you will not be allowed to take a single step in Green Ghost Desert for the next few hundred years. Fang Lung and Fang Yun's expressions immediately changed. Fang Lung said, Old Ghost by Jun, you are still after this Green Ghost Desert? Your appetite is too big. Be careful or your stomach might burst. Old Ghost by Jun laughed in a strange tone. Although I have rank 7 cultivation, I am close to rank 8. Fang Lung shook his head. So what? Do you dare to undergo the tribulation? Old Ghost by Jun stroked his goatee. Of course I don't. But not daring now doesn't mean I won't dare in the future. He hesitated before making up his mind. All right. Let me destroy all your hopes. Take a look at what goo this is. Fang Yun and Fang Lung immediately raised their heads to look at a ladybird-like goo in Old Ghost by Jun's hand. This goo was like sapphire. It was the size of small bowl, and its thick carapace was dotted with countless golden star specks. These golden star specks constantly twinkled with various lights, giving a dazzling sense to others. Fang Yun's and Fang Lung's minds shook fiercely. Their eyes could not conceal their panic. Fang Lung's eyes widened and he was speechless momentarily. This is a rank 8 immortal goo. Fang Yun cried out in shock. Old Ghost by Jun said, Pleased. Let me teach you. This rank 8 immortal goo's name is Soul Beast Token. It can directly allow me to enslave soul beasts. Rank 8 Soul Beast Token can enslave immemorial soul beasts, and what it requires is not rank 8 immortal essence. I can use it now. Do you understand what this means? Fang Lung and Fang Yun looked at each other in shock. The meaning behind this was too big. With this rank 8 immortal goo, Old Ghost by Jun could go about his plan slowly. He could control an immemorial soul beast, then use it to control a huge soul beast army and even control this whole Green Ghost Desert. Green Ghost Desert had an inestimable number of soul beasts. This was a dangerous land to others, but it was a paradise to Old Ghost by Jun. No wonder you have such an ambition. You want to grasp this place, then use an immemorial soul beast to help you smoothly pass your tribulation and become a rank 8 great expert. Fang Lung's voice turned hoarse. Fang Yun quickly spoke. But our Fang clan is the nearest super clan to Green Ghost Desert. As long as Senior reaches an agreement with our Fang clan, you will have gained the safest cultivation environment. Indeed, it is good you know. Old Ghost by Jun's eyes flickered sharply. Actually, I need to thank you too. You came at such a time. One is a direct great-grandson of Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, while the other is the second Supreme Elder's adopted son. Although both of you are only rank 6, you two have sufficient weight to be put into a negotiation. Fang Lung and Fang Yun were silent. Fang Lung inwardly thought, This Old Ghost by Jun is indeed a schemer. Everything is different now with this Soul Beast Token immortal goo. With an immemorial soul beast beside him, Old Ghost by Jun will need to be treated as a quasi-rank 8 existence. The clan needs to be very careful when dealing with him. More importantly, with us as captives, Old Ghost by Jun indeed has the best chips to talk terms. If I knew this, I would not have listened to junior brother's instigation to adventure here. Just as he was thinking, Fong Lung suddenly heard Fong Yun's shout. Senior brother, look over there. Fong Yun's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. Fong Lung curiously looked over, seeing the dark clouds above Green Ghost Desert covering the sunlight. But right now, a white cloud was slowly flying under the dense dark clouds and was gradually nearing them. Fong Lung was slightly stumped as he suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Fong Yun before leaving. Fong Lung, you have such big guts. You actually want to adventure in Green Ghost Desert. Fong Yun laughed. Be at ease, senior brother. I had requested father to make deductions on this adventure. He had deduced that this trip will be threatening but not dangerous. We will meet a benefactor along the way and reap huge harvests. Fong Lung frowned. Not to mention that few people tread in Green Ghost Desert. Even if we meet someone else, how would you know if this person is the benefactor? Fong Yun patted Fong Lung's shoulder. I had asked father. He said that the benefactor will come on a white cloud. Fong Lung was dazed, before scoffing. White cloud? Everyone knows. Green Ghost Desert is shrouded by layers of dark clouds. How can there be white cloud? Thinking of this conversation, Fong Lung looked at the white cloud and thought, could it be the benefactor as told by Second Supreme Elder? Old Ghost by June also stared at the white cloud with a gloomy expression. This white cloud emits luck path aura, but it is not only luck path. Clearly someone has used an immortal killer move. Who is it? Who owns such rare luck path methods? Rumble. A vast soul beast army was moving in Green Ghost Desert, raising dust clouds in their way, and ahead of the soul beast army was a white auspicious cloud flying gently. The white cloud was Fong Yuan's immortal killer move spontaneous auspicious cloud. Fong Yuan had come to Green Ghost Desert to only search for soul cores, and did not have any precise goals. So over these days, he let spontaneous auspicious cloud lead the way. The effect was pretty good as he added some small-scale soul beast groups. As a result, the soul beast army scale had enlarged further. The numbers were astonishing. But this amount is already my limit. Fong Yuan was riding a soul beast, his body moving slightly along with the soul beast's movements. He felt some regret. All beings had big or small capabilities. There was some form of limit in terms of capabilities. Controlling so many soul beasts was Fong Yuan's current upper limit. He could not control any more. On one hand, controlling these soul beasts depended on his soul foundation, which was at 90 million man-soul. On the other hand, Fong Yuan had too few soul path immortal goo. They were rank 7 change soul and rank 6 cleanse soul. Change soul immortal goo had to be left as a trump card, because it was the core immortal goo of Switch Soul in Dream Killer move, and could not be used casually. While rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo was very useful, it was used by Fong Yuan in Myriad Self, as well as his own soul path cultivation. He was using it as a replacement now, and was just barely able to control these soul beasts. It was being used in many things simultaneously. In the case of cleanse soul immortal goo, it had a lot of different uses. Fong Yuan was able to do different things by raising just this one goo. It was much better than raising change soul immortal goo. But like this, cleanse soul immortal goo could not handle many situations at the same time as a single goo. I need more soul path immortal goo. Best would be rank 7 ones. Goo refinement was out of the question. Refining rank 7 soul path immortal goo was indeed a tempting thought, but Fong Yuan was lacking resources and would not be able to bear the cost of large-scale goo refinement. After all, he had invested in many things in this recent period, and had also refined many immortal goo. And in terms of his earnings, there were few. Only the dragonfish business was worth anticipating. I have a lot of wisdom path immortal goo. I can use them as replacements. It is just that the killer moves would have to be modified. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, I will use the light of wisdom to modify suitable killer moves. Fong Yuan's expression was calm as he continued to plan. The Shadow Sect Immortals were at the 4 corners of the Beast Group, commanding the Soul Beast Army for Fong Yuan, while also scouting their surroundings. Green Ghost Desert had countless soul beasts. These soul beasts were an extremely desired resource for Fong Yuan. My soul is at 90 million man-soul currently. The soul cores harvested in this trip will be enough to advance me to 100 million man-soul level. But even if I attain 100 million man-soul, it is only midway in the soul cultivation records in spectral soul true inheritance. It is far from the peak. 100 million man-soul was the limit of a human soul. After reaching this point, they had reached the peak and could not progress further. But this situation was before Red Lotus Demon Venerable's period. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke Fate Gu, this limit was also destroyed. The human soul could continue to advance, but no one found the way to advance. In fact, it was already amazing for someone to have 1 million man-soul back then. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, he innovated new ideas with his Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, and found the way to continue advancing beyond 100 million man-soul. As stated by Spectral Soul's true inheritance, above 100 million man-soul was Desolate Soul. 100 million man-soul could solidify the human soul, and the soul could directly interfere with the real world and would not simply be an illusory body like before. But even so, 100 million man-soul was still fragile. This was an inherent deficiency of humans. Man was the spirit of all living beings and had extremely high comprehension, but their physical bodies and souls were far inferior to other beings. However, once they cross 100 million man-soul and step into Desolate Soul, just their soul alone would have the strength of a Desolate level soul beast. Cultivating the Desolate Soul further until the limit, that would be 100 million Desolate Soul. This level was the peak of soul cultivation, and also the limit that the world could contain. Feng Yuan had personally witnessed this level before. It was that terrifying giant form of Spectral Soul's main body. As recorded in Spectral Soul True Inheritance, it was 3-headed 1,000 arms demon soul. Reaching this level meant possessing quasi-rank 9 battle strength. The soul could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defying the heavens and stamping the earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world. So Feng Yuan had an extremely huge demand for Guts Gu. The soul cores he obtained in this trip to Green Ghost Desert could push him to 100 million man-soul level. But what about later? If Feng Yuan wanted to cultivate his soul to the peak, he definitely required much more and an unceasing supply of soul cores. The best scenario is to get control of this desert and become its owner. Like many Gu immortals did, controlling an area was to make the natural resources in the area into one's own assets. Battle strength was required to accomplish this. With Feng Yuan's current strength, he had the qualifications to occupy this region, especially since this Green Ghost Desert was an unowned land. But there was a problem in this. Once I expose my identity and govern this area, it will be the same as asking Heavenly Court to attack me. Reverse Flow Protection Seal cannot be disguised, and Myriad Dragon is also the same. Then I can only disguise my identity and use rank 7 battle strength to fight for this place. After I get this place, I could arrange Ying Wuxie to station here and let him command the Soul Beast Army, supplying me with soul cores. Among the people he had, Ying Wuxie was the most suitable choice. To do this, I need more Soul Path Immortal Gu and to also raise Ying Wuxie's Soul Foundation. The important point is Fang Clan. This Western Desert Superforce is the nearest to Green Ghost Desert. If I control this place, Fang Clan would be my neighbor and is a barrier that I can't get around. Getting rid of Fang Clan was not realistic. Feng Yuan's current battle strength could fight rank 8, but winning against a rank 8 great expert was difficult. Furthermore, Fang Clan not only had a rank 8 First Supreme Elder, this generation's second Supreme Elder, Fang Dichong, was a Wisdom Path great expert who had been renowned in Feng Yuan's first life. Fang Dichong had an extremely deep Wisdom Path attainment, possessing Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, and was also marked in Shadow Sex information. So Feng Yuan only had one path before him. Disguise as a lone cultivator, get close to the righteous path, then build a good relationship with Fang Clan. It was not easy to conspire for a resource area. There were many things to be considered. Fortunately, Green Ghost Desert was rather special as most of the Western Desert Gu immortals and clans lacked methods to develop it. This gave Feng Yuan the best opportunity possible. However, He did not know that he was not the only one who had an intention to occupy Green Ghost Desert. There are people ahead? Fong Yuan's expression suddenly changed. His current investigative methods were no longer like before. He immediately sensed Old Ghost by June, and the rest the moment they entered his investigative range. Is the benefactor coming? Fong Yun was inwardly going crazy with excitement. Fong Lung also had a look of anticipation. Old Ghost by June's gaze was frosty. When he made out some details of the white cloud, he restrained himself and waited for the other side. Soon, the three Gu immortals sensed the ground starting to softly tremor. Then they saw dust clouds surging on the horizon, as one soul beast after another appeared in their sight. A large amount of soul beasts appeared, causing the three immortals' expression to change. And when the whole soul beast army was revealed, all three were shaken. This, Old Ghost by June lost his voice. He had thought his soul beast group was of a large enough scale, but now he discovered that he did not even hold a candle to Fong Yuan's soul beast army. The Shadow Sect immortals had already entered Fong Yuan's immortal aperture, while Fong Yuan had changed into another appearance. He looked like a skinny middle-aged man with long gray hair, a pair of black eyes which seemed to contain vicissitudes of life and ambition. His sight would make anyone feel like this person was absolutely a formidable person. Right now, Fong Yuan was dressed in a black robe, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He was standing proudly on the back of a soul beast while controlling the soul beast army, an awe-inspiring demonic aura lingering around him. Old Ghost by June and the rest were shaken and subconsciously held their breath. Fong Long turned to look at Fong Yun, his gaze filled with doubts. Why does your benefactor feel even more demonic than Old Ghost by June? Fong Yun rolled his eyes. His meaning was, you are asking me, but who should I ask? Perhaps he is the case of men cannot be judged by their looks. He could be of righteous path? Fong Yuan had used familiar face to disguise himself, so there was not even a little flaw. Old Ghost by June was awed by Fong Yuan's aura. He coughed, then clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings? I wonder how I should address you? Fong Yuan's cold gaze swept past the three immortals, chilling their hearts. He did not reply, he only waved his hand. Roar! The soul beast army started roaring and howling, their voices reverberating everywhere. Then, the large army, like a surging tide, charged towards Old Ghost by June's group. Their momentum was like countless horses and soldiers running in the battlefield. As the saying went, a slightest disagreement of words could result in a fight. But Fong Yuan did not even speak a word, and instead straightforwardly made a move, his intense killing intent causing the three immortals' hearts to sink. Fong Lung once again looked at Fong Yun, as if shouting, Are you saying this is not a demon? Now your benefactor is about to take our lives. Fong Yun innocently looked at Fong Lung, as if replying, Why blame me? I am innocent too. Old Ghost by June was stunned, before becoming furious. He thought, I am trying peaceful measures so as to not to add troubles to Master's plan. I did not think this maniac would directly make a killing move without even any greeting. When did this maniac appear in Western Desert? He is simply disregarding me. All right, I will let you know that not everyone can be so easily bullied. At this thought, Old Ghost by June shouted and flew to the sky like a flash of lightning. Come, let's battle. He opened his arms wide. His sleeves expanded like two black holes from where countless dark currents surged out. The dark currents moved towards Fong Yuan like black pythons. Fong Yuan pointed his finger. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Rumble. Using offense against offense, the dark currents resisted for a while but could not endure it any longer as they dispersed. The red meteorite's power was decreased by half, but still continued to smash towards the ground. Old Ghost by June's soul beast army cried miserably from the bombardment. Many were killed instantly or heavily injured. Old Ghost by June's pupils shrunk in fright. Such power! He is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal? Fong Lung was astonished. Don't kill me. We are Fong Clan's Gu Immortals. We are Old Ghost by June's enemies and not friends. Fong Yun shouted loudly. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals? Fang Yuan's ears twitched at Fang Yun's shout. Although he had investigated that the relation between Fang Yun, Fang Lang, and Old Ghost by June seemed to be rather tense, Fang Yuan had not expected they were hostile towards each other. Moreover, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals seemed to be captives. The reason Fang Yuan immediately made a move was because he recognized Old Ghost by June. This person was a rank 7 Soul Path Gu Immortal. By killing him, Fang Yuan could take the aperture to increase his sovereign immortal aperture's resources and also increase his soul path Dao marks. If he could be captured alive, Fang Yuan could give his body to Ying Wuxie. After all, Ying Wuxie was proficient in soul path methods but was using water path Gu Immortal Fairy Chui Bo's body, which did not suit him and limited his capabilities. To disguise himself and make it more convenient to fight for Green Ghost Desert while also hiding from Heavenly Court and other forces, Fang Yuan did not use his true appearance. Instantly, thoughts started moving like lightning in Fang Yuan's mind before getting in order. Looks like this spontaneous auspicious cloud is pretty good. I had just thought of communicating with Fang Clan and building a good relationship. Who could have thought it would send me such a good opportunity at the next moment? Of course, this is also because of my high luck. Fang Yuan had used Burning Soul Bursting Luck before coming to Green Ghost Desert. He did not ask Ying Wuxie to use it, instead personally activating it. Although it expended a lot of his soul foundation, the current Fang Yuan could completely bear it. Save the 2 Fang Clan Gu Immortals and take this Old Ghost by June as a captive. Fang Yuan's gaze brightened sharply. He had thought of killing them all, then annexing Old Ghost by June's Soul Beast group. But now he changed his plan. Fang Clan? Although I had never interacted with Fang Clan, it has some credit in regards to my current cultivation level. Oh well, since you encountered me, I shall save you and repay the kindness. Fang Yuan spoke. Although his voice was cold, Fang Lang and Fang Yun felt joyous. Fang Yun's eyes opened wide. His lips parted in a grin, as he repeatedly raised his brows at Fang Lang, as if saying, "Look, he is indeed the benefactor." Fang Lang ignored him, as he looked at Fang Yuan and Old Ghost by June, frowning. He thought, this Gu Immortal's origin is mysterious. There is no such person in my memories. If he really wanted to save us, he should have hidden his intention and saved us later. But he intentionally mentioned it. Why? Either he does not want to save us and is only intentionally saying it to attract Old Ghost by June's attention, or he truly wants to save us, but his nature is aloof and has complete confidence in himself. He has absolute assurance that he can save us even if he informs the enemy of his intention. You want to save them from me? It will not be easy. Old Ghost by June was furious at Fang Yuan's words. A powerful aura burst out from his body as it brushed aside the ignited thought flying rocks and charged towards Fang Yuan. Commendable courage, but poor foresight. Fang Yuan sneered, as he flew to the sky and pointed his finger. In an instant, dozens of strange lights shot at Old Ghost by June, turning him into a sieve of holes. Old Ghost by June did not let out any blood. Instead, his body gradually turned into nothingness. Ha ha ha! You fell right into my trap. Old Ghost by June's true body appeared at another direction. He had used an illusion to lure Fang Yuan's attention, while his true body was hidden. Old Ghost by June did not choose to sneak attack Fang Yuan. Instead, he approached Fang Lang and Fang Yun. Didn't Fang Yuan say he would save these two? Old Ghost by June immediately had an idea to use these two as shields. This was the first time Old Ghost by June had seen Fang Yuan. But through the exchange earlier, as well as the size of Fang Yuan's Soul Beast army, Old Ghost by June knew Fang Yuan was powerful, and he was not Fang Yuan's match in a head-on fight. So he wanted to use Fang Lang and Fang Yun to threaten Fang Yuan, who wanted to save them. Crap! Looking at Old Ghost by June approaching them rapidly, Fang Yun shouted in dismay. But right at this moment, a figure appeared before the 2 immortals from the thin air. It was the transformed Fang Yuan. Old Ghost by June. Who is the one who has fallen into a trap? The corners of Fang Yuan's lips slightly rose to reveal a demonic smile. Oh no! Old Ghost by June's mind jolted fiercely as he realized he had fallen into the enemy's trap, and quickly tried to escape. But it was already too late. About 10 soul beasts suddenly appeared in the air, surrounding Old Ghost by June. Detonate. Fang Yuan commanded with a thought. Boom, boom, boom. The soul beasts self-detonated. The terrifying power of the detonation shocking Fang Lung and Fang Yun. The air wave that rose from the explosion formed into a shock wave which spread in all directions. Dust clouds rose everywhere in the desert. The dark clouds in the sky billowed outwards. Fang Yuan had intended to use wisdom path methods to capture Old Ghost by June. But soon after, he thought about the fact that the wisdom path method originated from Purple Mountain True Monarch. The ignited thought flying rock he had used earlier could be hidden. After Fang Yuan had modified this move, its effect had changed a lot. But if he used other wisdom path methods, it was very likely to be found out by others. So Fang Yuan gave up wisdom path and used soul path. His soul path methods were slightly inferior to wisdom path. After all, he only had a few soul path immortal goo. But among them was a soul explosion method, which was an action of mutual destruction and had terrifying might. Back when Qin Baishang had first fought Feng Jiugu, Qin Baishang had yet to recover his original memories and was not Feng Jiuji's match. But Feng Jiugu was wary of his soul explosion method and did not deal any fatal blows, letting Qin Baishang go. Even Feng Jiugu was wary of soul explosion. Fang Yuan naturally had to grasp this method. But he would not explode his own soul. At most it would only be for burning soul bursting luck. However, he could use soul beasts. These soul beasts' soul explosions was a little impure and even their soul cores would be destroyed. But the resulting power was truly impressive. Cough, cough. Dust clouds dissipated. Old Ghost by June was floating in the air. The greater part of his body was gone. His limbs were destroyed with only his left arm remaining, and he looked like he was at the end of his life. He is still alive? Fang Lung exclaimed in surprise. Fang Yuan sneered. It was good he was alive. He could be captured and his body could be given to Ing Wuxia. But I can't do that in front of the Fang clan Gu immortals. All kinds of thoughts jumped around in Fang Yuan's mind. The sovereign immortal body had ample aid to the mind to begin with. Now that Fang Yuan had both wisdom path attainment and methods, any issue was clearly and properly analyzed. Fang Yuan said, "You have some skills in soul cultivation. You are still alive after falling into my trap. Forget it. I Swan Bujin have a rule, that is to not take things too far and always leave room for peace. Since you are still alive, then go. I won't make a move today, now scram." Old Ghost by June was panting and his face was pale. He fiercely stared at Fang Yuan. He had regretted it the moment the soul beasts appeared and surrounded him. The enemy clearly emitted wisdom path aura. Why did he think of playing tricks with such a person? Even if he wanted to plot, he should have planned carefully. The soul beast's self-detonation was out of his expectations. At that instant, Old Ghost by June's mind was completely blank, with just one thought, that was to defend and preserve his life. After the explosion, Old Ghost by June did not even think of the intense pain and only felt extreme joy at being alive. But after the joy came fear and anger. He had almost died. His chest was filled with the fire of this anger, as well as fear towards Fang Yuan's schemes and methods. Either you die or I die. With such a thought, Old Ghost by June was just about to use rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. But Fang Yuan actually let him go. According to Fang Yuan's nature, he would always wipe out and eradicate the 9 generations of his enemies. But today's situation was somewhat special. Fang Yuan was trying to obtain Old Ghost by June's body and was also mindful of Fang clan. So he chose to let Old Ghost by June go for the moment. Old Ghost by June had been afraid and furious, feeling that he only had a chance of survival if he fought to the end. But he had never expected Fang Yuan to actually spare him. Old Ghost by June was immediately confused. Is he deceiving me to lower my fighting spirit and make me let go of my vigilance? Old Ghost by June had been tricked by Fang Yuan once, so he doubted everything now. Fang Yuan looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. You are still here. I already gave you a chance. Are you really looking for your death? Humph. Old Ghost by June forgot his rage. He just stared at Fang Yuan. At the side, Fang Lung and Fang Yun, who were collapsed on the back of the soul beast, were also looking at Fang Yuan. Fong Yuan was standing tall like a spear on the back of the soul beast. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his gaze was like cold lightning that arrogantly looked down on the world. He showed absolute confidence that even if he let his enemy go, he would not be afraid of the troubles the enemy might bring him. Fong Ling lowered his eyes and thought, "This person is full of demonic aura. He is confident and arrogant, but has a bottom line and principle. So he is this kind of person. Only such a person could take the initiative to expose his intention of saving us." Fong Yun, however, was watching with a stupefied expression. Old Ghost by June slowly narrowed his eyes, which flickered with a gloomy light. Although his injuries were severe, most of his strength still remained, especially when he still had a huge trump card remaining, rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. But there was a huge price to pay to activate this goo. Old Ghost by June did not want to use it lightly. Just now, he wanted to activate it disregarding the costs to have a chance at survival, but Fong Yuan instead let him go. "No matter if he is truly letting me go, I need to try to escape first and see what he will do. If he is just pretending, I will just turn back and stake my life against him. If he is truly letting me go, then I will just escape." Old Ghost by June was extremely wary towards Fong Yuan. Even if he activated the rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token, Old Ghost by June did not have confidence to win against Fong Yuan. And it was also because he had another concern. What if he revealed he had a rank 8 Immortal Goo, making Fong Yuan change his mind and attack him to seize the goo? All kinds of thoughts lingered in Old Ghost by June's mind before he scoffed and left. He was quite fast. His broken body was like a loose arrow that quickly flew into the dark clouds and disappeared from the immortal's sights. "Benefactor, you are truly letting him go? He has a rank 8 Immortal Goo." Fong Yun was dazed for a while before crying out in shock. "Oh, there was such a thing. Looks like he had a fortuitous encounter. But since I already said it, I will let him go. Do you want me to go against my own words?" Fong Yuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at Fong Yun and Fong Lang with a sharp and cold gaze. Fong Yun and Fong Lang looked at each other, feeling Fong Yuan's sharp gaze piercing into their hearts. He quickly looked away, not daring to meet Fong Yuan's gaze. At the same time, he exclaimed inwardly, "This benefactor is so domineering. He is really not easy to interact with." On the contrary, Fong Lang's mind calmed. "Good, this person is a man of his word. Even with such a huge temptation like a rank 8 Immortal Goo in front of him, he still stands by his words. He can be said to be extremely conceited. But only like this can the two of us have a chance of survival." Thinking of this, Fong Lang struggled to get up. "I am Fong Lang, and this is my junior brother Fong Yun. We thank Senior for saving us." Fong Yuan lightly nodded, before suddenly stretching out his hands. A formless force burst out, sucking both Fong Lang and Fong Yun to Fong Yuan's hands. Fong Lang's heart jumped, but he restrained himself, while Fong Yun cried out in shock and panic. But shortly, when the two saw that Fong Yuan was getting rid of their shackles, they put their minds at ease. To Fong Yuan, Old Ghost by June's methods were not anything novel. He soon saw through it completely, then started removing it. A move that could bind Fong Yun and Fong Lang was naturally an immortal method, but Fong Yuan had a killer move like Purple Thought Perception Starlight, and was able to easily get rid of it. Fong Lang and Fong Yun soon regained their freedom. The two gave thanks once again, but their minds were fluctuating as they thought. "This person is so domineering. Although he saved us, he never asked us our opinions and immediately made a move." They could hardly imagine this was all done intentionally by Fong Yuan. He succeeded in ingraining a self-conceited and domineering image in these two Fong Clan Gu immortals' minds. "You can address me as Swan Bu Jin," Fong Yuan said, introducing himself. But with his second sentence, Fong Yuan drove them off. "I mainly cultivate wisdom path, and have inherited Zheng Jingshen's inheritance, which is why I saved you too. You can leave now." "Ah!" Fong Yun was dazed. "Junior shall deeply remember Senior's kindness, and will report it to the clan." "Senior, will you remain in Green Ghost Desert?" Fong Lang pulled Fong Yun's sleeve, then respectfully inquired. "I have a use for these soul beasts. I saved you too, not for any benefits. Go now." Fong Yuan waved his hand coldly, his gaze revealing a trace of impatience. Fong Lung and Fong Yun did not dare to disturb him again. Both bowed in respect before flying away. After a while, the two had disappeared over the horizon. I did not expect Old Ghost by June to have a rank 8 immortal goo. I wonder what goo it is. How did those two Fong clan goo immortals know of it? Did Old Ghost by June use the goo in front of them? Fong Yuan pondered. Old Ghost by June only had rank 7 cultivation but could use rank 8 immortal goo? This signified he had some special method? Or this rank 8 immortal goo was a top-tier goo like attitude goo? Regardless of the reason, Fong Yuan was moved. But there is no hurry to find trouble with Old Ghost by June. Fong Yuan slightly drooped his eyebrows as he had a sensation in his mind which showed Old Ghost by June's location. With his cautious nature, Fong Yuan had already planted an investigative method on Old Ghost by June the moment he made a move. Although Fong Yuan let Old Ghost by June go, he actually had a firm grasp on the latter's whereabouts. In the past, Fong Yuan did not have such methods. But recently, he had wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. He had a lot more methods than before. Senior brother, do you think that Benefactor knew Old Ghost by June had a rank 8 immortal goo? So he wanted to save us quickly before going after Old Ghost by June? While flying, Fong Yun suddenly asked. Fong Lung thought for a moment before shaking his head. With my understanding of Senior Swan Bu Jin, that should not be the case. Fong Yun could not hold back his laughter. From your words, you sound like you are familiar with Senior. Aren't you the same as me? Meeting Senior for the first time before being driven away. Fong Lung glanced at Fong Yun. The rank 8 immortal goo is indeed a huge matter, but this Senior is extremely proud and aloof by nature. I am probably not wrong in this. Furthermore, we did not specifically inform him of what that rank 8 immortal goo was. If Senior truly wanted to go capture Old Ghost by June, wouldn't he have asked us about what this rank 8 immortal goo is and what its ability is? Fong Yun smacked his forehead. Your analysis makes sense. Looks like Senior really is not going to hunt Old Ghost by June Sai. That Old Ghost by June tormented us so badly. I was hoping Senior would put him in his place. Fong Lung shook his head. That rank 8 immortal goo soul beast token can command soul beasts. If Senior led his soul beast army to fight, he would probably suffer huge losses. We should first return and inform the clan. Let the other supreme elders decide. Green Ghost Desert was near Fong clan's territory. After flying for a while, Fong Yun and Fong Lung arrived before an immortal formation. Using this immortal formation, they teleported a long distance, arriving directly at the clan's headquarters. Fong Yun and Fong Lung bade farewell. Fong Lung went to report to First Supreme Elder, while Fong Yun went to report this to Second Supreme Elder Fong Dichong. Fong clan's affairs were basically decided by First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder. After hearing of this matter, the two elders first placated Fong Lung and Fong Yun, before meeting to discuss this matter. Second Supreme Elder asked, "Does First Supreme Elder know of Zhang Jingshin?" First Supreme Elder slightly nodded. This person was a legendary lone cultivator tens of thousands of years ago, and had quite some relation with our Fong clan. In his earlier years of cultivation, he had received financial support from our clan, and he even had a love affair with a clan ancestor. Unfortunately, the ancestor died in a battle and Zhang Jingshin did not join Fong clan. Second Supreme Elder immediately came to a realization. Although super forces paid heavy importance to familial relations and bloodline, they would often take in new blood. Especially if they discover some goo immortal seeds, these super forces would often support these seeds with resources. If these people truly became goo immortals, the super force would then recruit them as their members. Naturally, such situations were rare. On one hand, they were only giving casual support in the first place as the probability of a mortal becoming an immortal was tiny. On the other hand, even if they became a goo immortal, most of them were geniuses and elites with their own plans, they might not be willing to join a super force. But even if these people did not want to join, the kindness of the past was enough to build a close relationship. Just by being able to draw lone immortals to their side, all the previous investment the super force made would be worth it. Zhang Jingshin was a remarkable example of this. If not for the accident, he would have joined Fang clan. Naturally, he would have to marry into Fang clan. His children would also be surnamed Fang. Zheng Jingshun's matter is rather concealed. Many are not even aware of him. This Swan Bujin is probably not lying. First Supreme Elder added. Second Supreme Elder slightly frowned. Nothing can be said before the matter is verified. There is also the possibility of him teaming up with Old Ghost by June. First Supreme Elder's gaze turned heavy. If that is truly the case, then Swan Bujin probably collaborated with Old Ghost by June to get close to my Fang clan for Qing clan's legacy. Fang Yuan of course had his scheme by intentionally showing goodwill and saving the two Fang clan Gu immortals. But in the discussion between the two Fang clan Supreme Elders, they had instead grouped him together with Old Ghost by June and even mentioned Qing clan. This Qing clan was also a super force, but a long-exterminated one. The one who slaughtered the entire Qing clan was none other than the young Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became a Venerable, because of a certain irreconcilable conflict, he fought against the entirety of Qing clan alone. If Qing clan had known Spectral Soul would become a Venerable in the future, they would definitely not dare to go against such a person. Unfortunately, Qing clan belittled Spectral Soul because of their superiority in numbers and assets. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable grew up step by step, fighting again and again, getting stronger the more he battled. In the end, he arrived at Qing clan's headquarters and fought an intense battle, slaughtering the entirety of Qing clan. Many Qing clan Gu immortals perished in the battle. The Dao marks of Spectral Soul's killer moves, the Gu immortals' corpses, and the Dao marks from the destruction of immortal apertures were all engraved on the battlefield which became the current Green Ghost Desert. It was called Green One Ghost because it referenced Qing clan, the former superforce. Although Qing clan was exterminated, it was rumored that Qing clan's first Supreme Elder, before his death, sealed all the clan resources and buried them in a certain location in Green Ghost Desert, leaving behind an inheritance. There was only one condition to inherit this inheritance. It was that the inheritor must take revenge for Qing clan by killing Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul was already dead, then the target of revenge moved to Spectral Soul's family, friends, and disciples. Regretfully, Spectral Soul became a demon venerable. The whole world was not his opponent, and that era groveled at his feet. Qing clan's inheritance became a joke. Fang clan was the nearest superforce to Green Ghost Desert, and thus was much more informed. When Qing clan was exterminated, Fang clan's ancestors began to actively search for the clues to Qing clan's inheritance. After generations of effort, the fragmented clues were pieced together, becoming increasingly valuable. Now, in this generation, the clues were already completed, and with a vague responsive method, the clan had begun searching Green Ghost Desert. First Supreme Elder sighed, "We don't have enough strength to control Green Ghost Desert. Not to mention that we have no methods to restrict soul beasts. The number of Gu immortals we can mobilize is also few. If not for this, we would have no need to let Fang Lung and Fang Yun take the risk. Who could have expected their adventure would involve people like Old Ghost by June and Swan Bujin? I have heard of Old Ghost by June, and he actually has the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. And that Swan Bujin's appearance is too sudden. His origin is covered in mystery, and he has powerful methods. Regardless of what the relationship of these two is, they are obstacles that our Fang clan needs to go through to search for Qing clan's inheritance." Second Supreme Elder nodded. Fang clan had many assets and networks. Their Gu immortals needed to defend the territories. But Qing clan's inheritance was tempting, especially when the clues mentioned that Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, which was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and left in Western Desert. Its value was extremely high and left behind a heavy mark in history. Fang clan was famous for its Gu houses. Divine Bean Palace had a high importance to them. Their resolve to explore Qing clan's inheritance and obtain Divine Bean Palace was not a matter of a generation or two, but was carried by generations after generations. Green Ghost Desert. A battered figure was flying past the surface of the desert. Swan Bujin. "You actually did not chase me. Such arrogance. Humph. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later." Old Ghost by Jun's expression was distorted and furious as he thought of Fang Yuan. 3 of his limbs had been destroyed in the soul explosion, but they were already recovered now. It was clear that Old Ghost by Jun had powerful healing methods. Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Old Ghost by Jun's face was once again filled with hatred, as he said through clenched teeth, "My soul beasts, it was not easy to gather them, but now they have all been killed. Damn it! The loss this time is too huge. More importantly, the timing is delayed now. What will I do if Master blames me?" At the thought of his master, Old Ghost by Jun's body shook involuntarily as fear and panic surged in his heart. "No, I did not handle the matters properly this time. I will definitely be severely punished by Master. What to do? No, I can't let Master know. I better conceal this and report after I accumulate another group of soul beasts. Sigh, although I am tight on time, as long as I disregard the costs and activate Soul Beast token, what soul beasts can't I enslave?" Just as he was thinking this, a female figure suddenly appeared in front of Old Ghost by Jun. "It is you, Eagle Concubine. Why are you here?" Old Ghost by Jun immediately panicked when he saw this person. Eagle Concubine was dressed in a tight black clothing, perfectly displaying her seductive figure. Her face was pale white, as if she had never seen sunlight. Not only was there no rosiness, her eyes even shone with a gloomy light. She sneered, "Old geezer, you still don't understand why I came? You have spoiled Master's plan. Returning in defeat, Master has specially ordered me to bring you back for questioning." "What?" Old Ghost by Jun trembled, shock and fear clouding his face. Sweat dripped down his forehead. "How did Master know?" Eagle Concubine sneered. "You think Master handed you a rank 8 immortal goo without any monitoring means? You are really underestimating Master." "How could I dare to underestimate Master?" "Humph, Eagle Concubine. Don't try to drive a wedge between us." Old Ghost by Jun shouted furiously. "Yes, I admit I didn't handle things properly this time and caused a setback to Master's plan. But I will make up for it. There is still time. I can definitely give Master a satisfying answer." Eagle Concubine shook her head. "You still want to make up for your mistake? Humph, you already have no opportunity. You think I am deceiving you? It was truly Master who ordered me to take you back. Master personally gave the command?" Old Ghost by Jun was deathly pale, as he cautiously asked with a trace of hope. Eagle Concubine nodded. "You can forget about it. How could I deceive you in this matter? Let's go. Don't make me take action. You know Master's divine might. Just return with me obediently." "Okay, I will return with you." Old Ghost by Jun gave a sad smile as he became dispirited. He did not have any thoughts of rebelling against his master. The 2 immortals set off, and after traveling an immense distance, they entered a quicksand pit. After entering the sandpit, they continued to move down for close to 1,000 li before they entered a mysterious space filled with green lights. The 2 immortals used their methods familiarly. The green lights immediately changed and a golden staircase appeared from the lights. In the green lights, the 2 could not fly and had to move up the stairs step by step. After walking 9,999 steps, the 2 arrived in front of a palace door. This palace was lofty like a mountain, liveliness mixed in its solemnity. Its green bricks and golden tiles emitted dense fragrance of plants and trees. And carved on the plaque on the palace door were 3 large words: Divine Bean Palace. It was the immortal goo house of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable that Fang clan had been conspiring to obtain for generations after generations. The 2 immortals did not dare to open the door, instead kneeling on the ground, kowtowing with incomparable respect. The palace door slowly started opening, revealing an extremely spacious hall. There were dozens of large pillars in the hall. They were thick and sturdy, glittering with bronze radiance. An enormous soul beast was lying inside the hall. It had a tortoise shell, for tiger paws, dragon tail, snake neck, and a human head. Seeing this monster, the 2 goo immortals hurriedly bowed and paid respects. By Jun, Eagle Concubine, greets Master. Eagle Concubine was very respectful. while Old Ghost by June's face was dripping with sweat as his body shook in fear. That soul beast with disheveled hair had a ferocious expression as it let out an angry howl while staring at Old Ghost by June. Old Ghost by June had never seen his master so furious. He plopped down to the ground and shouted, "Master, please spare me! Please spare me!" But the soul beast paid no heed to his plea. It raised its huge right paw and suddenly grabbed Old Ghost by June. Old Ghost by June's expression distorted from fright. "Master, Master, please listen to me. Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo is still with me. I did not lose it. This failure was my mistake. But please give this servant a chance to redeem himself. This smell, it is him. Right? It is him." The Soul Beast sensed with closed eyes, before suddenly opening its bloodshot eyes. That long snake neck was stretched out like a pillar due to anger. The scales on it were emitting cold eerie light. The hall rang with the Soul Beast's shout. Eagle Concubine's face turned pale as she keenly sensed the anger and hatred contained within this shout. "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the enemy who eliminated my clan, I finally have caught you. Although you are dead, there is no mistake with this scent. It is your inheritor or descendant." Ha ha ha. The Soul Beast began to laugh madly. The crazed laughter shook the air, forming airwaves that struck the hall repeatedly. Eagle Concubine had to retreat repeatedly. This laughter shook her very soul. Old Ghost by June, who was held by the tiger claws, was even more shocked, his eyes rolling up. But he could already sense that his master did not bring him back to punish him. It was because of that Swan Bujin who seemed to have a connection to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Suddenly, the whole of Divine Bean Palace erupted with glaring rays of green light. The green rays pierced through the Soul Beast's body like countless sharp arrows. The Soul Beast's crazed laughter stopped abruptly, as it gave a muffled groan. "This damned Divine Bean Palace!" It roared in agitation, and was about to go berserk. Old Ghost by June was afraid he would be crushed to death in a moment of carelessness. He quickly shouted, "Master, please calm your raging anger. Please take good care of yourself. Taking care of your body is most important." The Soul Beast was persuaded, gradually calming down and mumbled, "Your words are correct. I need to take care of my body. I am going to kill all the inheritors and descendants of Spectral Soul, to take revenge for the hatred from back then." At the same time, Heavenly Court. Countless halls shone with dazzling white light. Suddenly, green aurora lights shone in the pure white sky. The aurora lights lasted for a moment before gradually dissipating. Heavenly Court's atmospheric changes are never a small matter. This seems to involve Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fairy Ziwei was in Heavenly Court. She quickly made deductions when she saw this unusual phenomenon. After a while, she opened her eyes, which had a trace of joy. So it was Divine Bean Palace, which was put in Western Desert by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This Divine Bean Palace is a rank 8 immortal goo house and has outstanding might. It is about to appear in the world. We can't let it fall into Western Desert's hands. Fairy Ziwei slowly closed her eyelids and continued to deduce. After obtaining the results, she called a goo immortal of Central Continent. This rank 8 goo immortal was dressed in a green robe, emitting an aura of a scholar. From his appearance, he looked young, but his eyes were deep and wise. He was already some thousands of years old. "Chan Yi, you are the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Divine Bean Palace is making an appearance in Western Desert. Follow my plan and go subdue it," Fairy Ziwei instructed. "Okay." Chun Yi bowed slightly with no changes in his expression. Fairy Ziwei nodded. "Do this and you can resign from your position to enter Heavenly Court." Chun Yi was slightly moved, revealing a trace of joy. He once again bowed and said in a clear voice, "Then I shall thank Lady Ziwei." Several days later, Western Desert. Fong Yuan's soul left his body. He moved the soul and grasped a handful of sand, from phantom to solid, interfering with the material world. "Haha! I have finally reached 100 million man soul." Fong Yuan was inwardly jubilant. Fong Yuan sighed. He had finally reached 100 million man soul after several setbacks. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley are indeed the sacred lands of soul cultivation, and adding in the world's top soul cultivation techniques, written in spectral soul true inheritance, my soul foundation has soared rapidly. But I am only at 100 million man soul. I will need to continue to accumulate further, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, until 900 million. After 900 million was not 1 billion, but was a breakthrough to desolate soul. After attaining desolate soul, Feng Yuan's soul would have the strength of a desolate level soul beast. Although Feng Yuan's current strength could easily play around with desolate beasts, being able to fight them with just his soul would be a qualitative transformation. After all, a human soul was inherently weaker than other life forms. Being able to make up for this weakness afterwards and even surpass them, that showed the power of spectral soul's true inheritance. Feng Yuan did not return after getting 100 million man soul, but continued to stay to capture soul beasts. After knowing Old Ghost by June and Feng Clan, Feng Yuan no longer intended to find an immemorial soul beast. He was not afraid of such an existence, but if it really came to a fight, not only would his soul beast army suffer huge losses, his main methods would also emerge. Once his trump card killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Myriad Dragon were exposed, it would mean Feng Yuan's identity would also be revealed. There were many immemorial soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert. But under the lead of Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud, Feng Yuan did not encounter any of them. Of course, it is not only because of Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud, but also because my own luck is being maintained in a powerful state. So my recent endeavors have all been smooth sailing, somewhat like getting everything I want. Feng Yuan was aware of the reason. Feng Yuan continued to stay in Green Ghost Desert. He did not even have to make a move and could just make his soul beast army fight. If he encountered soul beasts, he would command his soul beast army to charge at them. He would take out the soul cores of the dead ones, while adding in the remaining captives to replenish any losses. Besides, Feng Yuan did not have to spend anything to control the soul beasts other than mental energy and immortal essence. And it also had an extremely high return. When Gu Immortals did things, they would consider investment and returns. Feng Yuan was deeply aware of this, and would always take advantage of it. This method of hunting soul beasts could exert his abilities to the limit. He could optimize his gains. Like this, dozens of days passed. Feng Yuan's soul foundation had increased to 200 million. His soul was even more solid and lifelike. His 4 limbs became even tougher, much superior to the previous 100 million man soul. In this period, whether it be Feng Clan, Old Ghost by June, or immemorial soul beasts, none appeared. Feng Yuan went through this period peacefully. Speaking of Old Ghost by June, Feng Yuan wanted to seize his rank 8 immortal Gu. But when he used his wisdom path methods to deduce, he found that it still was not the time for it, and there were even a lot of risks in trying to do so now. Furthermore, with Feng Clan staying at the side, Feng Yuan did not make a move, even though he knew Old Ghost by June's location. 200 million man soul should be enough to explore the 3rd stage of thieving Heaven's dream realm, right? Feng Yuan was impatient to return. He stored the soul beast army in his sovereign immortal aperture, and concealed his tracks before quietly leaving Green Ghost Desert. After spending some time hurrying back, he arrived in front of thieving Heaven's dream realm once again. Tang Fongming quickly came to welcome him. His gaze towards Feng Yuan was filled with respect. Over the period when Feng Yuan left, he had made great progress in exploring the dream realm because of Feng Yuan's guidance, gaining huge harvests. After greeting Tang Fongming, Feng Yuan followed the previous arrangements. He led out the Shadow Sect Immortals to control the Immortal Formation, before entering thieving Heaven's dream realm. The surroundings suddenly changed. An oasis in the desert. Feng Yuan was once again an observer. It is this place. It is this place. Sha Zhao's voice was trembling from excitement. In the previous 2 stages, Thieving Heaven was banished by the clan, encountered Sha Zhao, refined rank 2 sneak attack Gu, became the champion of the small competition, and came to the clan's important area, which was the pool in the center of the oasis to choose Gu worms as the reward for winning the competition. Sha Zhao naturally had arranged investigative methods on young Thieving Heaven's body. Right now, he sensed an inexplicable aura from near the pool and knew he had found the place. However, young thieving Heaven's heart sank. Sha Xiao getting his wish was not something he wanted to see. Quick! Throw that sheepskin map into the pool. Sha Xiao commanded young thieving Heaven with a clear impatience. Young thieving Heaven was extremely doubtful. Didn't you take my sheepskin map? How would I have it? Sha Xiao laughed darkly. I have already made all the preparations. I have stitched that sheepskin map in your clothes. My good grandson, you only need to take off that piece of clothing and throw it to the pool. Young thieving Heaven's heart sank further, as he thought inwardly. This Sha Xiao is a scheming demon. He definitely has a huge plot in throwing that mysterious sheepskin map to the pool. How can I do a thing like helping him commit a crime? Although the clan banished me before, they have after all shown me kindness by raising me for many years. I cannot repay this kindness with ill intent. Quick, grandson, throw that clothing into the pool. Sha Xiao shouted. Don't forget that my method is still marked in your body. If you don't do it, I will make sure you die a painful death. Young thieving Heaven's pupils immediately shrunk at the threat of death. He thought of his family and returning home, falling into deep hesitation. If he did not follow Sha Xiao's words now, he probably was going to truly die. His wish of returning home and reuniting with his family would just become wild wishes. Do I give up my moral conduct to return home? No, I can't do this. Sha Xiao might be incomparably strong, but I still have hope. I will fight to the end and will never lower my head to evil. I won't let down my Ben Jiesun's name. Young thieving Heaven's eyes shined brightly. Grandpa, this timing might not be suitable. I have yet to choose the gu. The clan's gu masters are observing me from the side. If I rashly throw my clothes into the pool, it will be intercepted by the guards before it can even land in the pool. This pool is our clan's most important water source after all. Young thieving Heaven inwardly said to Sha Xiao. Sha Xiao was stunned for a moment, before slowly speaking. I was impatient, grandson, you are right, but you must find an opportunity when others are unaware and finish this task. If you cannot accomplish it, you can go die. If you can complete it, Grandpa will give you unimaginable benefits. Sha Xiao threatened as well as enticed. Young thieving Heaven quickly agreed but was not even a little moved inwardly. The clan's gu masters led young thieving Heaven to the underground cavern. You are the winner of the competition. Go choose your gu. Remember, you only have 15 minutes. Young thieving Heaven thanked them and walked into the cavern. There were countless square holes in the walls. The square holes were of all sizes, most of them containing gu worms. These rank 1 gu worms were of all kinds and shapes, dazzling young thieving Heaven. He inwardly exclaimed, although I heard there were countless gu worms in the world, now that I am personally seeing the storage of the clan, I am truly sensing how magical this world is. There is a door there. Young thieving Heaven pushed open the small door and entered another underground cavern. This small cavern size was only about 1/3 of the previous cavern. There were similar square holes carved in the walls, but the gu worms in the holes were rank 2. Young thieving Heaven sighed in his mind as he looked at the gu worms. Oh, I have no one to guide me. I simply don't know what gu worm is better and suits me. Also, that demon Sha Xiao is plotting a huge scheme. What should I do? Ask for help from the clan. Young thieving Heaven shook his head repeatedly in worry. Sha Xiao had investigative methods which could sense matters around young thieving Heaven. The moment young thieving Heaven revealed the secret, he would immediately be killed by Sha Xiao. Young thieving Heaven's expression suddenly changed into that of surprise. Then, like the person had changed, he began to move around his arms and legs, adapting to the body. I am once again in control of young thieving Heaven's body, but I have some leisure time now, unlike the previous urgent situations. Feng Yuan was once again in charge of young thieving Heaven's actions. So I have to resolve young thieving Heaven's issue again? Feng Yuan mumbled. How to deal with Sha Xiao? From my conjecture, this demon's cultivation is at least rank 4. Rank 5 is also very likely. Feng Yuan scanned his surroundings, looking at the large numbers of gu worms. It seems the breakthrough for this difficulty lies in the goo worms here. Young Thieving Heaven did not recognize these goo worms, but Feng Yuan had broad experience and vast knowledge. He knew almost all of these goo worms, even if there were some which he did not recognize. He could roughly guess them through various checks. Also, even though Sha Xiao has investigative methods, they clearly stopped working when Young Thieving Heaven entered the underground cavern. Looks like Sha Xiao's methods can't breach the defense of this underground cavern. This underground cavern was heavily protected. This was the clan's important area where goo worms were stored. If it could be easily inspected, it would definitely attract enemies, and the clan would suffer disastrous losses. Sha Xiao does not know what I am doing now. So he wanted Young Thieving Heaven to take the risk and finish his matter earlier. Also, even in the outside world, his investigative methods are probably relying on Young Thieving Heaven's senses. As long as I can glean the mysteries of his method, I can deal with it. Feng Yuan analyzed in his mind. This third stage had just begun. He was given a test, but it was not actually too difficult. Even if he failed, he could try it again. At most, his soul would be injured. Were it before, when his soul foundation only was 10 million man soul level, he might be worried this injury would be beyond the limit he could endure. But now that he had 200 million man soul, he was confident that no matter how much injury he suffered, his soul could not be directly destroyed. But if I follow the Dream Realm's route, it might be safe, but it would be just that. Instead, how about... Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He wanted to test his plan and see how much change this Dream Realm of Thieving Heaven could support. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. The goo worm has been selected. Now, let me take a look. Feng Yuan took a deep breath and controlled Young Thieving Heaven's body. He first activated Sneak Attack Goo. Immediately at the activation, a blue baby figure jumped out and pounced towards the front. In the blink of an eye, the blue baby phantom entered the cavern wall. The whole process was silent, as if nothing had happened. Feng Yuan mentally sighed. This Sneak Attack Goo is indeed a top-tier goo. Not only is its power outstanding among rank 2, it is silent as well. According to the Dream Realm, this cavern definitely has defensive methods arranged in it. But Sneak Attack Goo simply did not touch the defenses. I might as well refine some Sneak Attack Goo in the future. Feng Yuan had relied on the Dream Realm to create Sneak Attack Goo. In the outside world, Feng Yuan could create the goo recipe for every mortal rank after some modifications. Feng Yuan could use the rank 2 Sneak Attack Goo recipe to deduce its rank 1 to rank 5 recipes. He could even use the Light of Wisdom to deduce rank 6 and rank 7 Sneak Attack Immortal Goo recipes. Because Feng Yuan's current theft path attainment level was already as high as Quasi-Great Grandmaster. After using the Sneak Attack Goo, Feng Yuan sped up the process, activating the goo worms which he had chosen in the cavern. According to the rewards of the competition, the champion could select 3 rank 1 goo, or 1 rank 2 goo. Feng Yuan had checked all the rank 2 goo in the small cavern. Although they were quite good, they were not suitable for his use. Feng Yuan then chose 3 rank 1 goo from the large cavern, immediately refining them and combining them into a killer move. This killer move was activated, immediately forming a giant Rhino Strength Path Phantom. The Rhino Strength Path Phantom moved its limbs and directly charged towards the cavern wall. This part of the cavern walls had already been internally destroyed by Sneak Attack Goo's power. Now, as the Rhino Phantom smashed into it, it immediately collapsed loudly. Following, large amount of water surged out of the hole. Although Feng Yuan had been a bystander, he had already observed clearly and found this area of the underground cavern was right next to the oasis pool. This arrangement made sense. The pool had a spirit spring. The nearer the storage was to the pool, the denser the primeval energy that could seep into the mud and spread. And to this underground cavern where the clan stored goo worms, it was greatly beneficial. There were some disadvantages, but the clan had already arranged defensive methods here, and those that could normally enter here were their own people. Even Young Thieving Heaven was only trusted by the clan because he had lived and grown in the clan for over 10 years. But right now, under Feng Yuan's control, Young Thieving Heaven acted opposite and went mad, directly opening a hole in the wall to finish Sha Zhao's task. Water surged in large amounts, A layer of light membrane suddenly shone on the wall, blocking most of the water. What happened? Move quickly. Something happened. Shocked voices came from outside the cavern. The guards immediately rushed in after sensing something wrong. What use is it in discovering now? Fang Yuan sneered, activating sneak attack Gu along with other 2 Gu to form a killer move. The rank 2 killer move covered him with a layer of blue light, increasing his speed sharply. Fang Yuan moved quickly towards that membrane of light blocking the water, directly passing through it and entering the pool. This membrane of light had also been in Fang Yuan's consideration. The clan's defensive methods were only mortal level in the end, and to a Gu immortal like Fang Yuan, they were filled with flaws. As for the incoming fierce current, even though it had huge force, Fang Yuan's killer move easily opened a way through it. By the time the 2 guards entered, they only saw Fang Yuan's receding figure entering the pool. "This is a traitor," one guard shouted furiously with bloodshot eyes. "The clan nurtured and raised you. How could you dare to do this? Was your conscience eaten by the dogs? Die!" He immediately attacked. But the other guard quickly stopped him. "Are you crazy? What would we do if your move kills the Gu worms in the cavern? The important thing is to repair the defense as quickly as possible to reduce the losses. The smaller the losses, the lighter our punishment would be." That guard did not want to continue listening to the advice. He shook off his companion's arm. "You repair the defenses. I will capture this thief." He threw behind these words, before passing through the light membrane to chase Fang Yuan. An enemy? Fang Yuan's heart tensed. He was extremely vigilant, immediately sensing the guard entering the water. But even if he sensed the guard, it was of no use. Young Thieving Heaven was only rank 1 with a poor aptitude, having limited primeval essence that was almost finished after Fang Yuan repeatedly activated Gu worms. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had nothing to work with against the rank 3 guard. "Thief! How dare you do this? Did you do this because you hated the clan for banishing you? Or were you ordered by someone?" The chasing guard could speak even in water. Fang Yuan held his breath and used all his strength to fight. But in just 2-3 moves, he was captured by the guard. The guard was full of hatred towards Fang Yuan, and seeing him still daring to retaliate, he immediately struck Fang Yuan's chest with his palm. Fang Yuan's 7 orifices started bleeding, the blood spreading in the pool. "How could your filthy blood pollute my clan's spirit spring?" The rank 3 guard revealed hatred as he activated a Gu worm to collect all the blood. "Damn it! I just had to run into a water path rank 3 Gu master." Fang Yuan revealed a bitter smile. After being captured, he could not even budge and had to take the palm strike head-on, his soul suffering an unprecedented level of damage. Fang Yuan endured the pain. After his soul stopped shaking, he carefully inspected it and was astonished. "So powerful! This one strike cut down my soul foundation by 50 million. He thought rapidly, guessing, "There are few water path Gu masters in Western Desert. Was this person specially sent by the Dream Realm to target me?" 50 million man soul was immediately cut away. If it were anyone else, this one strike might have killed them. Even if it were me previously with 90 million man soul foundation, over half of my soul would have been destroyed instantly in this situation. And this 3rd stage has just started. The later events definitely look like they will be more problematic. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but rejoice that he had stably accumulated until 200 million man soul before entering Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He then continued to speculate. If I had not rashly charged in and followed the dream realm development, there probably would not have been this kind of attack. But by doing this, I likely spared myself of many steps in between. This dream realm change is worth studying. Fang Yuan explored the dream realm not only for theft path attainment, but also to accumulate experience and make exploring other dream realms more convenient. Although the action this time was slightly risky, Fang Yuan had gained a lot. He might be captured, but a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, giving him new thoughts. Wait a moment! This 50 million man soul foundation was not random. Other than soul path Gu immortals, most other Gu immortals don't even have such level of soul foundation. If other paths Gu immortals were to explore this dream realm of thieving heaven, what would happen? Fang Yuan thought of Tang Fang Ming more accurately. He thought of the steel dream killer move that Tang Fang Ming created in his first life. In my first life, as dream realms continued to be explored, endless numbers of dream path Gu worms, as well as dream path killer moves were created to provide targeted help against different dream realms. Thieving Heaven's dream realm has a huge demand on soul foundation, which absolutely could not be explored before the chaotic era. If an ordinary person were to explore it, they would need to have enough dream path accumulation. The best case would be to create a killer move related to dream and soul, which can neutralize the corrosion of the soul in dream realm, or greatly reduce the corrosion. This dream realm of thieving heaven came from a Gu immortal venerable and was so huge, the difficulty of exploring it was extremely high. During the early and middle periods of the Five Regions' chaotic war, it was simply a graveyard for Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was able to explore it by forcibly facing it with his soul foundation. The most terrifying thing about this dream realm was the intense corrosion of the soul, but Fang Yuan directly crossed this hurdle with his robust soul foundation. The spirit spring started burbling in the pool like it was boiling. What's going on? The rank 3 guard was moving to the surface while holding Fang Yuan in one hand when he saw this situation. Sure enough, my action greatly reduced the steps. I have already reached the most crucial juncture of the 3rd stage. Fang Yuan, however, was jubilant. His gaze shined brightly as he looked at the changes in the pool. The water in the pool burbled. The water temperature also rose rapidly. Traitor, what the hell did you do? The rank 3 guard glared and grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Despite feeling an intense pain, it was nothing to Fang Yuan. He did not even glance at the guard and just concentrated on the water that was going through the change. Just like I guessed before, that sheepskin map is definitely an immortal material. It could not be detected as it was processed. But now, it immediately reacted after soaking in this pool water. I had been curious as to why this oasis was so small, but it seems now that it was tampered by someone to form a Gu refinement area. In Western Desert, a normal oasis would not be small. All the oases which could last for long were of large sizes, having at least a lake size. A small oasis with a pool like this was like a meteor in the sky. They would disappear after a short moment, buried under the desert sand. Young Thieving Heaven's clan was able to prosper by relying on this oasis. It was clear this oasis had already existed for many years. Even though it had the protection of Gu masters, mortals could not defend against nature's power for long. So it was strange for this small oasis to have survived for such a long time. Are you going to talk or not? I will kill you if you don't speak. The rank 3 Gu master was almost spewing fire from his eyes because of anger. The water temperature continued to rise, already at a level which an ordinary person could barely endure. The rank 3 Gu master held Fang Yuan's neck and floated to the water surface. Then he exerted strength and directly jumped ashore. They're back. This is the traitor? A backstabbing traitor. Speak. Who ordered you? The clan's higher-ups were already gathered on the shore. The elders, the clan leader with rank 4 cultivation, and even the old and retired clan leader was present. Fang Yuan was completely soaked. He was immediately restrained as soon as he got ashore. He was then repeatedly interrogated, with no strength to resist or struggle. Fang Yuan only coughed, remaining silent. The pool is already boiling. There is red light coming from inside. At this time, someone cried out in surprise. The clan's higher-ups were all nervous. Some were even sweating. This pond contained a spirit spring which produced primeval stones. It was the basis for the clan to survive in the desert. If this was destroyed, it was akin to the destruction of the clan. Several breaths later, the red light passed through the pool's surface and soared to the sky, dyeing the sky above the oasis red. The light could be seen from the surrounding 100 li. The clan's higher-ups appeared to be caught by surprise. How could they stop this without even knowing the reason? The clan leader had a malevolent expression on his face, as he was about to interrogate Fang Yuan again, but was suddenly stopped by someone. It was the old clan leader. The old clan leader's legs were gone due to injuries from battles. His upper body floated before Fang Yuan. He gave a deep sigh and persuaded kindly, "Child, you were likely enticed by someone. If the clan has wronged you before, I will apologize to you. I will agree to whatever compensation you want. This matter before us is not a small thing. It concerns the lives of all our clansmen. Tell us everything you know. If there is an accident, many families will die." Hee hee. Fang Yuan snickered. He was now outside of the cavern and was no longer hidden. Sha Xiao was definitely aware of this situation. If he did not speak, the clan's higher-ups will interrogate him by torture, but there would be some delay. If he spoke, Sha Xiao would probably immediately kill him on the spot. If young thieving heaven died, Fang Yuan's exploration would be a failure. Taking the lesser of the two evils, Fang Yuan remained silent. Damned bastard! How could the clan have produced such a vile spawn like you? The clan leader was furious at Fang Yuan's attitude. He immediately kicked him down. Fang Yuan chuckled coldly. "Yes, kill me. Kill me and you won't know anything. You!" The clan leader immediately stiffened. "Kakik, my good grandson. Grandpa likes this inner nature of yours." Sha Zhao's mad laughter rang in Fang Yuan's ears. It can't be helped. At this moment, the old clan leader stopped the current clan leader. He looked at Fang Yuan, his affable look from earlier replaced by a cold and cruel expression. "This kid is unrepentant. Use soul search methods on him. Even if his soul gets destroyed, no one will be blamed." The old man had revealed his true nature. Yes. Immediately, a rank 3 elder went forward and grabbed Fang Yuan's head, soul-searching him with no hesitation. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and his whole body started shaking from the pain. The dream realm started wearing down his soul at an intense rate. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was directly falling by 10 million each time. He still had 150 million man-soul left, but it was rapidly decreasing now, 140 million, 130 million, 120 million. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had actually fallen to 90 million, falling below 100 million man-soul level. Even Fang Yuan involuntarily took in a sharp breath at this. This dream realm's might was too savage. It was fortunate he had a robust foundation. Were it others, including ordinary rank 8 existences, they would probably be in danger of dying by now. After falling to 90 million man-soul, the dream realm's corrosion stopped abruptly. This was because there was another change in the pool. The glaring red light shot out, completely evaporating the water in the pool. The enormous red light turned into a pillar of light that charged towards the skies. The sky suddenly turned dark as dark clouds appeared above. The earth shook like a behemoth that had woken up underground. Heaven chi is surging, earth chi is rising. This is the phenomenon of an immortal goose creation. I wonder who arranged this. This is definitely not a small matter. Fang Yuan was also surprised. Other mortal goo masters were even more shocked and terrified, even forgetting about young thieving heaven. The old were still the most experienced. The old clan leader immediately said in a decisive voice, "Retreat! Don't bring anything. Just save your lives." Before even finishing his words, he flew away. Even without legs, he escaped quicker than others. The other goo masters gave cries of alarm before quickly running away as well. Only Fang Yuan remained behind in the pool. Soon, Fang Yuan lost his control and turned into an observer once again. Young thieving heaven slumped down on the ground in fright, crying tears of regret. What did I do? What in the world did I do? How could I do such a thing? I am worse than a beast. Slap, slap, slap. Young thieving heaven slapped himself. How could I be this kind of person? Sob, sob. His cheeks were red and swollen. Looking at his similarly red hands, he began to cry. Rumble. Thunder crackled. The red light suddenly flashed intensely in an instant. The enchanting red light covered several thousands of li, shining upon the stupefied clansmen as well as the quickly escaping ones. Then, the red light suddenly retracted, as if thousands of arrows were shot out before flying back to the bows like time was reversed. Such a bizarre scene caused young thieving heaven to stare, dumbfounded. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, the red light's changes finished. However, the people who the light had contacted, be it mortals or goo masters, found to their horror that they had turned extremely old. Then they took one last breath before all of them fell to the ground, dead. Young Thieving Heaven was no exception. He had turned from a young boy to an old man with wrinkled face and grizzled hair. I should die. All my troubles will end once I am dead. Young Thieving Heaven closed his eyes and waited for death. But Sha Zhao's voice resounded in his ears. Ha ha ha, you want to die? You are the owner of Steel Life Immortal Goo. How could you die? Demon, what do you mean? Young Thieving Heaven shouted in his mind. Just at this time, the red light concentrated into a lump of essence, turning into a scarlet bee that flew before him. Young Thieving Heaven immediately sensed a close feeling. He and this bee had the most intimate connection. He involuntarily extended his palm, and when the bee entered his hand, his extracted lifespan returned to his body. Young Thieving Heaven turned young once again. Sha Zhao laughed sinisterly. My good grandson, this rank 6 immortal goo is Grandpa's gift to you. Take it and roam the world. This world is big while you are too insignificant. If you truly want to return home, make use of this opportunity well. Immortal goo. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Young Thieving Heaven did not feel any joy of obtaining an immortal goo. Instead, cold sweat soaked his body. Sha Zhao's voice, however, gradually turned faint. When the time is ripe, you will know. At this point, the third stage of the dream realm concluded. Fang Yuan returned to reality, his soul returning to his body. He carefully inspected, and as expected, he became a Theft Path Great Grandmaster. Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, having a complex expression. The day had finally arrived. His attainment level finally reached Great Grandmaster. To think that it was neither Blood Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, nor Time Path, but Theft Path instead. Fang Yuan's Theft Path attainment level was originally empty like a piece of blank paper. But because of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, it rose all the way to become his number 1 path in attainment level. Evidently, dream realms were able to make goo masters and goo immortals gain foundation rapidly. This was also the cause of the 5 regions' chaotic war. Because too many people explored dream realms and gained attainment levels, they had a much greater urge for cultivation resources and status. Their desires rose dramatically. Of course, dream realms were not so easy to explore. Even though Fang Yuan had great gains, he paid a huge price to get here. Even some rank 8 goo immortals could not bear such a cost. Great Grandmaster attainment level. This was the limit that Fang Yuan could reach, and it was also the limit of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, who has such an attainment level, would be extremely familiar with all of the theft path profundities in the world. Even if he was misled by external influences, he could easily understand tough questions with some thinking. But beyond Theft Path Great Grandmaster was Supreme Grandmaster. This was difficult. It meant that Fang Yuan would need to surpass Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's achievements. Thinking of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Even though the dream realm was illusory, this realistic dream realm showed what had happened in history. Fang Yuan helped Thieving Heaven many times to allow the dream realm to continue. But Thieving Heaven's personality was quite a shock to Fang Yuan. Way out of his expectations. What truly happened in history? What was the reason that made young Thieving Heaven a demon venerable? Fang Yuan felt that Sha Zhao was the crucial factor. After reaching Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, the rest of Thieving Heaven's dream realm was useless to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not need to mention this. It is a pity. Fang Yuan said his goodbyes to Tang Feng Ming, having a regretful tone. Something urgent happened. I need to go and settle it. I will explore Thieving Heaven's dream realm next time. Tang Feng Ming asked earnestly. I wonder what is the matter. Can my Tang clan assist you? Tang Feng Ming was not being kind-hearted. He was following the agreement between Tang clan and Fang Yuan. If he provided Fang Yuan assistance, he would gain an appropriate reward in return. Tang Feng Ming had gained a lot from Fang Yuan's guidance. As a result, he was deeply attracted to it now. Fang Yuan saw Tang Feng Ming's attitude. He nodded in his heart. This was what he wanted to see. As long as Fang Yuan continued to help Tang clan during the Five Regions chaotic war, it would grow tremendously and become a huge obstacle that hinders Heavenly Court's advancements. It is fine, I can settle this myself. Fang Yuan nodded. His reply made Tang Fangming very disappointed. His gaze turned downcast. But soon, Fang Yuan took out an information path mortal goo and handed it to Tang Fangming. This is this. Tang Fangming had a feeling. He excitedly received this information path mortal goo with both hands. Within this goo worm, there are some shallow insights that I learned in exploring dream realms. I hope it can help you. Fang Yuan smiled. He started to leave, while Tang Fangming sighed in admiration behind him. Giving is the prerequisite of receiving. This saying would not go wrong. Plotting against the world, Fang Yuan could only compete with Heavenly Court if he had such magnanimity. But my tactics still cannot match Heavenly Court after all. After leaving, Fang Yuan looked towards Central Continent's direction as he sighed. Heavenly Court was strong not just in strength, but also foresight and strategy. Having Fate Gu, Heavenly Court possessed an immense advantage. Fang Yuan was currently making use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plans. It was already very effective, but compared to Heavenly Court, he was at a disadvantage. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, Heavenly Court would be unstoppable in the Five Regions chaotic war. If Duke Long actually succeeds in nurturing Great Dream Immortal Venerable, they would be the victors of this era, the rulers of all five regions. This tactic was reliable and consistent. It had almost no flaws. The only weakness was otherworldly demons, because they were not bound by fate. The only complete otherworldly demon was Fang Yuan. Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon, but she was already a dog of Heavenly Court, going up against Fang Yuan. Therefore, Fang Yuan was the greatest hope against Heavenly Court, but even Fang Yuan himself did not know how he could win. If I act alone, even with Shadow Sect, Langya Sect, Tang Clan, and others, we are not Heavenly Court's match. The only hope is Red Lotus True Inheritance. But now is not the time to get Red Lotus True Inheritance yet. Earlier, Fang Yuan headed to the River of Time. It was because he knew of Shadow Sect's plans. He was confident. But going now would be a blind exploration. He did not know what could happen. Without the help of the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan could likely lose his life to Heavenly Court's ambush. In this situation, Fang Yuan could only play safe and not act rashly. I need to try and raise my strength until I am able to travel the River of Time alone, to see if I can obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was Fang Yuan's current plan. To gain strength, Fang Yuan first thought of the Blessed Lands in Citywell. But these immortal apertures were hard to enter now. Even though Fang Yuan had methods, the price of using them was too high. It was far easier to retrieve the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle instead. Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was in southern border. That was not a problem. Because before this, Fang Yuan had planned ahead and used Connect Luck on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. They were connected by luck. Right now, Fang Yuan only needed to use Qi Luck Sensation to locate the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He would find it if he spent time on it. But now I should not rush to southern border. The immortal apertures are inside Citywell. They cannot run away from me. Fang Yuan's plan was to cultivate in Green Ghost Desert for the time being. Earlier, I saved Fang Yun and Fang Lang. I have already interacted with Fang Clan. As they are a super force, they will definitely investigate and test me. Unfortunately, during this period, I hid my traces and secretly came back to explore Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Most likely, Fang Clan could not find anything. The time is about ripe now. Fang Clan is going to send an envoy to meet me. Fang Yuan was very clear of the actions that Righteous Path forces took. Because Fang Yuan saved Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, if they did not thank him, they would be ungrateful. This would ruin their reputation in the Righteous Path. And more personally, if Fang Clan was so ungrateful, if their Gu Immortals get into danger, who would save them? Thus, even if they do not give much of a reward, they needed to put on a show. This was the game of the Righteous Path. Other than this, there was something else. Fang Yuan's strength was quite threatening. He could control so many soul beasts. and was a wisdom path Gu Immortal trying to develop in Green Ghost Desert. Even Fong Clan did not dare to underestimate him. Fong Clan's territory bordered Green Ghost Desert. Fong Yuan was their neighbor. How could Fong Clan not pay attention to him? How could they not approach him? If the interaction went well and they communicated smoothly, Fong Clan might even spend a lot of effort to recruit Fong Yuan. Of course, all this was built upon the fact that Fong Yuan's true identity was not exposed. If Fong Clan knew that this was Fong Yuan, they would not approach him and definitely not recruit him. Fong Yuan's plan was to disguise himself and become acquainted with Fong Clan. It would help him in managing Green Ghost Desert and make this place his sole core farming ground. This had a huge impact on Fong Yuan's soul path cultivation. Several days later, in Green Ghost Desert, the Soul Beast army rampaged. Fong Yuan was sitting at the center of an ancient soul beast's back, free and relaxed. He was experimenting with all sorts of theft path goo worms now. For example, rank 5 sneak attack goo. Fong Yuan willed as he activated it. Several hundred blue baby phantoms jumped out and surrounded him. These baby phantoms were not only fast, they were very concealed. If he lost track of one, he would not be able to find them anymore. At once, hundreds of blue baby phantoms flew around Fong Yuan, moving rapidly between the soul beasts. They were very agile. Some were playing and jumping around on the soul beasts' backs. They moved without a sound. In this gloomy desert, it was quite a scary scene. Fong Yuan was a theft path great grandmaster. Deducing rank 5 sneak attack goo was basically instantaneous. Fong Yuan even had the recipe of rank 6 sneak attack goo now. He did not need the light of wisdom, it was too simple. Other than sneak attack goo, Fong Yuan also conceptualized many theft path goo recipes. Fong Yuan was already at the peak of this world in theft path. The feeling was quite amazing. It was not the use of inspiration. He had the ability inside him to begin with. Every time Fong Yuan thought of new theft path goo recipes, he was excavating this ability and materializing it. After several days, all of the theft path goo recipes that Fong Yuan thought of were all handed to Langya sect for refinement. Langya Lan's spirit expressed deep interest in this matter. Fong Yuan obtained a huge number of rank 5 theft path mortal goo. For goo immortals, mortal goo were all expendable, even rank 5 ones. Other than getting these theft path mortal goo, Fong Yuan also killed soul beasts and raised his soul foundation back to 100 million man soul. Not only that, he even placed these theft path mortal goo into the killer moves that he used, making huge progress. Just when Fong Yuan was about to shut his eyes and modify his killer moves further, an immortal goo house descended from the clouds, flying towards him. Fong Yuan looked at it. This immortal goo house was not big, it was quite small, resembling a log cabin. But this cabin was not simple, it had the mixed aura of rank 7 immortal goo. It was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It seemed to be made of wood. On the surface, there were countless beautiful flowers of varying colors. This is Fong Clan's immortal goo house, Fallen Flower Hall. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. As he had expected, Fong Clan had approached him. As Fallen Flower Hall descended, flower petals rained down in the air. They were of different colors. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. And most importantly, when these petals fell onto the sand, they vanished like water droplets entering a lake. Next, the sand turned into mud in almost a few breaths of time. Seedlings began to grow, emerging from the soil and forming flower buds, before blooming. When Fallen Flower Hall landed on the desert, it was no longer a green ghost desert. It was a sea of multicolored flowers. Fong Yuan restrained his soul beast army as he watched without moving. The door of Fallen Flower Hall opened, as 3 goo immortals came out. The first one was Fong Clan's rank 7 Fong and Lei. She had an ordinary appearance. She was a bit fat, but her smile was amiable. She gave off a warm feeling. Fong Yuan had investigated long ago. He knew that this person often handled external affairs in the clan. She had a lot of experience in interacting with forces and experts. Beside Fong and Lei, there were 2 rank 6 goo immortals. They were familiar faces. The left one was handsome with eyes resembling stars. He was chirpy and lively, called Fong Yun. The right one was stable and mature, having an air of nonchalance. It was a rising star in Fong Clan, Fong Lung. I am Fong and Lei, greetings. Fong Yun, Fong Lung, thanks Senior for saving our lives. 3 Gu Immortals walked out and spoke politely to Fong Yuan as they greeted. Fong Yuan was seated within his soul beast army. He had a solemn attitude and was expressionless. His fierce soul beasts were terrifying. Even though they did not move, killing intent permeated. Over at Fong Clan, they were warm like flowers, sincere and extremely polite. These two sides were polar opposites. Fong Yuan nodded lightly, saying coldly, I said before, I saved you because I wanted to. I am not after any reward. But I know how you righteous path people think. You indeed understand us. I am representing Fong Clan, not only to thank you, but also to initiate cooperation. Fong and Lei smiled. Oh, cooperation? Fong Yuan acted slightly surprised. Fong and Lei took a step back and invited. We have already prepared tea in the hall. Would you like to discuss this with us inside? Immortal Gu houses were strong outside and weak internally. Very few were strong inside while weak outside. One example was Hay Tribe's Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Fallen Flower Hall was obviously the former. Fong and Lei's invitation to Fong Yuan expressed good faith sincerity. But even if this Fallen Flower Hall had any traps in it, with Fong Yuan's current cultivation level, there was nothing to fear. All right. Fong Yuan nodded, opening his Immortal Aperture's entrance as the Soul Beast army was kept inside. He strolled into Fallen Flower Hall with his arms behind his back. Fallen Flower Hall had many decorations. All sorts of things could be seen. There was a huge circular table at the center of the hall. Tea was already prepared. After asking Fong Yuan to take his seat, Fong and Lei sat down. Please evaluate this, our clan's 7 Li fragrant tea. Fong and Lei smiled as she said. Fong Yuan looked at it and nodded. This tea was like clear water, but when drank, it was hot, and the taste was exactly like warm water. This 7 Li fragrant tea was the signature tea of Fong Clan. It was naturally not so simple. The true essence of the tea was that after drinking it, for some time, their mouth and entire body would emit the fragrance of tea. If they drink 7 cups, they would emit tea fragrance for 7 days and night. The smell would spread 7 Li. But if they drink more, there would be no further effect. This was the reason for its name as 7 Li fragrant tea. Fong Yuan had heard of it in his previous life, but this was the first time he enjoyed it. He only took a sip before asking directly, What does your clan want to do? Please tell me. Fong and Lei heard Fong Yuan's icy tone and thought, This person is exactly as Fong Yun and Fong Ling said. He is aloof and arrogant. He speaks on equal status even against super forces. Fong and Lei was not upset. She had seen many experts, some were even weirder, some were bloodthirsty. Fong Yuan was quite normal compared to them. She smiled even more deeply as she spoke in a clear tone, describing the contents of the cooperation Fong Clan wanted to have. You want me to collect impermanence rocks? Fong Yuan tapped his finger on the table as he thought about this cooperation project. Impermanence rocks were a rank 6 immortal material. It existed in Green Ghost Desert, and had quite the quantity. This rock was half black and half white. It only formed in places that constantly had battles. Therefore, impermanence rocks only grew at places where lifeforms died. Evidently, those were dangerous places. But dangerous places were nothing much for the current Fong Yuan. I have the Soul Beast army. I am displaying peak rank 7 battle strength. Collecting the impermanence rocks is an easy matter. The only problem is that they are scattered, and I will need to expend a lot of time collecting them and moving around. Fong Yuan thought in his mind. This project was really a matter of convenience for Fong Yuan. He needed to hunt for soul cores while traveling around. It was normal to see impermanence rocks. In fact, he had a batch of them now. He had gathered them casually while moving about in Green Ghost Desert. What Fong Yuan needed to consider was, why did Fong Clan want this cooperation? What was their true motive? Is it like what Fong and Lei had said, impermanence rocks are rarely seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven? They are hard to buy, so they want me to handle this? Or are they trying to use this to recruit me? Or to spread news of Fong Clan being grateful to their benefactors? The content was that once Fong Yuan hands over the impermanence rocks, he would gain a rank 6 Immortal Gu as the reward. The reward was huge. Immortal Gu were unique, and Fong clan were giving him one. As long as he collected the impermanence rocks, if anyone heard about it, they would think that Fong clan was trying to repay Fong Yuan's kindness of saving their members' lives. Fong Yuan was somewhat moved. Not only the reward of a rank 6 immortal goo, but also because he wanted to cooperate with them. As long as he cooperated with Fong clan and established an agreement, his arrangements in Green Ghost Desert would be recognized by Fong clan. But I feel that Fong clan is plotting something. The matter is not so simple. Fong Yuan was quite suspicious. Fong and Lei looked at Fong Yuan. Seeing that he was deep in consideration, she felt increasingly confident. The clan is putting in a huge investment by giving him an immortal goo. He will definitely be enticed. As long as we set an alliance agreement, Swan Bujin will take the place of the clan and explore Green Ghost Desert. He will be harvesting impermanence rock on the surface. But if he finds the inheritance of Qing clan, our trailing Fong clan goo immortals will also find it. Even if he encounters enemies like Old Ghost by June, Swan Bujin would have to fight against them. If he finds out about Qing clan's inheritance, because of the alliance agreement, he cannot fight with our clan over it. Second Supreme Elder's plan is truly detailed. Thinking of this, Fong and Lei felt an increased sense of admiration towards Fong Dichong. All right, I agree to it. Fong Yuan thought about it and agreed. Even though he had wisdom path attainment, there was too little information. He could not deduce Fong clan's objective. Furthermore, he also wanted to work with them. All right, friend, you are very decisive. You will not regret cooperating with our Fong clan. Fong and Lei laughed loudly. Next, let us discuss the content of our cooperation. But right at this time, Fong and Lei paused. Surprise was expressed on her face. Soon, thunderous sounds could be heard outside. To make sure Fong Yuan could feel assured, the door of Fallen Flower Hall was not closed. This sound was quite clear to him. Fong Yun and Fong Lang also had a change of expressions. Countless soul beasts are attacking from all directions. We are encircled. Fong and Lei said, Old Ghost by June has attacked. He actually subdued multiple immemorial soul beasts. Immemorial soul beasts? Fong Yuan was slightly surprised. He did not know that the rank 8 immortal goo was soul beast token yet. Fong and Lei's eyes shined with a dim light. After thinking about it, she told Fong Yuan about this information. Fong Yuan was greatly moved. This soul beast token is a rank 8 enslavement path immortal goo. This is great. It is extremely useful for my soul core harvesting plan. Once he thought of this, Fong Yuan felt a strong urge to design a theft path killer move to steal this rank 8 immortal goo. He controlled himself as he said to Fong and Lei, Old Ghost by June dared to come here even though we are in an immortal goo house. He is truly confident. Next, it is time for your clan's immortal goo house to shine. Fong and Lei was dazed. She wanted to see Fong Yuan fight, but he spoke before her and sealed the possibility. Earlier, friend offended this person to save our juniors. He is here for revenge. We will definitely punish this evildoer. But if the battle goes wrong later, friend, we hope you can help us out. After all, those soul beasts are immemorial level. Fong and Lei said with deep meaning, without losing any politeness in her words. Fong Yuan laughed. Of course. Roar. While Fong Yuan and Fong and Lei were speaking, an immemorial soul beast with a bull body and leopard tail extended its limbs and sprinted, like a mountain charging over. Almost at the same time, there was a shrill noise in the sky. An immemorial soul beast resembling a black python with 2 wings also descended with a strong burst of air. 2 immemorial soul beasts. Fong Yun was shaken. This intense attack made his heart waver. He was almost unable to control himself. No, there's 3. Fong and Lei was calm and even smiled. As expected, at the next moment, the ground shook as 3 huge monstrous fingers emerged from the ground, grabbing towards Fallen Flower Hall. This was the 3rd immemorial soul beast. Rise! At the crucial moment, Fong and Lei shouted as the immortal goo house flew into the sky like a rainbow. The monstrous hand grabbed thin air, colliding into the bull body leopard tail immemorial soul beast. But even though it evaded 2 immemorial soul beasts, there was still a winged black python in the air. The black python hissed and pounced at the fallen flower hall. Fong and Lei's eyes shined brightly. She moved the immortal goo house fallen flower hall, directly slamming into it instead of dodging. Boom! With a loud bang, both sides suffered injuries. Immortal goo house fallen flower hall had cracks all over. The flowers growing on the exterior were falling off. Meanwhile, that winged black python immemorial soul beast fell and crashed onto the ground, creating a huge crater upon impact. Fong and Lei had a pale expression. She quickly stabilized fallen flower hall, making it stay still in the air, as she used a method to create a shining light around fallen flower hall. The light shined for a few breaths of time. When it faded, fallen flower hall was completely restored. The cracks had vanished. The flowers were reborn. Oh? She can rapidly fix the immortal goo house? This method is quite impressive. I wonder how they did it. Did they replace the goo worms with spares? Or did they refine goo worms on the spot? Fong Yuan was intrigued, as he deduced with countless thoughts in his mind. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal goo house. It was constructed using countless goo worms. It was able to repair itself rapidly. Most immortal goo houses did not have such an ability. If they rapidly replaced goo worms, it was formation path. If they refined mortal goo, it was refinement path. Fallen Flower Hall was likely to possess an immortal killer move from either of these two paths. Unfortunately, Fong Yuan had too little information now. His deduction was met with an obstacle very quickly. He gave up on it. Old Ghost by June's laughter filled the battlefield. So what if you have an immortal goo house? Obediently surrender. I might spare your lives. Saying so, the winged black python immemorial soul beast shook its head and flew up again. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. They had strong bodies. The attack earlier did not have much effect. Fong and Lei was not surprised. She expected this. Her collision earlier was just a probe. After all, immemorial soul beasts varied in strength too. Fallen Flower Hall was controlled by her. She dodged in the sky as she fought against the winged black python immemorial soul beast. As for the other two immemorial soul beasts, the bull-body leopard tail and the one-eyed giant with 2 hands, they could only growl on the ground. They could not fly. Old Ghost by June made a sharp noise as the 2 immemorial soul beasts started to walk towards him. A chance! Fong and Lei's eyes flashed with sharp light. She was about to use Fallen Flower Hall to charge at Old Ghost by June by getting past the winged black python. These 3 immemorial soul beasts had deep battle strength and stamina. She could not sustain a long fight. The best way was to capture the enemy leader and kill the crucial Old Ghost by June who was controlling these beasts. But at this moment, Fong Yuan sneered. Don't be hasty. I have deduced that this is a trap. Oh! A flash of surprise appeared in Fong and Lei's eyes. But because of the hesitation, she lost her opportunity. The winged black python challenged Fallen Flower Hall again, preventing it from flying away. Meanwhile, the 2 immemorial soul beasts arrived at Old Ghost by June's side, putting up a strong defense for him. Old Ghost by June had no smugness. His expression was grim. I purposely left an opening for the enemy to attack. To think that Fong and Lei could resist the urge to use this battle opportunity. Forget it. Activating Soul Beast token expends my soul foundation rapidly. I cannot sustain it. I need to settle the battle fast. Thinking of this, Old Ghost by June had a ruthless expression as he growled. The 4th immemorial soul beast attacked Fallen Flower Hall. This 4th immemorial soul beast was like a spider with spikes all over. It could also fly and was the smallest among them, only at the side of a normal tiger. But it was extremely fast. It shot out like an arrow in the sky. Fong Yun exclaimed, "So close. This is Old Ghost by June's scheme to lure the enemy." Fong and Lei gave Fong Yuan a look of gratitude, before her expression turned solemn as she faced the enemy with Fallen Flower Hall. The flying spider immemorial soul beast created huge pressure in the Fong clan immortals. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was powerful and heavy, but the flying spider immemorial soul beast was fast as lightning. The 2 worked together, one slow and one fast, one big and one small, pressuring Fallen Flower Hall and keeping it suppressed. To think that old Ghost by June could really control immemorial soul beasts. How did he do it? Is Immortal Goo Soul Beast token really that impressive? He could actually gain control of 4 immemorial soul beasts in such a short period of time. Fong Yun and Fong Lung were uncertain. They wanted to retreat. Fong Yuan laughed. I have already deduced that he is at his limits. Using rank 7 cultivation level to control 4 immemorial soul beasts, it is far beyond his abilities. In just a while longer, the situation will turn around. Oh! Fong and Lei's gaze shined. She had another thought. She decided to trust Fong Yuan again. As expected, as the battle progressed, Fallen Flower Hall's pressure fell. The flying spider and winged black python immemorial soul beasts were cooperating much more poorly now. They were interfering with each other now. And on the ground of the desert, Old Ghost by June had a pale expression. His body was shaking as his aura weakened greatly. But he stared with wide eyes, forcefully holding on. As time passed, Old Ghost by June's condition got worse. I will spare your lives today. The next time we meet, I will tear you to pieces. He threatened as he started to leave with his soul beast army. Where are you going? After taking a beating for so long, Fong and Lei was unwilling to let Old Ghost by June off. Both sides fled and chased. Fallen Flower Hall attacked as countless soul beasts died. However, the flying spider and winged black python immemorial soul beasts were still trying hard to stall Fallen Flower Hall. Old Ghost by June defended himself tightly. Although his condition was worsening, he did not reveal any fatal flaws. Fong Yun shouted with great smugness. Old Ghost by June, where has your arrogance gone? Old Ghost by June shouted. If not for the fact that I am still unfamiliar with Soul Beast token, how could you people survive? Wait, something is wrong. Fong Yuan frowned lightly. At this time, the sound of an eagle tore the sky. Even though the 4 immortals were in the Immortal Goo House, they felt a piercing sound. This figure was like Phantom, emerging from dark clouds. It was a female immortal. She wore tight black clothing. Her face was pale and white. Her hands had turned into eagle claws. Her body was emitting black smoke. As she charged, a trail of smoke appeared behind her. Rank 7 Demonic Path Goo Immortal Eagle Concubine. Boom! Eagle Concubine slashed as she passed Fallen Flower Hall without slowing down. Fallen Flower Hall was heavily damaged. 3 claw marks appeared on the roof, almost piercing the interior. So he has help, humph. Seeing Eagle Concubine, Fong and Lei frowned tightly. She spoke to Fong Yuan. I would like your assistance, friend. I cannot deal with this situation alone. Fong Yuan knew that she still had not gone all out, but he wanted to work with Fong Clan. He could not continue watching on the sidelines. Immediately, he nodded. I will deal with Old Ghost by June. I hope you can stall this Eagle Claw female immortal. Fong and Lei agreed. Go ahead. I will do my best. At the next moment, the Immortal Goo House's door opened as Fong Yuan stepped into the battlefield. Immortal Killer Move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Fong Yuan had prepared it long ago. He stretched his finger as meteors rained down from the sky. The attack was incredible. YN Old Ghost by June squinted his eyes. His aura was extremely weak. He used the 2 immemorial soul beasts as his shield to block Fong Yuan's killer move. Bam bam bam. Ignited Thought Flying Rocks crashed into the desert, creating a sea of fire for several li of radius, but without any heat. This was a unique thought fire. It spread and burned on Old Ghost by June. Old Ghost by June smiled bitterly. He wanted to dodge, but he could not spare the effort. Oh! Seeing this, Fong Yuan's heart jumped. Boom! At the next moment, the ground cracked open. Monsters were growling, resounding in one's ears like rumbling thunder. Next, a huge palace shining in green radiance flew out and crashed towards Fong Yuan fiercely. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Divine Bean Palace. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Facing Divine Bean Palace's assault, Fong Yuan expressed shock on his face. This is? Divine Bean Palace. Seriously. Within Fallen Flower Hall, the 3 Fong clan immortals were immensely shocked. Generations of Fang clan descendants had searched for it endlessly, but now they finally had enough clues that pointed them to it. They were about to search Green Ghost Desert when suddenly, Divine Bean Palace appeared in front of them like this. The Qing clan inheritance that Fang clan had coveted for generations appeared right in front of them. The three immortals' eyes were about to pop out. They could not believe this. How could this happen? Descendant of spectral soul, die. Within Divine Bean Palace, the immemorial soul beast roared. Its anger reverberated in the palace. Dozens of sturdy pillars were shaking. Its killing intent filled the surroundings. This immemorial soul beast was the master of Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The body was large and mountain-like. It had a weird appearance, having a tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, neck like a snake, and a human head. Its hair was messy. Its human face could not be seen clearly, but Fang Yuan could feel deep hatred that was converted into killing intent that burst out endlessly. It controlled Divine Bean Palace, but the palace shined with a green light that suppressed it instead. No matter how it roared, its voice was contained within the palace, unable to leave. Divine Bean Palace crashed towards Fang Yuan, while the rank 7 demonic path female immortal eagle concubine also charged at Fang Yuan from behind him. Old Ghost by June screeched as he went all out, calling on the two immemorial soul beasts. The flying spider immemorial soul beast shot out like lightning, while the winged black python immemorial soul beast crashed down from above like a mountain. At once, a rank 8 immortal goo house, 2 immemorial soul beasts, and 2 rank 7 demonic path goo immortals attacked Fang Yuan. Fatal danger. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. His mind was filled with surging thoughts, resembling a tsunami. He did not expect that the moment he left the immortal goo house, he would face such a terrifying assault. Senior, be careful. Oh no! Fang clan's 3 immortals screamed. The situation was dire. They were very worried for Fang Yuan. The soul beast attackers had been preparing for a long time. Their real target was Fang Yuan. They attacked all of a sudden. Fang clan's 3 immortals could not help Fang Yuan in time. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could only rely on himself. Of course, Fang Yuan had never thought of relying on others. He had a vigilant nature. He had already prepared myriad self-clones within the sovereign immortal aperture. And not long ago, reverse flow protection seal was modified by him. The activation time was greatly shortened. But even so, it is too late now for me to activate reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan was after Green Ghost Desert. He was with the 3 Fang clan immortals now. He could not display reverse flow protection seal so easily. Once he uses it, even if Divine Bean Palace crashes into him, he would be intact. If he did not use it, forget about Divine Bean Palace. Even the immemorial soul beasts could turn Fang Yuan into pulp. Reverse flow protection seal was a qualitative change in terms of battle strength for him. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan's alertness was maximized. But having lived for hundreds of years, he did not panic. Determination and fighting spirit soared within him. Ha ha ha! At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Fang clan's immortals heard this and felt Fang Yuan's arrogance and self-confidence. Immortal killer move, single thought, endless clones. Fang Yuan activated the killer move successfully in one try. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of blue light silhouettes emerged from his body, scattering to the surroundings. This was the method gained from Purple Mountain True Monarch, but the original version created purple light silhouettes. Fang Yuan had changed it. SISS, the underlying reason was the countless sneak attack goo he had added in, causing the silhouettes to turn blue, and also gain some sneakiness in movement. At the same time, the blue light phantoms were still splitting continuously. 1 turned into 4 while 4 turned into 10. They formed into a huge blue silhouette army. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the silhouettes. He could not be discovered. Great countermeasure, Fang Yun praised, while Fang Enlei and Fang Lung stayed silent. Divine Bean Palace crashed towards him like a meteor. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever it went, the blue shadows were shattered like bursting bubbles, without any resistance. Eagle Concubine and the flying spider immemorial soul beast dodged it quickly. not wanting to face a rank 8 Immortal Goo House's charge. That winged black python immemorial soul beast was the slowest. It was still on the way there. Be it Eagle Concubine or Old Ghost by June, they had lost their attack target because of Fang Yuan's clones. Oh! Surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He was scheming and did not go far away, he was hiding nearby, but Divine Bean Palace did not stop to use any immortal killer moves, it went directly for him. Coincidence? Fang Yuan manipulated the shadows as he flew away while hidden among them. But Divine Bean Palace turned around and went for him again. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He spat out a huge amount of fog, covering the area. Immortal killer move. Directional confusion fog. The Goo immortals within the battlefield were enveloped by it. Eagle Concubine screeched as she stopped her movement. Old Ghost by June made his immemorial soul beasts get close to him. He was extremely nervous. This fog can interfere with your sense of direction. We were affected by it even though we have the Immortal Goo House's protection. This is really impressive. Fang Leng exclaimed. Divine Bean Palace entered the fog, but it still managed to chase down Fang Yuan. The directional confusion fog had no effect. Fang Yuan's move had been modified. Originally, the fog was purple and was not big, although it could confuse even rank 8 Goo immortals. After modification, this move had no effect on rank 8 Goo immortals, but it had an amplified effect on rank 7 and below Goo immortals. Not only did the color change, the range was greatly expanded, but the duration shortened drastically. Because of this ineffectiveness, Divine Bean Palace came very close to Fang Yuan. It almost hit him. Originally, due to the attack from underground, it was far from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used 2 killer moves, but could not deceive the mysterious soul beast in Divine Bean Palace. It moved very quickly and finally caught up to him. Fang Yuan tried to dodge. He was fast as lightning, but could not compare to Divine Bean Palace. He could only watch as this Immortal Goo House filled his vision and was about to crash into him. They were about to collide. At this time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was not ready yet. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Boom! With a loud sound, an intense collision occurred, but it did not involve Fang Yuan. Divine Bean Palace and the immemorial soul beast winged black python crashed. Even though I cannot confuse you, I can confuse others. Eerie light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. He used this chance to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. In a flash, he used Single Thought Endless Clones again, while activating Familiar Face, turning into a blue shadow and mixing in among them. Incredible! When the fog faded, Fang and Lei looked at the scene and praised involuntarily. There were many enemies, but Fang Yuan made use of the numbers to resist them. He was truly displaying the might of a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Damn it! Inside Divine Bean Palace, the mysterious soul beast roared. Its voice was like a tsunami that shook the entire palace. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was sent flying by Divine Bean Palace. Because it had hit the sharp edge of Divine Bean Palace, its body was also snapped into 2. The power of the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace was evident. Divine Bean Palace was chipped because of this impact. It became much slower, but due to the mysterious soul beast's control, it still pursued Fang Yuan's true body. What is going on? I used Familiar Face, but the enemy can still sense me. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained rank 8 Attitude Immortal Goo, and after modifying Familiar Face, he had relied on it mostly without ever failing. But currently, the enemy ignored it and pursued Fang Yuan's true body. It was a first for him. Even during the tribulation, I deceived heaven's will. What method is the enemy using to find me? Fang Yuan could not understand. No, it is not Wisdom Path. I have Ghost Official Garment to protect against deductions. If anyone wants to deduce matters about me, they would need to get past Ghost Official Garment. But now, there are no signs of deductions. How in the world is the enemy doing this? Just as Divine Bean Palace chased after Fang Yuan, far away on a small mound, a young-looking Goo Immortal was sitting with his legs crossed. He wore a green robe. He had the aura of a scholar. He looked young, but his eyes were deep and wise. It was the person sent by Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Ziwei, the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. one of the 10 great ancient sects, Chani. At this moment, his eyes were shut. His aura was almost entirely concealed. He seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. As he continued to use his immortal killer move, green smoke rose from his shoulders and head. The smoke gathered 6 feet above his head, gradually slowing down and circulating within itself, forming into the shape of a tree. This tree had a thick trunk and lush green leaves. There were dozens of fruits hanging on it. But these fruits were very weird. They were in all kinds of shapes, colors, and sizes. Some were like black peaches. Some were pink but large like a basin. Some had spikes on them. Some had transparent skin. The flesh and core could be seen from the outside. A moment later, Chani stopped using his killer move as the green smoke divine tree faded away. He opened his eyes slowly and thought with certainty. So that's it. He had already understood the entire flow of events. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable came after Red Lotus Demon Venerable and was before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was one of the leaders of Heavenly Court. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Genesis Lotus was journeying in the West. At that time, he had already become an immortal venerable. He was invincible in the world. But he hid his name and disguised himself as a mortal Gu master, traveling the world. One day, he came to an oasis in the desert and was welcomed warmly by the young and old in the village. He met a child. Upon seeing that he was a Gu master, the child begged him to revive his deceased mother. People cannot be resurrected after they die. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rejected. He was about to console the kid. Forget it if you won't help. The child turned around and left with hatred. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not mind it. But suddenly, green smoke emerged above his head, almost about to burst out. He was shocked as he thought, I created this rank 9 immortal killer move karma, 1 divine tree, after gaining inspiration from limitless demon venerables' true inheritance. I can use fate as the soil to take root and use luck as the water to nourish the leaves. I can ignore all disturbances and confusion in this world to find the root cause and effect of matters. I rejected the child earlier. It was a small cause. On the surface, it is a small matter. But Karma Divine Tree reacted to it. This shows that the small cause will turn into a great and disastrous effect. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable knew this, he did not go to kill the child immediately. Everything in this world is like a seed planted into the soil. It will eventually grow into a huge tree. With myriad life forms, there will be countless trees, creating a dense forest of destiny. Letting the tree grow naturally without interfering, that is the most natural way. It will allow the world to prosper and stay good. If I interfere forcefully, it is the same as humanity disrupting the order of heaven. We would be creating trouble for ourselves. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the leader of Heavenly Court. He followed the decree of fate. Humans could not be resurrected. This was the rule set by fate. Therefore, even if Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable could do it, he would not revive dead people. Similarly, his encounter with this child was the arrangement of fate. There was no need to resist it. However, once the tree matures and develops the bad fruit, we will have to pluck it and stop evil from spreading. We immortals are merely the pesticide of this world. Thinking of this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable sighed and left behind his immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace. He did not hand Divine Bean Palace to the child. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable tossed it into the well in the village. But in later developments, the village was buried by a sandstorm. Divine Bean Palace happened to fall into the hand of mortals, and after countless transfers within the mortal world, it ended up in the hands of Qing Clan. Qing Clan obtained it and recognized this to be Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's possession. They were extremely happy and arrogant. This angered spectral soul, who had yet to become venerable, he engaged in a huge battle with them and slaughtered the entirety of Qing Clan, shocking the world. Qing Clan's first supreme elder sent the inheritance of Qing Clan into Divine Bean Palace at the brink of destruction, concealing it. He also set up a revival method in the hopes of attempting to find a chance of survival. Qing Clan was wiped out, but the grudge and hatred in them, the countless Gu immortal fragment souls were drawn and stored into Divine Bean Palace. As time passed, green ghost desert slowly formed. In this environment, the soul fragments could not revive, but they slowly gathered and fused into an unprecedented legendary immemorial soul beast. The soul beast had a human nature and deep wisdom. It wanted to take revenge on spectral soul. Thus, it kept its Qing surname and called itself Cho One. Its name was Qing Cho. It was a pity that when Qing Cho was formed, not only had spectral soul become venerable, he also disappeared. Qing Cho wanted to take revenge on spectral soul demon venerable's friends and family, but it was imprisoned within Divine Bean Palace. Initially, Qing clan's first supreme elder wanted to find a chance of survival. He made an arrangement within Divine Bean Palace, but had not understood the profundities of Divine Bean Palace. 300,000 years ago, the owner of Divine Bean Palace, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, had made his arrangements to use this to eliminate a bad effect for the world. The cause of this bad effect was the rejection by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable when he was traveling to a child who wanted to revive his mother. As times changed, the small cause grew larger and larger, eventually nurturing the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Cho. Qing Cho was born from Divine Bean Palace, but it was also imprisoned within it. Qing Cho was unwilling to stay imprisoned for countless eons. It tried to unravel the profundities of Divine Bean Palace and control this rank 8 immortal goo house. As time passed, Qing Cho spent all its effort on it and eventually gained some results. It could forcefully manipulate Divine Bean Palace for some time and open an entrance for outsiders to enter. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were unlucky people who had ventured into Divine Bean Palace and were suppressed by Qing Cho, turning into its slaves. This Qing Cho is truly lucky. Not only is it a legendary immemorial soul beast, it can cultivate and nurture many wild immortal goo on its body naturally. Among them is rank 8 immortal goo soul beast token. It refined this goo and gave it to Old Ghost by June, wanting to use the soul beast army to help suppress Divine Bean Palace. It is a pity that the moment Old Ghost by June moved, he met with Fong Clan's immortals, as well as Swan Bujin. Not only did he fail, the matter was exposed. That Fong clan also wants to get Qing clan's inheritance. Qing Cho might have noticed it and set up this ambush. Chun Yi's gaze flickered uncertainly. He thought in his mind. This situation was much more complex than he had imagined. Originally, he wanted to take over Divine Bean Palace using his predecessor's inheritance. But now, a super force and a legendary immemorial soul beast were involved. It is a pity. My Wood Path Killer Move Karma Divine Tree is still at rank 8 level. If it is rank 9, the Divine Tree would create karma fruits according to my wishes. By then, I will pluck some good fruits and reverse deduce the cause. I will be able to resolve this problematic matter by targeting its root cause easily. Chun Yi sighed before he concealed his figure, vanishing on the spot. He could only watch this situation now and wait for a chance to strike. In the battlefield, one chased while the other ran. How is the enemy finding out my true body? Fong Yuan was filled with questions. He did not know that Divine Bean Palace belonged to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and was placed here due to the Killer Move Karma Divine Tree. It seemed to be a random action, but there was profound reasoning behind it. Legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Cho was birthed in Divine Bean Palace. It gained some of Karma Divine Tree's power, turning into obsession that was deep-rooted in Qing Cho's thirst for revenge. Thus, Qing Cho could easily discern anyone who was closely related to spectral soul. In essence, this was not a wisdom path method but wood path instead. Forget about ordinary wood path methods, but this was a wood path killer move from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had created this incredible move after becoming a venerable. On the other hand, Fong Yuan inherited spectral soul true inheritance. It was a burden here. Spectral soul demon venerable slaughtered the whole of Qing clan in the past. That cause was now becoming a bad effect that had been passed on to Fong Yuan. However, even though Fong Yuan's disguise did not deceive Qing Cho, he managed to hide from Chen Yi, who was outside the battlefield. Fong Yuan did not materialize reverse flow protection seal. He had modified most of his wisdom path methods too. They changed greatly after the addition of theft path mortal goo, with the protection of ghost official garment, and the fact that Chen Yi was focused on Divine Bean Palace. It was normal for Fang Yuan to remain concealed. But the problem now was, Divine Bean Palace still chased after Fang Yuan. Isn't this enemy too obsessed? The encirclement was broken by me, but they still want to kill me. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. Earlier, Divine Bean Palace had crashed into the winged black python immemorial soul beast. It became much slower. Fang Yuan pulled apart by a huge distance as a result. It had regained its speed now, but it was still far from catching up to Fang Yuan. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal, there is no need to continue fighting this enemy. The enemy is after Fang Clan. I almost died when I came out to fight. This is sincere enough. And now, this is Fang Clan's problem. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He flew towards Fang Clan's rank 7 Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall. Within Fallen Flower Hall, Fang and Lei breathed in deeply. She felt great pressure against Divine Bean Palace. But her expression was determined. She instructed the two beside her. Fang Yun and Fang Lung, assist me in controlling Fallen Flower Hall. We will save Swan Bu Jin first, before fighting with this Divine Bean Palace. The situation was quite amusing. Qing Chou wanted to kill Fang Yuan, but he did not know that. Fang Yuan thought that Qing Chou was after Fang Clan. Fang Clan also thought that Qing Chou was after them. Swan Bu Jin was already sincere enough in his actions. In all fairness, they had to fight against Divine Bean Palace now. Even the Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi had the same thought. In his perception, this Swan Bu Jin was quite unlucky. He actually got implicated in this matter. Seeing that Fang Yuan had escaped the ambush and entered Fallen Flower Hall, legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou roared furiously. Its eyes were bloodshot. Its killing intent was surging. It wanted to devour its enemies. Its hatred towards Fang Yuan had existed since it was created. It was originally made from Qing Clan's Gu Immortal Soul fragments. It had an immense hatred towards Spectral Soul, overwhelmingly so. Thus, even though it had human-like intelligence, when it met Fang Yuan and could not kill him, the hatred within took over. Within Divine Bean Palace, green light flickered, suppressing Qing Chou, but it ignored the light and used Divine Bean Palace to charge at Fallen Flower Hall. Master, I can't continue anymore. Old Ghost by June screamed in agony. Kill him, otherwise you can all die. Qing Chou roared. Old Ghost by June's and Eagle Concubine's expressions changed. They had never seen their master so angry, and so filled with hatred against one person. This overwhelming hatred assaulted them and made them shudder. They subconsciously wanted to escape. But they were enslaved by Qing Chou. They could not resist. They had no choice but to grit their teeth. The former mobilized his immemorial soul beasts, while the latter prepared immortal killer moves against Fallen Flower Hall. Once Fang Yuan entered Fallen Flower Hall, Qing Chou was left with only one target. It naturally attacked them. The enemy came imposingly. Fang and Lei steered Fallen Flower Hall as they escaped. This rank 7 Immortal Goo House was even faster than Fang Yuan, even though it could not match the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was gradually left behind, but the flying spider immemorial soul beast was too fast. It tried to enter from Fallen Flower Hall's roof. At the same time, Eagle Concubine screeched as her eagle claws waved, slashing and creating countless marks on Fallen Flower Hall like a rain was pouring down. Fallen Flower Hall could not dodge it now, but Fang and Lei was not anxious. She was patiently waiting. She said to Fang Yun and Fang Lung, "Manipulate Fallen Flower Hall and fly. I will use a killer move against the enemy." Saying this, Fallen Flower Hall burst out with snow-white light under her manipulation. On the surface of Fallen Flower Hall, the countless blooming flowers wilted and died. The snow-white light faded slowly, turning into a huge flower on the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. This flower was even bigger than the roof. The petals were like mirrors, reflecting the light. With a crisp sound, the flower bloomed entirely. It was a beautiful sight. Immortal Killer Move, Mirror Flower 1. The frenzied claw that attacked was about to land on Fallen Flower Hall, when the mirror flower on the roof burst out with a strong attractive force. Ding ding dong dong. With a chain of crisp sounds, the dark claw marks were absorbed into the mirror flower. After absorbing the claw marks, Several petals on the mirror flower shattered, but the remaining dozen petals closed up. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace got close. The remaining mirror flower bloomed again, shooting out all of the claw marks. The claw marks landed on Divine Bean Palace and created intense metallic sparks. Divine Bean Palace's advancement was halted. Using the propulsion force of shooting the claw marks, Fallen Flower Hall increased its speed and got away from Divine Bean Palace. Oh no! That immemorial soul beast flying spider is about to get in. At this time, Fong Yun shouted. Even though Fallen Flower Hall forced Eagle Concubine and Divine Bean Palace back, that flying spider had the advantage of a small body. It was attached to a corner of Fallen Flower Hall and tried to squeeze in. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal goo house after all. As a complete structure, the flying spider could not get in even after so long. It was far from reaching the crucial area. But the situation was very dangerous. Once it broke through the surface, the flying spider could get inside. Immortal goo houses were made of countless goo worms. If the immemorial soul beast got in, it would cause great destruction. Goo worms were extremely fragile. The consequences would be severe then. Even though Fallen Flower Hall could self-regenerate, the speed of regeneration could not match the destructive power of an immemorial soul beast. At the crucial moment, Fong and Lei made her move. Immortal killer move. Fleeting bloom. The mirror flower on the roof had already wilted, but in its spot, another flower grew. The flower was not big. It was quite delicate. Once it appeared, it turned into light shadows as it dissipated with the wind. But this mysterious power was locked onto the flying spider. The speed drastically fell. This wood path immortal goo house Fallen Flower Hall is amazing. No wonder it had such an incredible effect during the 5 regions chaotic war in the 500 years of my previous life. The mirror flower earlier was a wood path killer move, but it had the power of rule path, able to reflect attacks. The fleeting flower now is also a wood path killer move, but it has the power of time path. Fong Yuan was watching inside the hall. His gaze was flickering. Fong and Lei first used mirror flower to force back Divine Bean Palace and Eagle Concubine, before using Fleeting Bloom to alleviate the flying spider crisis. Her expression was pale and her eyes were seeing stars now. Using 2 consecutive killer moves expended more than just immortal essence. These 2 killer moves had incredible power. Even though they were rank 7 when used by Fallen Flower Hall, they had a trace of rank 8 power. Especially against that flying spider which was an immemorial soul beast. But the stronger the move, the greater the cost of using it. Fong Yuan's gaze flickered. He could tell that Fong and Lei had expended her own lifespan. My Fallen Flower Hall is among the top of rank 7 immortal goo houses, but against 2 immemorial soul beasts, Divine Bean Palace, and 2 rank 7 demonic path goo immortals, they are too much to handle. Even after going all out, I could only temporarily defend us. Fong and Lei's heart jumped. She turned to look at Fong Yuan, thinking, this person has incredible methods. His pressure was even greater than mine earlier, but he could think calmly during the moment of crisis and find a way out of that desperate situation. Right now, we need his help, otherwise I would not last long. Thinking of this, Fong and Lei activated her method and transmitted to Fong Yuan. She was too busy dealing with the enemies. She could not speak to Fong Yuan normally. She had to communicate like this. Fong Yuan received this information and saw that Fong and Lei wanted to formally ally with him, to resist this powerful enemy. Fong and Lei talked about the benefits and costs. The 2 parties had to work together sincerely now, to delay the enemies until Fong clan's reinforcements could arrive. Fong and Lei felt that Fong Yuan could not escape, but the truth was, not only could he run, he had reverse flow protection seal to fight the enemies if he wanted to. But now, Fong Yuan chose to stay for the sake of getting closer to Fong clan and establishing a relationship so that he could plan for the future. I can escape, but Fong and Lei cannot. Thus, this alliance agreement is quite good for me. I need to thank this powerful enemy who ambushed us. If not for them, Fong clan would not ally with me so easily and with such loose conditions too. Originally, Fong clan had suggested the project of Impermanence Rock. This was still written inside the alliance agreement. Even though they already found Divine Bean Palace, and the Impermanence Rock was just an excuse, Fong and Lei was quite astute. She retained that original project. Other than the rank 6 immortal goo, Fong and Lei also promised Fong Yuan quite a lot of immortal materials as compensation. The rank 6 immortal goo is not very useful for me, but if I suggest a rank 7 immortal goo, it would seem like I am extorting them. Immortal goo are unique. Fong and Lei also is not necessarily qualified to promise it on behalf of Fong clan. Forget it. This is a prime opportunity. I do not need to be greedy and ruin it. Fong Yuan thought about his plan and made up his mind. He told Fong and Lei, I will join this alliance. He considered questions rapidly as thoughts surged in his mind. He only took a moment. Fong and Lei was extremely joyful. She was afraid that Fong Yuan would be arrogant and suspicious, but seeing that he decided in an instant, she praised. This was truly a wisdom path expert. He is decisive and knows how to judge the situation well. Fong clan had prepared the immortal goo and method for this alliance when they came. The two sides made the alliance agreement rapidly. But now, Fallen Flower Hall was encircled heavily. Boom! Divine Bean Palace came crashing. Fallen Flower Hall's path was blocked and could not dodge in time. It fell towards the ground like a shooting star. Kill! 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 Within Divine Bean Palace, Ching Cho roared. The joy of taking revenge filled its heart. The green light around it had taken solid form and was stabbing into its body, but it completely ignored it. Fallen Flower Hall was inferior to Divine Bean Palace. With this impact, a huge hole formed on its west wall. Ching Cho descended with rage as Divine Bean Palace attacked again. At the same time, that flying spider also penetrated the surface of Fallen Flower Hall. Fong clan was in great danger now. At the crucial moment, Fong and Lei screamed shrilly as she used the strongest method. Immortal Killer Move. Empty Valley Orchid. The entire immortal goo house started shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it became as small as a child's toy. The moment it landed on the desert, the hole created in contrast to Fallen Flower Hall's original size was like a tiny fish compared to the lake. At this moment, on the surface of Fallen Flower Hall, countless flower petals appeared, becoming stalks or orchids as fragrance spread out. Divine Bean Palace came crashing, but even though Fallen Flower Hall was right in front of it, it actually had to travel a huge distance to get to Fallen Flower Hall. This rank 8 immortal goo house was affected, along with Eagle Concubine and the winged black python Immemorial Soul Beast as well. Space was greatly expanded and stretched by several times. Fong and Lei had her eyes shut as sweat rolled down her forehead. Her expression was pale. She was trying hard to sustain the move. Amazing! I will deal with the flying spider. Fong Yuan praised, coming out of the hole and flying towards the spider by taking a detour. Under the effect of Empty Valley Orchid, Fong Yuan was temporarily safe. He was in no danger of exposing reverse flow protection seal. Immortal goo houses were different from ancient battle formations. Within the immortal goo house, Fong Yuan could not use his methods. He was an observer. He could only act after he went outside. Let me see if rank 8 Soul Beast token is stronger than my 180 slaves. Immortal Killer Move 180 slaves. Fong Yuan's enslavement path killer move was very special. It enslaved higher ranked beasts. Fong Yuan had a soul beast army. He could enslave an immemorial soul beast. But this flying spider was under the effect of rank 8 immortal goo soul beast token. Fong Yuan wanted to enslave the flying spider. He was competing 180 slaves killer move against soul beast token. Once he used this move, the flying spider immemorial soul beast shook. Its speed of infiltrating the immortal goo house became very slow. Impressive! Fong Yun was joyful. Fong Lung's spirits also lifted. Fong Yuan was surging with immortal aura. He activated the killer move 180 slaves to its limit, instilling the effect into the flying spider. The flying spider struggled intensely. Its control was contested between Fong Yuan and Old Ghost by June. It could not help itself. 180 slaves was rank 7. It could not match rank 8 immortal goo soul beast token. But the power of this move did not come entirely from goo worms. It also depended on the number of soul beasts. Fong Yuan's immortal aperture had a large number of soul beasts. This increased the power of 180 slaves, allowing it to reach rank 8 and rival soul beast token. Both sides were in a stalemate. Fallen Flower Hall had landed in a deep pit in the desert. Above it were Divine Bean Palace, an immemorial soul beast and eagle concubine. Far away, there was a soul beast army with Old Ghost by June hidden behind two immemorial soul beasts. Within Fallen Flower Hall, Fong and Lei had her eyes shut. She was frowning deeply. Her body was shaking intensely, about to fall down. She activated Empty Valley Orchid and resisted a band of rank 8 enemies. She was already going all out. Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall was creaking. It could not last against so many enemies. The battle is really disadvantageous to my side. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He did not display much of his battle strength. Most of his methods were still unused. If he went all out, this battle would change drastically. However, if he was careless and exposed reverse flow protection seal, Fong Yuan's identity would be found out. That was detrimental to his plans. I need to disguise my identity while resolving this crisis. What should I do? Suddenly, Fong Yuan had a sensation. He saw the flying spider stopped shaking. It accepted the enslavement of 180 slaves. The power of Soul Beast token, that was fighting with Fong Yuan earlier, had already disappeared. What is going on? Fong Yuan turned to look. Over 10 li away, he could see that Old Ghost by June was coughing out blood. The reason was Old Ghost by June had reached his limits. Even though he was trying desperately to continue, he had no energy to spare. Using rank 7 cultivation level to manipulate 4 immemorial soul beasts, even though he was using rank 8 immortal Goo soul beast token, it was still an incredible display. But now he could not continue anymore. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token was on par with 180 slaves. But Old Ghost by June was not. He rapidly lost in the contest. Fong Yuan laughed loudly. After a few dozen breaths of time, he completely subdued the flying spider and obtained an immemorial soul beast. Senior, good job. Fong Yun and Fong Lung felt a surge of morale. Fong Yuan enslaved the flying spider. It was out of their expectations, but they did not feel any suspicions. After all, Fong Yuan had manipulated a soul beast army earlier. It was understandable that he had a method to enslave immemorial soul beasts. After getting the flying spider, Fong Yuan controlled it to attack Divine Bean Palace. This immemorial soul beast was not Divine Bean Palace's match, but it had an advantage in its small build. Under Fong Yuan's control, it was very useful. However, it was difficult for the flying spider to travel as well. It turned out that Empty Valley Orchid did not differentiate enemy and ally. Its effect also affected Fong Yuan's immemorial soul beast. Is it because this move cannot be controlled freely? Or has Fong and Lei reached her limits already? Like what happened to Old Ghost by June? Fong Yuan had a sense of worry. At this moment, he felt something and turned around, seeing 2 immortal Goo houses flying towards them. Eagle Concubine shouted in shock. Master! Let's retreat! At the crucial moment, Fong Clan's reinforcements arrived. Kill him! Ching Cho was completely shrouded by rage. It could not think logically. It did not care about the situation or what Eagle Concubine was saying. It only wanted to kill Fong Yuan. Eagle Concubine saw that her master refused to retreat. Her expression was pale, thinking that she was going to die here today. Far away, Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chen Yi had been observing the situation secretly. But he was also worried now. Oh no, oh no! Fong Clan's reinforcements have arrived. They are all high-tier rank 7 immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock. If these 2 join with Fallen Flower Hall, they would create the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. If I am trapped inside, I would not be able to escape. I would die. Not to mention Ching Cho, who is trapped inside Divine Bean Palace. It is unable to use the full power of Divine Bean Palace. Thinking of this, Chan Yi sighed. He showed a helpless expression. To think that my first action in this trip is not to deal with Ching Cho but to help it instead. Saying so, green smoke appeared above his head, forming into the Divine Tree rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. The fruits on the Karma Divine Tree shook. Divine Bean Palace shone with green light, turning the sky jade green. Within the palace, countless green lights expanded, turning from twigs to spears, stabbing Ching Cho from all directions. Ching Cho roared in anger. Its hoarse voice carried a feeling of sadness, hatred, anger. and bitterness. I feel anger. I feel hatred. I am unwilling to give up. I want him dead. It was in a state of madness. An aura of power burst out within it. Countless auras of immortal goo surged from its body, mixing together into an immortal killer move. Boom! This killer move was terrifyingly powerful. It shot out and destroyed several huge pillars of Divine Bean Palace. Next, the strong impact forced the door of Divine Bean Palace open. Ching Cho roared. It finally saw the outside world through this door. It mustered its strength and tried to get up. Its snake neck was outstretched. It opened its mouth and almost extended all the way to its head. It was quite scary. Swoosh! With a soft sound, its purple tongue extended like a sharp blade, stabbing at Fong Yuan with a rapid speed. The surroundings of Fallen Flower Hall were guarded by the killer move Empty Valley Orchid. But this peculiar purple tongue sword was unrestricted. It pierced many layers of space, arriving at Fong Yuan's forehead in an instant. Intense killing intent assaulted him. I'll dodge it. A sinister light flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. He followed the hole that was created and went inside Fallen Flower Hall. Puff! The purple tongue sword chased him, crashing into Fallen Flower Hall and creating a hole. But it did not slow down at all. It continued to extend, until it stabbed into Fong and Lei's chest. Fong Yun and Fong Lung were shocked. Fong and Lei stared with her eyes wide open. Her body was stiff. She slowly looked down at her chest. Friend! Fong Yuan cried out in dismay. Fong and Lei was hit by the purple tongue sword. She turned stiff as a rock. Her face was started to turn purple as well. That purple tongue sword pierced her body, but it was incredibly agile. It turned around and pierced towards Fong Yuan. But at this point, Fong Yun and Fong Lung had already reacted. They controlled the immortal goo house as profound lights shined, suppressing the purple tongue sword and slowing it down. Vines extended and coiled around Fong and Lei's body. The fragrance of flowers permeated as colorful flowers grew. Flower petals stuck to her flesh as light flowed into Fong and Lei's body through the vines, healing her. Fong Yuan had a grim expression, but coldness was concealed in his eyes. He was thinking rapidly. Fong Clan's reinforcements had arrived. There were 3 immortal goo houses now: Fallen Flower Hall, Chicken Dog Coop, and Inquiry Dock. These 3 immortal goo houses could form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. It was incredibly powerful. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, this move was extremely famous and threatening. Shadow Sex information also emphasized on this point, informing him to be careful. After fighting for some time, Fong Yuan could tell that this Divine Bean Palace was strange. Earlier, Ching Cho opened the palace door and attacked with its full power. Fong Yuan learned about some truths due to that. It seemed to be an immemorial soul beast controlling this rank 8 immortal goo house. And it could only fly around. It could not unleash the full power of this rank 8 immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses possessed both offense and defense. A charging attack was the most direct and time-saving method. But immortal goo houses had all sorts of abilities, like Fallen Flower Hall's Mirror Flower, Fleeting Bloom, and Empty Valley Orchid. They were all killer moves. Hay Tribe's Dark Prison Immortal Goo House also had a method to enslave and store ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Hay Tribe was destroyed. It could not compare to a top super force of Western Desert like Fong Clan. Immortal goo houses were different in power levels too. If the rank 8 immortal goo house could not use its methods and could only move around and charge, it was not the match of Fong Clan's 3 immortal goo houses. But if Fong Clan won and suppressed this rank 8 immortal goo house, or even obtained it, what could Fong Yuan gain from that? According to their alliance agreement, Fong Yuan would only get a rank 6 immortal goo and some immortal materials. And possibly, after Fong Clan obtains the rank 8 immortal goo house, all 4 immortal goo houses would forcefully make Fong Yuan sign a new alliance agreement. In this current situation, with the immortal goo house in front of him, how could Fong Yuan not have any intention to reap profits? But to do that, he needed to balance the strength of both sides. Therefore, Fong Yuan improvised to use the purple tongue sword to weaken Fong Clan, getting rid of Fong and Lei. Having set an alliance agreement, how could Fong Clan and Fong Yuan plot against each other like this? But the truth was, the alliance agreement was very lax on this term, they barely covered it. Therefore, Fang Yuan was safe after plotting against Fang and Lei. Did Fang and Lei not know about this loophole? Of course she knew. In fact, this was Fang clan's ill intention to begin with. Fang and Lei was thinking of making use of Fang Yuan. The collection of the impermanence rock was a plan to make use of Fang Yuan. Thus, because she had such plans, if she added that clause into the alliance agreement, she would be harming herself. Therefore, Fang and Lei was intentionally lax on that aspect and did not create much restriction on it. Moreover, the situation was urgent. Even if Fang Yuan found out and raised objections, she could make use of this excuse. Of course Fang Yuan found out. He was so crafty he had the same plans too, but he pretended to not notice and act dumb. During the intense battle, Fang and Lei did not manage to succeed in her scheme against Fang Yuan. Instead, she became the victim. Such guts! We need to kill this scum! Fang clan's Gu Immortals screamed furiously in the two immortal Gu houses. They had already learned of Fang and Lei's injury. Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Doc rushed into the battlefield rapidly like shooting stars. But before they even did anything, Divine Bean Palace shined with dazzling light. Ching Chou tried its best but could not kill Fang Yuan. It was extremely weakened now. Divine Bean Palace suppressed it forcefully. Divine Bean Palace started to activate on its own. Green light spread in the battlefield, sending the fainted old ghost by June, the pale eagle concubine, and the remaining soul beasts into the palace and flying into the sky. It retreated. This was out of everyone's expectations. Even Fang Yuan was a little shocked. This was not in line with the enemy's usual actions. Divine Bean Palace flew rapidly. Fang clan's Gu Immortals hesitated for a moment. Chicken Dog Coop stayed behind while Inquiry Doc flew into the sky, chasing after Divine Bean Palace. This Chicken Dog Coop Immortal Gu house had a strange design. It looked like two buildings side by side. The left building was yellow and had a round plaque that had chicken written on it. The right building was red and had the word dog on its plaque. The building's entrance opened as a Fang clan Gu Immortal flew out, entering Fallen Flower Hall and shouting in anxiety, "Unlay, unlay!" But Fang and Lei's face was purple. She was unconscious. Fang Yun and Fang Lung had tired and worried expressions. The latter expressed his guilt. "We did not react in time. It was our fault." This Fang clan Gu Immortal stared at them fiercely. "Of course it's your fault." Next, his expression changed as he inspected and found that Fang and Lei was about to die. He shouted, "Unlay, unlay, you need to persevere." He tried using healing methods, but they were ineffective. Right at this time, an orange profound light shot out of Chicken Dog Coop, entering Fang and Lei's forehead. The purple miasma on Fang and Lei's face eased as her life was saved. But she was still unconscious, barely hanging on to life. This killer move is very peculiar. It is a soul path killer move but has poison path effect. She is poisoned. I can only suppress her injury. I cannot heal it. At this time, an elderly Gu Immortal walked in. He had white hair and wore a yellow robe, showing a solemn expression. "Greetings, Third Supreme Elder." Fang Yun and Fang Lung quickly greeted. Fang clan's Third Supreme Elder, Fang Hua Sheng. Fang Yuan thought about this person's intel. "It's you. You were the one who hid inside Fallen Flower Hall and lured the attack here, causing my and Lei to be hit by that attack. You are the culprit behind this." That Fang clan Gu Immortal who was holding Fang and Lei screamed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, snorting arrogantly, "Who are you?" "I am Fang Chun." That Gu Immortal spoke. But before he finished, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. "I don't care who you are. If you are unhappy, we can have a fight. Do you want a martial duel or a literature duel? I will accept either. If you want to use Fang clan's forces to deal with me, Swan Bu Jin, you can go ahead and do that." Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He looked around imposingly. His aura was overpowering. "Oh no!" Fang Lung and Fang Yun's hearts sank. Fang Yuan refused to back down. He was very overpowering. They were afraid that the two sides might get into a conflict. There was nothing wrong with Fang Yuan hiding inside Fallen Flower Hall, in their opinion. After all, making good use of the immortal goo house on their side was a normal tactic. Not to mention that he was even a wisdom path goo immortal. Fang Yuan had saved their lives. Fang Yun felt that he was their benefactor. And most importantly, Fang Yuan played a huge role in the earlier combat. If he did not subdue the flying spider immemorial soul beast, Fallen Flower Hall would have broken apart already. As for the luring of the attack, Fang Yuan might not have expected Fang and Lei to get hit. And in truth, even Fang Lung and Fang Yun did not expect that Fang and Lei could not dodge in time. That was also why they got stunned earlier. Fang Chun, watch your words. Friend Xuanbu Jin is an ally of our Fang clan. We have an alliance agreement, and he even fought hard in the battle earlier. How can you slander him? Fang Hua Shang's expression changed. He chided Fang Chun. Next, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan, saying sincerely, Fang Chun is the husband of Fang and Lei. He is worried about his wife. He did not mean to offend you. Friend, I hope you can forgive him. Fang Chun was the husband of Fang and Lei, but he had the same surname? Fang Yuan instantly understood. This Fang Chun had married into Fang clan. He was a lone immortal that was recruited into their clan. After marrying Fang and Lei, he even changed his own surname. After getting scolded, Fang Chun lowered his head and did not dare to scream at Fang Yuan anymore. He lowered his head to check on Fang and Lei. Even though his methods were useless, he did not stop trying. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He thought, Fang Yun and Fang Lung are worried. Fang Huasheng is an old sly fox. Fang Chun is not simple either. As an in-law of Fang clan, he is likely not overcome by emotions. He just had to play his part and act like that because his wife was heavily injured. But it is a pity. I do not fear them. Fang Yuan was fearless because of that alliance agreement. Fang and Lei had made that alliance agreement on behalf of Fang clan. She had interacted the most with Fang Yuan. If Fang clan went back on their words, Fang and Lei would face the backlash of the information path downmarks. In her current condition, how could she take that? Any bit of backlash would kill her on the spot. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Of course, there were methods to break alliance agreements, but those methods carried risks. They were not completely safe. And even if Fang clan had such methods, in Fang and Lei's current condition, they would be apprehensive to use them. Could be said that the fainted Fang and Lei was Fang Yuan's greatest protection. Fang Yuan was fearless. He sneered, Friend Fang Huasheng, your Fang clan needs to give me a good answer. Otherwise, I will not let this go. Fang Yun and Fang Lung looked at each other. What was Senior Xuanbu Jin doing by questioning Fang clan now? Even Fang Chun, who was lowering his head, turned to look at Fang Yuan. His gaze had the meaning of how could this person be so overbearing? Even though I did not provoke you further, you are actually going overboard to find trouble with us? Fang Huasheng also had an appropriate display of confusion and coldness on his face. What do you mean, friend? Does my Fang clan owe you anything? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He looked at Fang Huasheng without fear. His gaze was cold and his attitude was unyielding. Under everyone's gazes, he spoke. I, Xuanbu Jin, am a wisdom path goo immortal. Would I really be so easily deceived? Why did your Fang clan's goo immortals fall into Old Ghost by Jun's hands? In this battle, Fang clan's reinforcements came at such a timing, you could casually bring out 2 rank 7 immortal goo houses and multiple goo immortals. Since when did Fang clan have so many goo immortals to mobilize at will? Fallen Flower Hall turned silent. Fang Yuan had all sorts of wisdom path methods. Earlier, he did not have enough information, but now, he could deduce many things from just the fragmented information he had gathered. Fang Chen's expression changed. His gaze turned dark. Fang Yun and Fang Lung looked at each other with awkward expressions. Fang Huasheng laughed loudly, worthy of a sly old fox. He laughed heartily. Friend Xuanbu Jin, you are absolutely right. I am not going to beat about the bush. I'll tell you. This is Fang clan's tactic. For generations, we have plotted to obtain this rank 8 immortal goo house. We must have it. Friend, if you lend us a hand, we will express our deepest gratitude. See this. Saying so, he took out an information path mortal goo and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look. It was another alliance agreement. The rules were, as long as Fang Yuan helped Fang clan to take the rank 8 immortal goo house Divine Beam Palace, Fong clan would compensate him with a rank 7 immortal goo. He would be allowed to choose one from their treasury. There would also be a lot of rank 6 and 7 immortal materials given to him. Of course, confidentiality was the most important point. The information path goo worm emphasized this. Even if Fong Yuan did not undergo the agreement and gave up, Fong clan would not stop him. But he would have to go somewhere and cultivate in seclusion for some time, and follow another confidentiality agreement as well. Oh? Divine Bean Palace. Is that the immortal goo house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Information about this immortal goo house is very rare. Even within Shadow Sect's true inheritance, there is little said about it. Fong clan has been plotting for so long. They are actually after Divine Bean Palace. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fong clan has put in so much time, resources, and manpower. Of course they need the confidentiality. Fong Yuan pondered. The confidentiality agreement was not too much to ask, even Fong Yuan would do so. Fong clan was already very polite, of course. The reason was that Fong Yuan had great strength and was a rare wisdom path goo immortal. Fong clan wanted to recruit him. At the same time, because Divine Bean Palace was involved, Fong clan had to be very careful. During this period, any of their decisions had to be carefully thought out. They did not want to provoke Fong Yuan. If this person had any special methods and ruined Fong clan's plans, what would they do? Right now, Fong Yuan's problem was not about keeping confidentiality, but what could he gain from this entire event? The biggest gain was the Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace, of course. Fong Yuan could fight rank 8. Thus, even if he was inside Fallen Flower Hall and was surrounded by Fong clan goo immortals, it was easy to fight his way out. But to ruin his relationship with Fong clan for the Divine Bean Palace that had yet to be obtained, it was too big of a loss. Let alone whether Fong Yuan could defeat the amply prepared Fong clan. Even regarding Divine Bean Palace itself, it was hard for Fong Yuan to suppress it. And Fong Yuan also needed a vast number of soul cores in Green Ghost Desert to cultivate. After thinking about it thoroughly, Fong Yuan decided to play around with them for now. It was too early to go against them. And alliance agreements were not unresolvable. Even if he could not resolve them, Fong Yuan had methods to restrict, delay, and use Immortal Killer move self-cleansing later. Even if it did not work, Fong Yuan could go to Northern Plains and borrow Immortal Goo No and care to create Immortal Killer move, do not care. Thus, Fong Yuan spoke. If your clan obtains the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace, your strength will rise to the top of Western Desert. Your conquest is in sight, but you are only offering peanuts to me. Isn't it too little? Saying so, Fong Yuan paused and destroyed the information path Mortal Goo. He placed his arms behind his back as he said, "Actually, I can be bought over, but this amount is simply too little." Fong Huasheng saw Fong Yuan's look of arrogance as he thought, "The intel is right. This person is truly full of himself." He smiled and said to Fong Yuan, "Oh, friend, this means you want to participate in this and help our Fong clan? This is naturally better. After all, Divine Bean Palace originates from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is legendary. How can I not participate in such an event? Moreover, if I do not join, would your Fong clan feel assured with me?" Fong Yuan's gaze flickered. Fong Huasheng praised, "Ha ha ha. You are very understanding. We are not misers. We can negotiate over what conditions you have. However, the compensation must match the amount of contribution. I am sure you agree with that." Fong Yuan smiled. "Of course. Let's settle the scores first. Firstly, even if I do nothing and watch, keeping confidential is already a form of contribution to Fong clan. You need to compensate me for that. Secondly, I saved Fong Yun and Fong Ling. Even though I did that on a whim, I undoubtedly helped you in this plan to get Divine Bean Palace. Earlier, I did not want any rewards, but now I do. Furthermore, I was attacked and helped to defend Fallen Flower Hall. Fighting against such strong enemies in a dangerous fight, I need compensation for that too. And finally, even after my efforts, a member of your Fong clan accused me and slandered my goodwill. My mood has been ruined. I also need to be compensated for that." Fong Yun and Fong Lung heard Fong Yuan's chain of words as they went into a daze. Why did he involve me? Fang Chun was stunned. And bad mood also needs to be compensated? Fang Huashang's old face was twitching. He noticed that negotiating with this wisdom path Gu Immortal would be a troublesome affair. Fang Yuan listed endless demands, while Fang Huashang tried to lower them. But how could he be Fang Yuan's match? Fang Yuan purposely made all of his claims complex and unreasonable. After Fang Huashang negotiated with him and changed a term, Fang Yuan would go back to a previous term and edit that in retrospect. Using this method, Fang Huashang was soon confused by Fang Yuan's constant changes. He could not continue in this negotiation. But Fang Yuan did not let him go. He continued to advance in his claims. Eventually, their negotiations ended up exceeding Fang Huashang's bottom line. I cannot accept this condition. Friend Swan Bujin, you can consider it. I will be inside the Immortal Goo House chicken dog coop. After you think about it, you can find me for the alliance agreement. He left with a dark expression, waving his sleeves and leaving. After leaving Fallen Flower Hall, Fang Huashang entered Chicken Dog Co-op. The negotiation failed. Fang Chun took a peek at Fang Yuan. In his eyes, gratification could be discerned. Fang Yun and Fang Lung had complex emotions. Fang Yuan was their savior, but their clan's benefits were involved. They decided to stay silent and did not speak. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Fang Huashang said that he could not accept it, but that did not mean Fang clan could not accept it. This matter was too important. Fang Huashang left because he could not outmatch Fang Yuan in words. He purposely left. It was a tactic. Fang clan is after Divine Bean Palace, regardless of success or failure. I need to set an alliance agreement that benefits me. Firstly, it would show my sincerity. Secondly, if I fail to get Divine Bean Palace, this would be my backup compensation. Fang clan sent their third Supreme Elder. It gave him some leeway. The current Fang clan was governed by the first Supreme Elder, while the second Supreme Elder was the strategist. These were the two people in power. Fang Yuan had to set the agreement with them. Fang clan's first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level, while second Supreme Elder Fang Dichong is a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, but has rank 7 cultivation level. He will likely be coming. As expected, a moment later, an Immortal Goo House appeared. It was Inquiry Dock. While the Immortal Goo House was still in the sky, Fang Huashang came out of Chicken Dog Coop and flew over. Soon, Fang Huashang entered Inquiry Dock. Second Supreme Elder. How did it go? Fang Dichong said, Divine Bean Palace got faster and faster. We could not catch up, but we have already used a tracking method. It cannot run from us. Now, we need to repair Fallen Flower Hall and combine all 3 houses to create the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze and trap Divine Bean Palace to ensure our victory. Fang Huashang reported. That Swan Bujin is a tough person to handle. He has gone overboard. Our negotiation failed. Not yet. Fang Dichong smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Fang Huashang smiled bitterly. He has a glib tongue. His words are filled with traps. I am not his match. But he has been staying inside Fallen Flower Hall. That place is isolated from the outside world. He is purposely dispelling the suspicion that would come of leaving. Even though his conditions are absurd, he wants to make the alliance agreement with us. It shows his sincerity. Fang Dichong pondered. This might not be sincerity, he might be fearless. Fang Enlei was injured, he is quite suspicious. But for our clan's plan, we can tolerate him for now. After all, a little impatience will spoil great plans. After the negotiation failed, this person remained in Fallen Flower Hall. He is likely waiting for me to negotiate with him. Fine, I will meet him. Inquiry Dock landed as Fang Dichong came outside, going to meet with Fang Yuan inside Fallen Flower Hall. This was the first time they met. Fang Dichong observed Fang Yuan, mentally nodding as he evaluated. Arrogant and prideful, he must have his superior aspect. Just the act of escaping from the attack of Divine Bean Palace shows his strength. Moreover, he cultivates Wisdom Path. He is not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan assessed Fang Dichong. Seeing that he had a plain face and ordinary appearance, he was internally shocked. This person is Fang Dichong? His immortal aura is utterly concealed. Even I cannot sense anything from him. He is deeply hidden, as worthy of a wisdom path great grandmaster.